Hello and welcome to Canada. I'm Matt Bell and you're watching Ultimate Strongman Next Generation on Dave. Standing beside me is Jerry Pritchett, not only a two-time World's Strongest Man finalist, but also one of the best deadlifters on the planet. Jerry, what have we got to look forward to in the next few days and who are you looking out for?
I'm excited, Matt. We got 12 of the strongest young juniors from around the world. We're going to test these young men over the next 3 days on 8 grueling events to find out not only who's the strongest physically, mentally, and who has the most heart and desire. Standouts for me, English strongest man, Paul Smith, and the giant from Scotland, Tom Stolman.
Well, there's also the tank from Canada, BB Sanu. I cannot wait.
The Canadian monster.
He is enormous. I can't wait to see how these guys do. Let's get stuck into the first event. This is a tricky one. It's the duck walk. Here are the rules.
The duck walk for distance. A test of grip strength and endurance. Athletes must carry a 200-kilogram weight as far as they can. The course is 30 meters long. Competitors must cross the line completely with 1 foot before turning back. Distance is taken at the front of the weight where it drops. A 60-second time limit is in place. The furthest distance wins. The duck walk for distance.
So, the duck walk. Now this is quite a tricky implement, Jerry, and as a man with a lot of experience, can you talk us through what makes a good duck walker?
It's going to be toughness, endurance. These guys are going to go for max distance. This isn't a race, so it's going to be who can just fight through it. They're going to take this massive steel block. It's going to pivot and swing between their legs. They're going to deadlift it off the ground and carry it down, step past that line and come back and go back and forth as many times as they can. And this thing's going to swing, try to pull them down, try to pull it out of their hands. It's brutal. Absolutely not the event I'd want to start with.
Well, guess what? Later on in the day, they have to do a deadlift. So this really takes it out of your legs and your back. And the deadlift, I mean, that's another one that's got to really kill them, right?
Not what I want to do on a max deadlift day.
Let's get stuck into the first event. This is the duck walk.
In the first of 6 heats, the big Estonian Sten Caro on the right got the better of Holland's Angelo van der Paz, recording a distance of 30 metres over the Dutchman's 29.76 metres to take the early lead. The USA's Nick Hadge to the front of screen was neck and neck against Dwayne van Staden of South Africa before Hadge edged ahead at the 30-metre mark, overhauling Sten Caro's distance and finally losing control and dropping the weight at an impressive 42.30 metres. In Heat 3, Poland's Piotr Paszonek got off to a flyer against Mr. T lookalike Czech Sanu. The weight got too much though, and he recorded 39.5 metres, with Sanu just failing to better that. His distance 37.9. 6 athletes still to go.
In lane 1, from Denmark, Philip Kulinski.
The little guy, Philip Kuzninski, 101 kilograms. He's the lightest man in the field.
Lane 2, from England, Ashton Reed.
Ashton certainly knows how to stand out in a crowd of big guys.
Competitors, take the grip.
So 42.3 is the target for these two. And Kuzninski already seems to be struggling. Reed has got himself off to a flyer, but is he going too fast? Well, he's burning up this first 30 metres, isn't he? Now, the turn is where the problems really start because they've got momentum and they lose it. Now, can he get that momentum back? The time is not really an issue. Philip's given up. Nothing doing for the Dane. But look at this. Ashton Reed looks like he's blown past Hadge. He's going all the way. Can he get... No, he didn't. He didn't quite make 2 legs, but that's still very impressive from Big Ashton. He'll take the lead with 4 to go. Just waiting for the official measurement, but look at that from Ashton Reed. Well, he did himself a lot of favours burning through that first 30 metres as quick as he did, so that when the pressure really started to tell, he just still had a few extra metres he could take it, and then suddenly the tank hits empty.
Introducing in lane 1 from Lithuania, Martinas Puskasas.
Small boy, 142 kilograms. I wonder what big boy looks like.
In lane 2, from Ireland, Matthew McCoy.
Known to his friends, of course, as the real McCoy and a real crowd pleaser.
Ready?
So 49.5, Ashton Reed's distance. Meanwhile, Brusocas is trying to take the Reed approach to the duck walk. Speed. And he is burning this first 30 metres up, gets to the turn. McCoy is really taking his time. Now, he's lost all his momentum, but he's got it back. McCoy is still working, still struggling to get to halfway, but no problems for Brusocas. He's going to be banging on that door. He's going to be around the 40-metre mark, and he's gone past that. Now, where will that land him? Possibly into second place. I don't think it's enough to beat Reed. Meanwhile, McCoy is taking his time, but he's still going. And I think that's enough for Matthew, yeah. So Brusocas will have to wait to see what his official reading is. Getting a bit of a lift there from McCoy. Well, I think that's going to be good enough for second place. We'll have to wait for official confirmation. Great camaraderie between these strong men. So the last duck walk then.
Introducing in lane 1 from England, Paul Smith.
Paul Smith, the Yorkshireman, a real good prospect.
In lane 2 from Scotland, Tom Strongman.
Tom, another real good prospect as well. His brother Luke is a world's strongest man contestant.
Take a grip.
It runs in the family. Well, it's the little and large show here. The Smith is short and compact. Stoltman over 2 metres, and you can see the difference in style. Look how Smith's leaning back to take that 200-kilo weight, whereas Stoltman more upright. Smith's got the faster start, but Stoltman's got a really nice rhythm going here. As they approach the turn, Smith looks like he might be struggling, and he's struggled right at the turn. Stoltman has handled that very easily. Now, Reed and Brusocas, 49.5 and 48.7. That might be under threat the way Stoltman's going. Smith's starting to fade, and he's keeping it going as well. He's going to be on the leaderboard, and he's catching Stoltman up, who is slowing, and both of them stop at exactly the same time. They're probably not going to make the top 2, but they're going to be banging on the door for 3rd and 4th. Well, good camaraderie between England and Scotland there. Not always been that way, has it? And here's confirmation. Reed doing just enough. Brusocas almost caught him up, and then Tom Stoltman managing to nick 3rd place for poor old Philip Kuninski at the bottom there. He'll be hoping for better luck as this competition continues.
So, Ashton,
Hello, man.
that was an incredible performance. Talk me through it.
Well, I've not really done a huge amount of duck walk before, but as a rule, moving events are quite strong for me because I'm quite fast, despite like how I look and stuff. So I just try to make sure I got plenty of speed, but not too much speed, because the duck walk does move around a lot. So I thought I'd try and get a lot of distance while controlling it.
So how important is it in the first event to really make your mark?
Oh, it makes a huge difference, mainly on your psychological, the way that it works in your head. You know, so like if you have a really bad event at the beginning of a competition, you tend to have quite a bad competition because it puts you off a little bit.
Because you're chasing points, I'm guessing.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. So if you do really well at the beginning, it tends to set you up for quite a good day as a rule. So
well, Ashton Reed is definitely having one of his best days. What an amazing performance, Ashton! Best of luck for the rest of the contest. Thanks for chatting, Jerry. Any surprises there?
I think it was a big surprise. He might not have been on a favorite list for some people, but he definitely is now. Biggest question is going to be, after a maximum performance like that, how is that going to show for him going to the next events?
Surely it just takes the pressure off it. It doesn't mean that he has to work quite as hard now. Is there any chance that that will make him become complacent? Does that happen?
I don't think so. I think it's actually going to give him some momentum and more excitement going into his next events. Some momentum you get when you win an event and go into that next one. It's just a high you're on. So I think you might even see a better attempt out of this dumbbell from him than you would have seen if he would have been in the middle of the pack.
You know what else as well I have noticed in strongman? There is some correlation between people with Mohicans and strength. Do you see anything there?
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows? Let's get stuck into event number 2. Up next, it's the circus dumbbell.
The circus dumbbell, a test of shoulder strength and technique. The dumbbell weighs 83 kilograms, the same as a full-grown man. The dumbbell must be pressed with one hand only, cleanly above the head. Either arm can be used. Weight must not be lowered until the referee says down. The circus dumbbell.
Event number 2, the circus dumbbell. Now then, Jerry, tell me what this event entails.
Well, Matt, they're going to take this huge, thick dumbbell, weighs 83 kilos. They're going to have to clean it, 2 hands, to the shoulder, press with 1. They can push, press, split jerk, as long as they're standing both feet square at the finish. A little different on this one versus a lot of times you have to go all the way back to the ground. They have the option to return it to the shoulder and then press it again. So we'll see what strategy they go with, whether they go to full clean or if they're going to try to catch to the shoulder. And this might be an event that it might be an upset. A guy that maybe is not one of the biggest guys, but he's very efficient and fast for that push press, might do really well.
That's the thing I love about strongman. Just because you're good at the duck walk doesn't mean you're going to be good at the dumbbell. Let's get stuck in. This is the circus dumbbell.
Well, the huge 80-kilo weight has got the better of 4 competitors so far, with Piotr Pashanek, Dwayne Van Staden, Sten Caro and Filip Koniński all failing to complete a single rep.
Come on. Try with the left one. Slip or slip.
Overall leader Ashton Reed managed 1 repetition, a disappointing performance after he got off to such a strong start. Martinas Brusoka, second overall, overhauled him with 3 to move into the lead. However, that was short-lived as England's Paul Smith put in an impressive performance, pushing out a colossal 5 presses. Not to be outdone, Tom Stoltman stepped up next and promptly matched Smith's score. However, it's the Dutchman, Angelo van der Pas, who perhaps caused the biggest upset with 6. 3 men remain. Well, a crowd of 6,000 enjoying this 30-degree heat and also hoping to inspire the next man up, Czech Sanu. Disappointing in the duck walk, will want to do a lot better, especially in front of his home support as well. Really engaging guy. Milking the crowd, Iron Bibby as he calls himself, the 24-year-old. He's been training now for 5 years, very proud of his degree. He's got brains as well as brawn, this fella. He's just got his degree in business administration. That doesn't count for much now, as he tries to lift this horrible circus dumbbell, and already he's in trouble. On the floor on 2 reps. He just lost his grip there. And it really is landing heavily on his shoulder. Just all over the place at the moment. Czech just needs to settle down a little bit, get his nerves under control. Now he is taking a bit more time. 80 kilograms. That is roughly the equivalent of grabbing hold of a 5'9", 5'10" man who's in good shape and lifting him above your head with 1 hand. Well, and ever since Czech has slowed himself down, he's just run into difficulties there, but he's moved himself into first place here, and he's not over yet. Must have been a thought after those first 2. He's all over the place. Oh, he's going ambidextrous. Look at this. Left-handed now. Yeah, I'm not sure that's working, Czech. Yeah, back to what you know. Stick with the strong arm. Still got a few seconds here. Can he put another one on? He's in the lead here, though, with 2 to go. So this has been a much better performance, and he's just set the bar a little bit higher with that 8th rep, and I think that's going to be enough for Czech. That's a good effort all round, and they love it. Listen to that. Well, he's very, very happy with himself, isn't he? Oh, and we got the cartwheel going. 150 kilos, and he can get himself off the floor. But hold the celebrations. There's still 2 athletes still to come. Well, they loved it. He loved it. But it's Nick Hadge up next.
From the USA, Nick Hadge.
Who makes his home in Foxborough, Massachusetts, the home of the New England Patriots. A very, very successful American football team. I bet he wishes he was lifting a football over his head rather than that great big lump. 8 is the target. Really getting good elevation with those legs as well. Look how he dips at the knees and then just pushes up. Actually comes off the ground.
4 répétitions.
Just needs to settle himself back down after 4. Some events you really do need momentum. You look back at the duck walk and it was momentum was the key there, keeping things going. Less so with something like this, you just need to reset. And if we'll see anybody else try the ambidextrous approach. Not so far from Nick, who's at 6. Now that puts him joint second. One more here, puts him into second place. One more to level with Czech Sanu. With only Matthew McCoy still to come here as well, and he's got plenty of time. Well, the benchmark for a really, really good circus dumbbell event is get it into double figures. Well, he's 9. He's got close. Can he put another one in here? Clock's ticking. Clock's ticking, Nick. You've got to watch it. Oh, he looked fresh. Well, I think the clock's going to beat him. Otherwise, yes, and it has. Otherwise, he could have put some more on. But 10 puts Nick into the lead with only Matthew McCoy to come. Well, he's loving that as well, isn't he?
Hey, Nick.
Well, he's come across the border, determined to do well in this competition. And he certainly picks up big points here, whatever happens next. Well, they've enjoyed a really good competition here, haven't they? And it's just been getting better and better.
Matthew McCoy!
And here is Matthew McCoy. The real McCoy. 22 years old, Ireland's under-23 champion, a really good power lifter. One of Matthew's real strengths is he's got terrific technique with overhead press events. Well, that falls into this category. And you talk to one or two of the strongmen ahead of this event, they were saying, watch out for McCoy. He doesn't look that big and strong, but he's got really good technique with his lifts. And he's just rattled through the first 5 here, working the crowd as well, like all these strongmen do, and getting the response as well from this 6,000 crowd. Well, he's obviously got energy to burn, because between every rep, he's looking at the crowd and saying, come on, give me something, and he's feeding off this crowd as well. He's playing to this audience. Well, he hasn't broken sweat yet. 2 to go joint top here. Well, he's making this look really easy. He can still work the crowd. And he's made it look so simple. 10, double figures. How many more has he got in his locker? He's making this look embarrassingly easy. Have somebody switched this? Have they put a hollow one in there? I mean, you look at some of the other competitors. 4 guys couldn't lift this once. McCoy looks like he could lift it all day long. 12, absolutely brilliant. He loves it, absolutely delighted. A little Irish jig, well, sort of, to celebrate. Maximum points for Matthew McCoy, and he made it look so easy. Where on earth would he have finished had he just been allowed to continue? 12, though, good enough for maximum points. And here's confirmation, 12 reps for Matthew McCoy. He takes the maximum 12 points as well. Czech Sanu putting a smile on Canadian faces in 3rd place. As for the others, well, look away now time for the bottom 4, and Ashton Reed disappointing after maximum points first time out in the duck walk. So let's take a look at the overall standings. Far too close to call at the moment. There's a lot of guys very much in this. Nick Hadge just in front, but only just. Paul Smith down there in 6th place. And Czech Sanu very much involved as well on 15, but the rest of them need to start stepping up, and stepping up fast.
The real McCoy, 12 repetitions. Tell me what's going through your mind on an event like that.
Well, Glenn's sort of like bigging me up, so I can't really let him down, you know. Call me the real McCoy, from a Canadian crowd. I can't really let him down, like, you know.
Do you know what? I wasn't expecting a man of your size to be just quite so incredible at that. There are guys with much bigger shoulders than you out there, and it looked like maybe it's a powerlifting thing, or it's about the technique. Tell me about the secrets of it.
It's more technique than anything, really, because I got Olympic lifting background and just more legs. At least guys are using shoulders and they burn out within the first 4 or 5 reps or something. So I just use my legs, and your legs are a lot stronger than the rest of you, so I use the strongest part of myself.
Looking forward to seeing you for the rest of the competition, Matthew. Thank you for chatting. So, Jerry, as you predicted, it wasn't the biggest man in the contest that dominated that event.
No, the big guys with the big shoulders, they try to muscle them out. Matthew was the most efficient. He used his legs and his Olympic background, the weightlifting, to be efficient and fast, fast twitch muscles to keep throwing this dumbbell in the air.
So, okay, for anyone who's a layman like myself out there, just talk me through what that means exactly. Do you mean, so a strict press is where you just push standing there and you just use your shoulder? And what's the...
Yeah, if you watch the big guys, they muscle it, maybe just a little leg kick, and they're just going to mainly rely on that giant shoulder and tricep to push it through. Where Matthew was smart, he would jump, pop under it, like an Olympic lifter.
Right under it. And then
stand up, which is most efficient.
Use
That's
those
why he
legs.
could go 12 reps and not be tired.
Absolutely incredible to watch. This event really is hotting up. It's time for number 3. This is the deadlift for Max.
The deadlift for maximum. The starting weight, 280 kilograms. There are 60 seconds to complete each lift. 2 attempts are allowed at each weight. The weight increases 20 kilograms each round until 5 competitors remain, and then the weight increase drops to 10 kilograms per round until just 2 competitors remain. The last 2 competitors nominate the weight until last man standing. The deadlift for maximum.
Event number 3, max deadlift, last man standing. Jerry, talk me through this.
Max dead, last man standing. The big question mark here, Matt's going to be, these guys have already had 2 very tough events. They're tired, they're fatigued, it's hot today. These guys are going to have to take every weight, starting at 280, going up 20 kilos. So endurance is going to be a factor, how fast they tire out. So guys that might have been planning on pulling a 400 deadlift today, might be around 370.
Wow.
Could change it a lot.
Because the fatigue really does kick in. Now, also, it's quite interesting in a lot of competitions, people can choose their weights. In some competitions, they just get to go 3 times and that's it, right? But in this one, they have to do every single increment, and that's really got to tire them out.
Oh yeah, ideally you want to come in and have your 3 weights picked. That's about usually what you're good for, is 3 good pulls. But these guys are going to have to just keep going each one. So the smartest guys won't use much energy on the first few pulls. They won't pull fast to try to show off for the crowd. They're going to pull nice and easy and start turning the dial up as it gets heavier.
It's all about stamina. Now, just finally, where do you think we're going to max out weight-wise? Any predictions?
There's some great pullers that are close to 370, 380, maybe 400. Whether we see that today with everything they've already done, if we do, it's going to be very impressive.
Exciting times. This is the max deadlift. Let's get stuck in.
4 athletes managed a maximum 300 kilograms, guaranteeing themselves 4.5 points each. Smith and Van Staden pulled a respectable 350 kilograms. Stoltman, Hadge and Sanu are now on 360. So here comes the albatross, Tom Stoltman. Over 2 meters tall, that great wingspan of his. That's why he's got the nickname, the albatross. And what a prospect this 21-year-old is. And to put what he's doing into some kind of context, compare him at 21 with Eddie Hall at 21. Now, Eddie Hall is widely acknowledged as the world's greatest deadlifter right now. He is the world record holder. Well, at 21, he wasn't doing what this man's doing, and he's just made 360 kilos look ridiculously simple. No effort at all. Looking around as if to say, is that it? Is this all you've got, Gatineau? Come on, give me something.
Record-breaking challenge.
Check Sanu.
From Canada.
Oh, let's hope he doesn't win this. The ground is still shaking from when he did that cartwheel earlier. We measured that one on the Richter scale round here. But he's getting good support. This crowd really enjoying what they're seeing from all the competitors, and that's one of the real beauties of Strongman. Everybody, no matter where they come from, always well supported. But you know this crowd would love to see something special from Iron Bibby. The Mr. T lookalike with the big smile. The tongue comes out. There's plenty more in his locker on the deadlift. That was pretty simple for him as well. Stoltman's not going to have this all his own way. Check Sanu right there with him. And Nick Hadge is still to come as well. And speaking of the American, here he is, the raider from across the border. Got the bandana going, got the tattoos going. Got himself the lead here narrowly. I don't think any of these athletes, though, are thinking yet, oh yeah, this This tournament is mine. Any one of 7 of them can win it at the moment, right in the frame. But a lift here guarantees him a top 3 spot here, and he is starting to show up already here, Nick Hadge, as Mr. Consistency in this competition. That's looking good. It's looking good. Very good indeed. It was a tiny little wobble as he started the lift there, but he got it under control pretty quickly. Yeah, just a little grimace there.
I just hope that more people can recognize and appreciate what the athletes are doing. I mean, these are some of the strongest, most efficient humans in the world. I mean, we're all juniors, 23 and under, so usually you don't hear too many names coming from that age. But I think strongman is really starting to develop, and you're getting guys specializing at an earlier age, and there's a lot of hidden talent that's just coming out of nowhere, and it's incredible to be a part of. So, very honored to be here. So I think that today, Jerry Pritchett being here is an incredible thing. I mean, I can just feel the energy, I can just feel the power. The greatest deadlifter to come out of America. I mean, it's an honor to be around it. So I think that's done a lot for the sport. I know it's doing a lot for these juniors too. It's all psyching us up. So it's great to have that around, for sure.
Scotland, Tom Stoltman.
Stoltman with those long arms of his, those long levers. Effortlessly handled 360, but now another 10 kilos has been added. 370. That is like having 2 rather overweight men on each side of that bar. You've got to get it off the ground, get it under control and hold it. Grip absolutely vital, of course. And there's the lift. Oh, that's hard work. That's really hard work. He's doing well here. Well, he's got it. Well, at one point you thought, you know what, Tom, you're in trouble here, son. But he got it together really well. Now, whether he can go any higher than that is another question. But he did a really good job there. Went through the pain barrier. Well, Czech Sanu, no doubt waiting in the wings there. He'll have seen what Stoltman did and how hard it was for him. And I wonder if that's going to play on his mind a little bit. Because Stoltman had handled 360 easily. 370 was hard work. Well, Sanu didn't exactly look 100% on 360. He got it, he did it. But as he reached the ceiling as well, can he add to his 360? There is a tipping point for these guys, and the tipping point has come right there for Czech Sanu. Well, he's going to have another look at this and just listen to the support he's getting. I mean, if he needs a bit of inspiration from somewhere, he's getting it from this audience, but that is just not working for Czech. Nanny's knows, he's given it up. That second one was a real I know when I'm beaten moment, wasn't it? A big smile. He's going to get good points for this, but he's going to bow out at 360. Well, you knew it wasn't going to happen for him. It was a terrible struggle. And he's like, no, that's it. And you don't get better with your second attempt. That is the problem with the deadlift. If you don't get it first time, watch out.
The leader of the contest on 19 points at the minute. Can he continue his lead for the title? Introducing from the USA, Nick Hadge.
Nick Hadge attempting to stay in contact with Tom Stoltman, who is clear at 370. Sanu has checked out. Then it gives you an indication of what kind of caliber we're getting here. Some of these young guns already knocking on the door of a world record attempt. Stoltman's close. Hadge looking to join him. Can he do it? Got the momentum. Can he hold it? Can he keep it there? The concentration and the focus told its own story. He was not going to be denied. He's got it going. He's straightening up, and the look in his eyes was said, no, you're not going to beat me. I've got you. And he has, so 2 men clear at 370. But that was as good as it got for the competitors, Stoltman and Hadge, both having to settle to share the points. 11.5 each. Good consistency once again shown by Nick Hadge. As we see the also-rans, Philip Kuninsky's nightmare of a competition goes on.
A profound ending to day one there with Nick Hadge and Tom Stoltman. Guys, I thought you weren't going to give up. Tell me what was going through your minds on that last round there.
It's just a pleasure to have Nick pushing me the whole way, you know. A lot of people wanted me to do a 400, but, you know, going up 10K jumps, it's hard off, and it's the third event of the first day, but, you know, this guy deserves it, you know, so he's a future champ, this guy, you know.
Look at the sportsmanship here, patting backs, high fives. How are you feeling, Nick?
I feel great. I mean, we're both in the same boat. We both know what it takes, so I have equally, if not more, respect for Tom. I knew that he's the guy to chase on the deadlift. I know he'll be hitting world records, so like he said, it's a blessing to be here, and that was the longest rep of my entire life.
Well, you go and get some well-deserved rest and hopefully a good night's sleep, guys.
Thank you so
good luck
much.
for the rest of the competition.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Amazing to watch. Now, Jerry Pritchett is one of the best deadlifters in the world. Jerry, you've lifted weights beyond this. Tell me what's going through their minds and how heavy this truly is.
Oh, one awesome finish to day one. What a showdown. These guys keep going every attempt all the way up. After everything they've done today, amazing. They're closing in on weights that we started at the World Deadlift Championships. And these guys are young, 23, 22-year-old guys. You know, they have such a huge future in the sport of strongman. It's really exciting to see.
So it's not only exciting, but like, does it worry you at all that these young bucks are nipping at your heels?
It does. It makes I probably work a little harder. You know, but it's good. You know, it's just the greatest sport. We all love it, and it's great to see the future. You know, and how well the future is looking for these guys.
So at the end of day one, it's looking like a 2-horse race between Nick Hadge and Tom Stoltman. Smith and Sanu looking to keep in touch with the big two, but it's still early days. As we round out the leaderboard, 5 events still to go.
So after day one, there are some clear leaders starting to emerge in that pack. It's time for day 2. Hopefully they're all well rested and they've had a good night's sleep. Is that enough time, Jerry, for them to be able to recover for today?
It is. But thing to note, these young juniors might be the first time they've had a second day show or third day show. So we're gonna see how well they rehabbed last night, ate, maybe ice bath, big breakfast this morning, and see how ready they are for this truck this morning.
So you sometimes see in strongman events, sometimes people don't give it their all in a certain event because maybe they're strategically trying to hold all their best stuff for one particular event that's good for them. Do you think these guys will be doing that?
No way. These young men are hungry to make a staple in the strongman sport, so they're gonna give it a full-out effort every event.
Right, well, it's very exciting. This is time for event number 4. This is a firm favorite in any strongman calendar. This is the truck pull. Let's hear the rules.
The truck pull. The $250,000 service truck weighs 20 tons. Athletes are harnessed in front of the truck and pull it down the 20-meter course using a rope for balance and leverage. Time is taken when the front bumper crosses the line. The fastest time over 20 meters wins. The truck pull.
Well, Ashton Reed was in confident mood before the truck pull. However, he found the going tough, maxing out at 16.6 meters, clearly exhausted. A smiling Dwayne Van Staden got off to a fast start before fading rapidly, his distance 17.08. And Lithuania's Martynas Brusokas, currently lying in 7th place, gave it everything to record a distance of 17.26 and take the lead. But that was short-lived as crowd favourite Matthew McCoy of Ireland, one of the smallest men here, got 17.41 before seemingly hitting a rut. He couldn't go any further. The 18-metre marker was proving elusive. Big Pole Piotr Pashanek came close, falling 5 centimetres short. Then Stan Caro of Estonia stepped up, proving size does matter in an event like this. And it looked like he'd be the first man to complete the 20-metre course until he burned out just before the finish line, collapsing from exhaustion. Thankfully, it wasn't long before he was back on his feet.
What got me in strongman? I just Started training at home, lifting a few weights, like what a lot of kids do really when I was about 14, and just met a guy in my local gym who used to do strongman himself, and started training with him, and then I entered the local competition. I did terribly, but I got the bug, I guess. Since I started strongman, I think I was probably about 100 kilos in my first competition, so I've gradually put on weight. It's a bit of a challenge for me. My natural weight seems to be about 19 stone, so to get any above that, I really have to force myself to eat and put some weight on, but I mean, it's the necessary evil, I guess. You've just got to do it for the sport. Secret to winning strongman competition? Probably consistency. That's how I normally do it. Probably keeping control of your nerves and you not psyching up too much in between events, chilling out when you can and then switching on for the event. Things like that, just keeping a good performance throughout the day instead of like blowing hot and cold.
Well, Paul Smith, at 22 years old, like all of these young prospects, certainly knows what it takes to be a success in strongman. Blowing hot and cold, just not an option. You've got to be consistent. Now, the key to this, as we've already seen, get momentum and keep it. You've got to keep those legs pumping. Doing the little pigeon toes there. You'll see some guys will just plant and try and drag a bit more, but this is the technique that's working for Smith. Remember, Caro's 19.25 is the distance to beat. And Smith certainly chugging along here pretty well. You are allowed to stop and start, of course, but realistically, that's a recipe for disaster, because once you stop, it's pretty much over. And these guys hit the wall, and when they do hit the wall, there is nothing left. If he stops, that'll be where that truck stops. He won't be going any further, and it looks like he is grinding to a halt here, Smith, around the 18-metre mark. Now, that's not going to challenge Caro. It might get him ahead of Pashanek and McCoy, and that is going to be that. You've just hit the wall, Paul. Give it up, son. You're not going any further. Oh, he's really giving it everything, isn't he? But it's the truck that's winning this battle of wills. And it's proving the old adage again. If you stop, it's over. He gave it everything. Nothing left. Paul Smith has put everything he had into that. And he'll have to wait for the official measurement to see how he's done. Shake of the head, but he shouldn't be disappointed there. That's going to be around 18 metres. And really, once again, as soon as you stop, there's no way of getting it back. So what can Czech Sanu do? Certainly one of the contenders. Snapping at the heels of the big two, needs a big truck pull here. Remember, Caro's 19.25 is the target. And that's a ragged start here from Sanu, but he's using his raw power just to get some momentum, and now he's settled into a routine as well. Just still fading and wobbling a little bit, but look how quickly those hands are working on the rope. Well, it's not orthodox, and it's not textbook, but it's effective here for Sanu. And he's still rolling, and that truck's rolling with him, and this crowd's rolling along too, enjoying this performance from Sanu. Now, he hasn't hit the wall yet. Now he has. Oh, now he has. This is trouble time here for Czech Sanu. Well, this is a terrific effort, getting a few more centimetres. He's really grinding it out here, and that's going to be very close to beating Caro. He's going to be very close. That might even be enough. We'll await official confirmation. It's all over, Czech. You've stopped. The truck stopped. Yeah, you've done the right thing. Save your energy. A lot more work still to come. 4 more events after this, but Sanu might see his name at the top of the leaderboard after this. That was impressive. Not textbook. He could certainly be smoother, but that was good stuff from Czech Sanu. So it goes over to Nick Hadge. Still, we wait for somebody to complete this 20-metre course. Nobody has come closer than Sanu, officially clocked at 19.5 metres. Just 2 to go here. Angelo van der Pas to come next. Who can crack 20 metres? And there's the difference. Look at the technique. Much bigger strides from Nick Hadge. Compare that with Paul Smith's technique. It's not that one's right and one's wrong, it's just different. And if it works for you, do it. And it's working for Nick Hadge right now. This is working a storm. He's still got the momentum going. He hasn't had the stumble. He hasn't hit the wall yet. And he's really focused. Now that's going to be around 19 meters, so he's still got a bit more work to do to get past Caro and Sanu, but he's done it. He's done it. He's going to do it. Yes, the first man to complete the course, and he still had a bit left. He was so dialed in that even after they blew the whistle on him, he still gave a couple more steps. That's focus, that's intensity, that's concentration. That's why we are looking at a future superstar in this business. Well, Mr. Consistency does it again. He's guaranteed a top 3 finish here.
Wow.
What a tournament he's having.
Amazing performance there. Tom Strongman.
Well, Stoltman has seen the last 2 guys complete the course. Hadge in 46 seconds, Angelo van der Paz a fraction over 47 seconds to take second place. What can Stoltman come up with now? Well, he's rested, he's refreshed, but his technique right now is all over the place. This isn't too good a start from the big fella from Scotland. Now he's got things moving, but there's no rhythm in those legs. He's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, isn't he? The right leg is making progress, and then the left leg just comes parallel where the right leg is. So technically, it's not ideal, but now he's got some momentum, and that's so important, and he's found some rhythm. As unorthodox as it might look, it's working for Tom. Well, he knows he's got to get to that 20-meter mark to be in the top 3, and he's struggling. And suddenly that white line looks a long, long way away, doesn't it? Because he's grinding to a halt. And this isn't looking good at all for Stoltman. He won't be in the top 3, and I think he might need a bit more to get past Caro. That's going to be close, but where are they going to measure it? And that's stopped, and Stoltman is done. There's nothing left. He may have a few seconds, but that isn't moving another centimetre. All over for Stoltman, and he had nothing left to give at the end of that one. Well, it's going to be all about the measurement. Has he got past Caro? Has he got past Sanu? Every centimetre will count here for Tom Stoltman. Could be 3rd, could be as low as 5th. Well, here's confirmation of where it finished for Tom Stoltman. Just a centimetre behind Sten Caro. No such problems for Nick Hadge and Angelo van der Paz, the only 2 to complete the course. And down among the also-rans, Matthew McCoy will be disappointed just to lose a little bit more ground there in 8th place. And Ashton Reed, the winner of the first event, just fading away. Here's the leaderboard. Hadge has got some daylight now from Stoltman, whose 5th place really hurt him there. Check Sanu and another gap to Paul Smith. They really are starting to open up those gaps. And Ashton Reed, the early pace setter, slipped to 7th.
Nick Hadge, the plucky young American hopeful here with a time of 46.13. That was a sensational time. What's going through your mind when you're pulling a weight like that?
Honestly, what's going through my mind is I was remembering my high school football days. Very similar aspects, similar position, and it's just pump the legs, keep driving. So it was a little blast from the past for me. It gave me that old school mentality back in high school football where I really developed that savage instinct. So I was just thinking about life.
Well, it's a pleasure to watch. I'm one of only 2 guys that's made it over the finish line. That must feel pretty good.
It does. It feels great. I mean, you never know what you're going to get with these things. They're massive trucks. I mean, they say however many thousand pounds, but it's tough to calculate. At the end of the day, just go out there and give it your all. And that's all you can do. So,
Nick Hadge, a gentleman, thank you.
Very much. Pleasure.
So just to let you know, that's the equivalent of 400 Daniel Radcliffes or 250 of Eamon Holmes. That really is a sensational weight. Jerry Pritchett, you've pulled weights like this. Tell me how difficult that really is.
Oh, it's extremely difficult, especially on day 2 after everything these guys went through yesterday. And for them to come out and have a maximum effort like that. And you can see the strain he was putting on these guys. These guys were falling off. You know, a few guys didn't even get it much past the line.
And sensational event, I think we can all agree. Next up, it's a really brilliant event for Strongman. This is the tire flip. Let's hear the rules.
The giant tire flip. The Earth Mover tire weighs 400 kilograms. Contestants must pick it up and flip it down the 20-meter course to the finish line. A 75-second time limit is in place. Fastest time or furthest distance wins. The giant tire flip.
In the first heat, last place Philip Kuninsky managed to move the tyre down the course 6.54 metres, whilst Englishman Ashton Reed notched up 14.47. Dwayne Van Staden faced off against Martinez Brusockas. Van Staden bowed out at 16.09, but Brusockas completed the 20-metre course in a blistering 49.29 seconds. Ireland's Matthew McCoy found himself up against Piotr Pashanek. The pole floundered at 14 metres, but McCoy became only the second man to finish. His time 1 minute 14 seconds, and he loved every second of it. So, 4 men left to go then. Next up, England versus Scotland. Paul Smith against Tom Stoltman.
Prepare for an event like this by just keeping with the positive people in my life and just eating well, good hydration, just good sleep, keep focused and listen to good music that I like, and just think that I'm the best here, and that I can lift all the weights that are at this competition, do what I do best, and hopefully win. And my brother's Luke Stoltman. He was at World's Strongest Man this year, and he's just like my training partner, my soulmate. He's one I look up to in Strongman. I want to be like him one day. So yeah, he's a massive help to my training. Backstage, well, yeah, we're all friends. We talk, we just get the banter, we just photos, laugh. We're just all friends at the end of the day. It's a big family. But then when the whistle goes and the comp starts, your game face, and you just want to, in that wee zone, and you just want to be in that zone till you finish the comp.
Well, it's the old enemies, isn't it? England against Scotland, little versus large.
From Scotland, Tom Stoltman.
But as Tom Stoltman will be the first to tell you, you can forget ancient rivalries in strongman. The competitors have such respect for each other.
From England, Paul Smith.
They're all good mates, they all respect each other, and they all know what each of them is going through as well. It's a real band of brothers in strongman. So off we go then. Can these two complete the course? Martin Prusockas has set the bench very, very high with his 49 seconds. And Smith has made the good start here. Really turning that tyre. Well, Stoltman, you think, is one of those guys who'll come on strong, and that's exactly what he's doing now. And Smith is starting to struggle. Smith has certainly slowed down a little bit, and Stoltman is catching him up and is in danger of overhauling him right here. But they're both still going. Now Smith, though, is starting to feel this. Stoltman isn't. Stoltman looks like he's got this thing mastered. Well, he's not going to get first place unless there's something absolutely dramatic, unless Usain Bolt steps in and helps him with the next bit. No, he won't take first place, but that should put him into second place. Now, can Paul Smith join him in finishing the course and guaranteeing himself some pretty good points? His technique got really ragged around the middle of the course, so this will be impressive indeed if he can do it, and he can. That is an impressive performance from Paul Smith, because he looked like he was really struggling when Stoltman just blew by him, but both of them finished the course. Well, the slow start, but Stoltman really got his act together well. So 2 heats to go then, 4 men left.
From Estonia,
Big Sten Caro hoping to improve on his 9th position overall.
From Canada,
For Caro, not only has he got to beat the tyre, beat the course, he's got to beat this man, and he's got to beat this crowd as well, that are out in force to see how Czech Sanu can do. 49.29, the target from Martinez Brusockas. And this is not encouraging at all from the Canadian. Technique all over the place. He's barely got control of that tyre here. And Caro's not exactly faring brilliantly either. He's had to really struggle to get those first few flips out of the way. And a big inhale there from the Estonian. Well, he gets another one over, but it looks like he's finding this hard work. And just look at Czech Sanu. He's struggling as well. Well, somehow Caro has got it going still. He's up around the 14-meter mark right there, but he's fiddling with the wrist straps. And yeah, he's in trouble. Now, can Sanu jump on this and take advantage? Absolutely no chance of them finishing the course, either of them. The clock's going to beat them. But Caro is out of gas. Sanu's got one more turn in him. Now that should put Sanu around the 15-meter mark. Can he find another one? Nearly there, nearly there. Come on, Czech, you can do it. No, again, the technique's left him completely. You're not going to flip that using your knee. No chance. He's out. He's out of gas. A thumbs up. And look at Caro as if he's going to say, oh, I would have given it another turn. I just ran out of time. The truth is, they both run out of gas. So once again, the course, the winner here. Neither of these men convincing in this one. They're both going to have to settle for a place among the also-rans.
In lane 1, from Holland, Angelo van der Paas.
Who's been making a sneaky move here on day 2 after not really featuring much on the first day.
From the USA, Nick Haas.
With the big smile, the confidence of knowing that you are just putting in a really good shift on every single event. And that's been the key for Nick Hadge, Mr. Consistency. Well, Hadge isn't exactly looking brilliant there, is he? Well, no, he's got it together now, but that wasn't the most convincing of stuff. In fact, he's really struggling. Well, now, this is a shock. A big shock brewing here on the right-hand side. Not so much from Angelo van der Paas, who looks like he's just ripping this up at the moment, but look at this. Way down the course, Nick Hadge gets a second flip. But is he going to get a third flip? Van der Paas still just chugging away there, but technique has left Nick Hadge completely. Van der Paas is enjoying this. In fact, he's going to be very close to taking the lead here. So Brusockas, 49.29. That could be under threat. Hadge all over the place. But let's have a look at Van der Paas and see what he can do. He's going to beat that time. He's going to take maximum points. Back-to-back big performances from the Dutchman. And the first absolute flame out at the other end for Nick Hadge. He may be rock bottom here. I mean, he's around the 6-7 meter mark. Well, if he's got past Filip Koniński, that's the only man he's got past. A disaster for Nick Hadge. And watch out for Angelo van der Paas. He's making quite a move here. Maximum points for Angelo. It could be 1 point for Nick Hadge. A terrible tyre flip for the American. And confirmation. Angelo van der Paas blowing past Martinez Brusockas to take maximum points. And you've got to go a long way down the leaderboard to come up and find the name of Nick Hadge. Just 2 points. 11th. What a shock. It all means the overall standings have changed, with Strongman now moving in front of Hadge, Czech Sanu and Paul Smith still in the mix. Angelo van der Paas making his move, but has he left it too late? Meanwhile, the also-rans, Martinez Brusockas, did himself a big favour there. He's hanging on by his coattails.
So the winner of the tyres, the Dutch freight train, Angelo van der Paas. Angelo, you came out of nowhere with that. How did you do that?
I don't know. With the warm-up, I couldn't lift it once. It's one of my weakest events, so it was. I wonder how I did it.
Wow, so clearly you found your form during the competition, and now this is the one for you.
Yeah, it must be the adrenaline. I get second in the truck pool, so I wanted to do my best, and I think that was put me through the tire flips.
How important is momentum with an event like this?
Yeah, I think it's all. It's very heavy, so you cannot lift it by your biceps. You just must make momentum, put your knee under it, and pull it over.
Great stuff, great to watch you. Best of luck for the rest of the contest. What a performance. Jerry Pritchett, any great surprises there?
Huge surprise. After, probably a slow start, bad start, on day 1 for him, to come out like that. As soon as they blew the whistle, like an iron gladiator, he comes out firing and destroys the tire. Big surprise.
Just like a non-stop, just like a truck, right?
Yeah,
or a tank, just boom, power.
Just powering down the course.
Time for our next event. If you know anything about Strongman, if you've ever heard of Strongman, this is the event you'll know. This is the Stones of Strength. Let's hear the rules.
The Stones of Strength. The 5 stones weigh 100, 115, 130, 145, and 160 kilograms. Stones must be lifted in ascending weight order and placed on the plinth. The most stones lifted in the fastest time wins. The Stones of Strength.
12 men, 5 gargantuan balls of concrete. Jerry, what does it take to lift one of these onto one of these?
It's going to be very difficult. You got the sun baking down on them. Matt, they're going to take these huge spheres, ranging from 100 kilos to 160 kilos, and lift them into these rings. Definitely going to favor the taller guys. They're going to have to run to each stone. You figure these guys are already banged up today. Their backs hurt, their legs hurt, their arms, but they're going to have to block all that out of their minds, and when the whistle blows, flip the switch and attack these stones.
It really is every man for himself. And we've already had a couple of events today that are very back and leg centric. This is going to hurt. Let's get stuck into the action. It's the Stones of Strength.
Martinas Brusockas currently leads in the Stones of Strength, managing to lift 3 in just 24.82 seconds, a time which will prove tough to beat. Angelo van der Paz didn't fare so well this time around, managing the 3rd stone in 45.08 seconds. That sees him currently placed 4th, with all the favourites still to go.
From Canada, Czech Sanu.
Well, as we get ready for the Stones of Strength, Czech Sanu definitely still in the race in 3rd place. If Hatch has another disaster and if Stoltman blows up, maybe Sanu can step in. First, he needs a really good effort on the stones. The first one lifted up as if it's light as a feather. That is 265 pounds. This one's 310 and it's proving to be difficult for Sanu. Now, can he get it at the 2nd attempt? Got the forearms taped up. That's to avoid any abrasions. Now takes a big, deep breath. Martinas Brusockas leading at 24.82 after 3, so he's not going to get that. He's got to make sure he gets this stone first. That'll do it. That puts him 2nd. If he can nail this 4th one, and nobody has got near it yet, but if Czech can do this, he takes the lead. This 4th stone has been a backbreaker for these junior athletes. And Czech having a real good look at this and then saying, you know what, that is too much. Now that's checking out and knowing when you're beaten. Didn't even give it a real attempt, did he, with the 4th one? The 3rd one was the key, though, and that's been officially recorded at 35.38. That puts him into 2nd place. So he's guaranteed big points again.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing our next competitor from England, Paul Smith.
Well, physicality will play a part in the stones, and Paul Smith, who is squat and compact, is not necessarily built to do well in the stones. You need those big, long levers. Paul doesn't have them, and he's had to check right there on the 1st stone. He'll do really well to get 3 stones here, but he's a very determined competitor. We saw that in the tyre lift. He was at the tyre flip. He was in real trouble in that event. Somehow kept it together, finished the course. Grim determination on the face of Paul Smith as he nails the 2nd stone. Well, that takes him ahead of 4 competitors, guaranteed. Now he's doing well on time. He's not going to beat Brusockas, but he's got the 3rd stone up, and that might just nip him in front of Czech Sanu, you know. He might be in 2nd place here, and he's blown his way through those first 3 stones, defying physicality. He's not built for this event, but he's really taking his time now because this is all or nothing on this 4th stone. Geeing himself up, getting the crowd into it, and he'll know better than anybody. He's got 1 shot at this. He's at a minute. He's got 15 seconds to try and do this. Can he get it off the ground? Well, he's going to go the way of Czech Sanu here. Well, no. It's not going to happen for him, is it? The stone wins again, but that's a good effort from Paul Smith. It keeps him ticking along nicely in this competition. And not necessarily one of these events that you'd think, yeah, he's going to be good for maximum points. That is a real big effort. A gutsy performance, that, from Paul Smith.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor from the USA, Nick Hadge.
And never mind physical strength, it's mental toughness that Nick Hadge needs now after that catastrophe with the tyre flip. You've heard other competitors talk about this, the mental effect a bad performance has on you. He's got to just put that to the back of his mind, forget all about it, get back to doing what he does best. Certainly a positive start as the second stone goes up very quickly indeed. He's got a good chance at beating Brasokis' time for 3 stones here. Brasokis 24.82. He's going to be close, he's going to beat that, he's going to smash it. So he goes into the lead with only Stoltman to come. So he's back in business here now, Nick Hadge. Whatever happens here, he'll go for that 4th stone. He's done better than anybody else. He's staring at that plinth. Suddenly that seems like it's a mountain to climb and he's pushed it straight through. Time's not a factor. He's nearly got 35, 40 seconds here. Just needs to settle down, get a grip. But we've seen with this 4th stone, you get 1 shot at it. He's had his 1 shot, and I think that might be 1 and done. But he won't be too unhappy with that. After the near disaster with the tyre flip, Nick Hadge back to doing what he does best. And he takes the lead. Officially 22.51. So, Tom Stoltman, in contrast with some of the other athletes, is built perfectly. Look at that wingspan. No wonder they call him the Albatross.
Tom Stoltman.
And he's sending out his own little message here, isn't he? The shirt's off.
Marks is ready. Ready.
Stoltman, the hot favourite, picks up the 1st stone as if it's a marble. Nobody yet has managed to get the 4th stone. So never mind a 5th stone. Ooh, there's a bit of a surprise. Stoltman with a false start on the 2nd stone. So the clock's ticking. He's not too worried about that. So he's already fallen behind Hadge and Brasokis. Well, if this goes on now, and it does, now that was around 30 seconds. That will put him ahead of Paul Smith, who was 34 and change. So he's guaranteed 3rd spot. He's behind Brasokis and Hadge. But if he can put this one on, he will take maximum points and just increase his lead that little bit. You saw him get a bit of extra tacky from Sten Caro, the Estonian. All these strongmen continuing to support each other's efforts, and talking about an effort, what about that from the Albatross? Built perfectly for the stones event as it is. He does the job. The only man to get 4 stones up. And Sten Caro was just saying there, do you want a bit more tacky? And he shook his head and said, no, I'm not even going to look at a 5th stone, and why bother? You can't get any bonus points for that. That's clever thinking. That's intelligent tactics here from Tom Stoltman. And at the end of day 2, with just 2 events left tomorrow, Stoltman has put himself in a terrific position. Confirmation then of the result and the stones of strength. Stoltman moving from 3rd to 1st by successfully picking up that 4th stone and putting it on the plinth. And among the also-rans, it's the usual suspects, isn't it? So to the leaderboard, and it's still wide open. This Stoltman has just increased his lead over Nick Hadge, but Smith and Sanu are in their slipstream, dueling for 3rd place. And as for the rest of them, poor old Ashton Reed, who began this competition with maximum points, he's faded away.
The Scottish Albatross, Tom Stoltman, the tallest man in the competition. Not only that, the only person to lift 4 stones. Tom, you must be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I'm very good. You know, I got called the King of Stones back in Scotland, and I knew 4 stones would do it today, and I love this event, and yeah, I'm a fighter, so bring it on, yeah.
So the likes of Hafthor Julius Bjornsson, he's also a fantastic stone lifter. Does height play a key role in that?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's 5 foot and I'm 6'8", so I don't have to pop it as much as other people. You know, about to my, you know, below my pecs is up and is on the platform. So, Yeah.
Great stuff. Keep it up for the rest of the contest. Ugh, gross. So he's clearly building his way into the lead of this competition. He's now in first place. It's great that so many people have turned up to see the balls on Dave. It really is a fantastic event. Jerry, tell me, why is this such a popular one?
Well, there's obvious reason why this is a true strongman staple. It makes for epic finishes. You know, it was a great finish to the day after a battle of truck pull and tire flip. Then they come down to stones. You know, and it goes back to the Kazmaier, Sigmason days. You know, Atlas stones have a huge tradition, and these guys carried it on today.
Well, it certainly was a joy to watch. Next up, it's day 3, and we've got the wheelbarrow. Join us for that in Gatineau.
Thunderstruck! Thunderstruck! Yeah, 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 thunderstruck! Yeah, 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 thunderstruck!
The Gatineau wheelbarrow. The starting wheelbarrow weighs 636 kilograms. The wheelbarrow must be lifted and pushed 5 meters. If the 5-meter course is completed, competitor moves to the next round and the weight increases. Only 1 drop is allowed per weight. The biggest weight carried the furthest distance wins. The Gatineau wheelbarrow.
The competition got underway with a colossal weight of 636 kilos, or 1,400 pounds in old money. Piotr Pashanek and Filip Kuninski both failed to complete the 5-meter course and were eliminated. The weight was then increased to 739 kilograms, where 4 more men, Dwayne Van Staden, Martinez Brusockas, Sten Caro and surprisingly Tom Stoltman, all failed to get through. That was a massive dent in the Scots title chances. He can now score no more than 4 points in this event. At 909 kilos, Angelo van der Paz, Ashton Reed and Matthew McCoy all dropped out. The door is now wide open for Nick Hadge, Czech Sanu and Paul Smith, who are the only men left. Well, spare a thought then for Tom Stoltman, who's not only flamed out badly, but the 3 closest rivals at the top of the leaderboard are all still in it. They're all going to gain on the Scotsman. And Nick Hadge here, if he completes the 5 meters, and he hasn't quite, but he can pick it up again, but if he completes, he will take the lead. And somewhere, Tom Stoltman is sitting with his head in his hands. And Hadge, who's had his own problems in this competition, in particular with the tyre flip, can take the lead here with 1 event to go. What a great position to be in. But obviously Paul Smith and Czech Sanu will have something to say about that. Well, can he complete the 5 meters here? It's a massive weight, it really is. It's incomprehensible to most of us, but he's done it. And he is now officially the tournament leader. And he's still thinking of maximum points here, as are Sanu and Smith. Well, here is Sanu. So close between Czech Sanu and Paul Smith. Both of them looking to just close the gap on the guys in front of them, Nick Hadge and in particular Tom Stoltman. He's got a smile on his face. 5 meters, he looked like he could have done 500 meters. He just destroyed that. That has broken the hearts of some big, big men in the last few moments here. And Czech Sanu has just picked it up and said, no problem. Well, Paul Smith knows he's got Sanu snapping at his heels on the leaderboard. That looks heavy, heavy weather for Paul. And he's kept it going, good momentum, and it's slid over to 5 meters. And are they going to say that's official? Yes, they are. A little bit of doubt there that it had actually hit the deck before the 5 meters. But another look at it and they said, no, we'll give you that.
Second position.
So it's now ridiculously heavy. We are looking at 977 kilos. And you can see what that extra weight has done here. Nick Hadge has had one put down. He's allowed one more lift, but it looks like this is where it's all going to come to an end for Nick Hadge, who will have the satisfaction. Yep, that's it. There was no way he was going any further. Well, he's guaranteed a top 3 spot here. That's the good news for Nick. He's also guaranteed number 1 on the leaderboard. That's even better news. But it's the guys in 3rd and 4th place that can really make the move here. And here's one of them, Czech Sanu, who completed 9:09 with a huge grin on his face. So what can he do here? The body language last time was interesting. Sanu smiling away, and Smith, who followed him, looked like it was a real effort, but he got there. And look, the smile's gone. Sanu's really having to think about this. Those extra kilos look like they might be doing for the Canadian here. Well, he's asked for a bit more chalk. Suddenly the smile's gone. You actually saw it as he walked up to the wheelbarrow there. Well, this is probably doing him a bit of good here, actually. A little bit of a pause as we go for a bit more chalk. That grip, absolutely essential. He is very fired up. A burning heat here on day 2 of this competition. Now, is he going to burn out? And that suggests the end of the line for Czech Sanu. But it puts him into 1st place with only 1 competitor still to go. And a genuine shot still at the overall title. Just officially measuring this. And now Paul Smith knows that he needs to beat 4 meters 36. Last time out, it looked a real struggle, but we've seen on more than one occasion that Paul Smith is a gritty competitor whose mental strength is huge. Ashton Reed there, giving him all the support. 2 Englishmen sticking together.
Come on, Paul, take your time.
Paul being told, take his time. He needs more. He's in 2nd place at the moment. I think he's got past Hadge. So that will relegate the overall leader to 3rd place, but Smith can do himself a world of good here. He just has that 1-point lead over Sanu. They'll be neck and neck if he can't beat the Canadian in 3rd place. He's so determined mentally. He's so tough. Doesn't know when he's beaten, does he? The wheelbarrow's going all over the place and off course. Now, did he complete that, or did they say it's actually down? But whatever, it doesn't matter. They've actually given it to him. So he's guaranteed the win. Now, will he go for a 3rd one? That's the question. Why should he bother? He's won this tournament. He's the leader. And he timed it again. That little skid, but it was right on the line, as you can see. Confirmation that Paul Smith takes maximum points from Sanu. Hadge, 10 points. He will now take over at the top of the leaderboard. But the real story of the wheelbarrow, all the way down in 9th. A shattering blow for Tom Stoltman. And with 1 event to go, how will he recover? Because the Albatross has been knocked off the top of the leaderboard. And it's a 2.5-point lead now for Nick Hadge. Smith and Sanu still tucked in the slipstream there as well. Really is a 4-horse race. What a finale we've got to look forward to.
The plucky young Brit Paul Smith there giving a superlative performance and actually blowing the competition wide open. First of all, Paul, talk me through that event.
Well, it's just a grip event really, just killer on the hands. Every guy's ripping callus and stuff, and it's just how much your hands can take.
So I notice your hands are actually looking a bit injured. Do you mind showing the cameras?
Yeah, they're pretty bad. Callus is gone. It's normal for strongman, but not what you want in the middle of a competition.
Now you've got, the next event is a deadlift hold, so is that going to make an impact on your performance?
We've got straps. It will hurt still, but I mean the adrenaline, I don't think I'll be feeling that.
Look at that, in the face of adversity, these man monsters just do not care. They just want to get it done. Now also, in terms of the competition, I hear, a bird tells me that you're only 3 points off first now. That performance in that last event made you a lot closer to pole position. You're going to give it your all for this final one?
Oh yeah, I mean, I woke up today, I knew I had to win. I had to win both events to give myself a chance, and hopefully I can do that. I'm just going to kill myself on this last one.
After 2.5 days of grueling events, these fearless warriors are entering the end game. This is the final event. It's the deadlift hold. Jerry, talk us through this.
Well, Matt, these young athletes are going to step inside this almost 2,600-pound car, lift it off the ground, and hold it for as long as they can. Little change on this one, it's not going to be about grip. They're going to be able to use straps. So it's going to be about shoulders, back, legs, and just who can take the pain the longest.
The car deadlift hold. The ultimate pain endurance test. The car weighs 1,168 kilograms and must be lifted and held. Competitors compete head-to-head, 2 at a time. Time is taken when the car touches the ground. The longest time wins. The car deadlift hold.
Let's get stuck in. There's only a few points dividing those top guys. This is the deadlift hold.
Well, this capacity crowd have really enjoyed 3 days of competition. We are now down to the business end as Ashton Reed comes out to be joined by Matthew McCoy, the Irishman, in their heat. Then we will have the big four: Stoltman, Sanu, Hadj and Smith. Still the leader then, Angelo van der Paz, on his 44.24 seconds. That's been disappointing so far. Now, can one or indeed both of these young men get past what Van der Paz managed to put up? Well, it looks like Matthew McCoy has gone into a trance, doesn't it? This is mind over matter stuff. He's got the breathing going, whereas Reed is really struggling. As we get to 25 seconds, McCoy looks in a composed state. Very controlled, and he's not the biggest man in the field by any means, whereas every second is pure agony for Ashton Reed. On the other side, it looks like he's picked up a toy car. Now it's starting to hurt as we get to 45 seconds. They've both gone past Van der Paz, but that's where Reed checks out. He's into second place. All he can do now is join the cheers. Typical of the sportsmanship between these strong men. The Reed isn't just walking away. Job done. He's here in support of McCoy, who goes past a minute. It's a big lead he's got here. Just had a look at the timekeeper as if to say, how long have I got? How long have I done? Well, you'd think any second now McCoy will be saying enough's enough. But this is where the mental side of this discipline really kicks in, because every muscle in your body right now is screaming at you, put it down, I can't take any more. And he doesn't even have a target to aim at, other than his own personal best. Well, this is absolutely staggering. Stunning stuff, this, from McCoy. Now, 2 minutes would be a phenomenal achievement. And he's close, he's inside 10 seconds. I mean, we're looking at world record territory here. It's starting to hurt now. But what about this from Matthew McCoy? There's the 2 minutes, and it's almost as if his body clock knew it was time to say enough's enough. 2 minutes. Absolutely amazing. And Ashton Reed, what great sportsmanship and support he gave McCoy. That's the story of this deadlift hold. There's no way anybody else is going to beat 2 minutes. Surely not. Well, this, the performance of this entire competition, and it's come right at the end. Matthew McCoy making it look easy. Well, Czech Sanu has been snapping at the heels of Paul Smith throughout this competition. It doesn't seem there's ever been anything between them. And off they go. They are competing against each other. They are third and fourth They know Hadj and Stoltman can come next. There is still a chance that whoever wins this particular duel can win the competition, because if Stoltman and Hadj both flame out, one of these two can just blow by and grab the crown. Sanu starting to suffer, the sweat pouring. Smith, whose great strength is his mental strength. Little glance over at his competitor and his rival. See what he's doing. But all the distress signs are there to be seen now on the face of Cheick Sanu. This is getting hard, and it's not exactly a walk in the park for Paul Smith either. Both of them closing in on 1 minute. They are second and third, respectively now, but not even halfway. Now they're halfway to Matthew McCoy. I don't think, and another look from Smith. That was a grimace, as if to say, put it down. And Sanu has done just that. So Smith has stayed ahead of Sanu. Surely he can't go for McCoy's 2 minutes. But he's guaranteed fourth spot at the minimum now. He's got a chance if he can really push this and push this. Oh, and look at that. It's agony. He's almost in tears. Nothing left. It's got to go. Surely it's got to go. Oh. Now that is the physical definition of giving it everything you've got. Look at that. Absolute agony etched on the face of Paul Smith there. But it is 1 minute 30. And that just puts Matthew McCoy into even more context as the big two come in. Tom Stoltman, mentally, how has he recovered from the catastrophe of the wheelbarrow? That allowed Nick Hadj to nip into first place, and the man from Massachusetts knows if he beats 46.39, that's the time set by Ashton Reed, he will be crowned champion no matter what anybody else does. So keep an eye on the clock. Stoltman has got to forget what happened not that long ago, and Hadj is just concentrating on 46 seconds and change. Third of the way there. Both of them looking strong, solid, relaxed. Stoltman starting to wobble a little bit now. How's his mental toughness? Because this is where the pain really kicks in, and he's not looking good. He's grinding it out here, Stoltman, but he's struggling, and he's gone. Oh, that's going to be a really disappointing time. Meanwhile, the clock ticks ever closer to 46.39. He's 4 seconds away from winning this title. The look on his face says it all. His friends in the audience are there. He's done it. He's done it. Whatever happens now, Nick Hadj has won this crown. He knows it. Look what it means to him. Is that tears of joy or is it tears of agony? Well, he's got through to a minute. He's got Paul Smith's 1 minute 30 to beat. I don't think anybody's looking at Matthew McCoy's 2 minutes. But the competitor in Nick Hadj is saying, I've got to get past 1:30. I've got to put Paul Smith in his place. But it's looking hard. And it must be even harder now, psychologically, when you know you're walking away with the title. And that'll do it. 1:23. Nick Hadj moves into third place. But more significantly and much more importantly, he's won the title. He is the ultimate strongman under 23 world champion. That title is heading south of the border to Massachusetts. And there's confirmation of the result from the deadlift. What a performance from Matthew McCoy. They'll be talking about that for years to come. But Nick Hadj cementing third place, and the big story, Tom Stoltman on day 3 faded away. 9th in the deadlift hold. What a disaster of a day for Tom. It knocked him off the podium. Nick Hadj hanging on by 2.5 points from Paul Smith. Cheick Sanu in third place. Matthew McCoy, Angelo van der Paz, and then the also-rans as well. But they too have made a big contribution in Canada.
There you have it. A new champion walks among us. The plucky young American, Nick Hadj, Ultimate Strongman Next Generation champion. Congratulations, Nick. What was going through your head then?
All the journeys, all the hard days of training leading up to this. It's been an emotional roller coaster. I mean, Everything's going through my head. The competitors, the support I have from them is ridiculous. The support I have back home, it's all been such a blessing.
Jerry, was this a surprise for you?
He was a dark horse coming in here. Nobody was thinking about him. He wasn't the biggest guy, but you could see the fire in his eyes when I got here Friday that he was going to be a tough contender. Nick, what's this feel like to represent the USA, bring a world championship back to the USA, the lone American here, in front of your mom and dad, your brother's support? What's it feel?
It's a blessing. It's an experience I'll never forget. And I mean, coming here and having you to back me up with the energy, the American Pro, I mean, who gets Jerry Pritchett on their side? Me just having that, it's all been a dream. That's all I can say.
Well, you made me proud. You definitely made the USA proud.
Thank you.
I've got to say, it's an honour having someone like Nick Hadge here standing on that champion's plinth because, my word, what an athlete and what a sportsman as well. I think it would be rude of us not to at least mention the plucky Irishman, Matthew McCoy. What a crazy performance. Did you think you were going to get anywhere near his time?
Oh my God, I know he was the guy to shoot for on that event and on the dumbbell. He is one of the most impressive performers I've ever seen. That alone is going to be a story for me to tell for years. This guy he's a character.
And he's a machine as well. Just like you don't, inside that frame. Did you think, Jerry, that he would ever go anywhere near that time?
No, but he has unbelievable heart. So, and you can see on the other events that he was just going to push until he had absolutely nothing left. He did.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a new champion reigns supreme. Nick Hadge, once again, thank you so much for watching Ultimate Strongman Next Generation on Dave. We'll see you again. Goodbye.
When I get invited to this competition and heard about the lineup, I say, wow.
The standard is unbelievable. Just me even being in this lineup is going to be unbelievable.
I am 4 times world's strongest man. I am 8 times Arnold Classic winner. I am 14 times Lieutenant strongest man.
It's a fierce competition. There might as well be a world strongest man final. On the right day with the right events, I can mix it with the best guys in the world.
I am Georgian Bull. I am here win.
Poland strongman is very popular because we have a very, very good strongman and me.
Yeah, I was on a Deal or No Deal. It was good fun, picked up Noel Edmonds and got offered £50,000 from the bank to drop him.
My nickname is Cookie Monster, one because I love cookies, and then the other reason was the first time I ever put on a deadlift suit, it was bright blue and I was walking around, it was a little too small for me. Somebody said, geez, you look like Cookie Monster right now.
Iron Baby is my nickname since I was a baby. When I started talking, those were the first words I kept saying.
I really love the feel of heavy weights on my shoulders and my hands. When you get all the endorphins getting around in your body, and it's just passion.
Any less than number 1, you might as well be last.
Yes, hello and welcome to the Ultimate Strongman World Championship. I'm Matt Bell and you join us on the foggy shores of the Tyne here in Newcastle's Metro Arena. Joining me is a British institution. What an honour to have Mr. Jamie Reeves here. So you are an actual World's Strongest Man winner.
I am indeed, Matt, 1989.
Congratulations. I'm a bit belated on that. Congratulations, so you have my apologies. This is something of a sensational event, is it not?
It's sensational and it's very, very different because usually these competitions can go on for a week. They can go on for 2 weeks. This is 1 day. This is 2 hours. It's just all action for 2 hours. Some of these guys here today cannot make a mistake.
Crikey, so it's going to be some really explosive action. And we've got 12 men and 5 incredibly grueling events, which actually isn't very much. It's not very many events, really, is it, 5? So they've got to really compete for those points.
Well, they just can't make a mistake. There's 12 points at stake. There's only 5 events. One mistake and you're out of it. You've got to get out of these blocks early with an intention to win.
We've got men from all over the globe. There are some of the strongest athletes from around the planet that have congregated on this hallowed ground of Newcastle to compete for the much coveted title. And guess what? We've even got an actual belt as well, which frankly, I'm quite impressed by. First up, it's the Super Yoke. Jamie, can you show us what this is all about, please?
Well, the Super Yoke is 1,000 pounds, 450 kilos. You need a lot of core strength just to lift this up, just to even get it off the ground. But that's not just the only thing. You've got to get 20 metres down to the bottom of the course. This is about strong legs and fast feet.
Lauren Shawnee, I think he's going to win that. I think he's wanting to get a new world record in it, so he's the best in the world at yoke by an absolute mile.
Maybe me, because I'm not bad at super yoke.
A good event for me. It's one I could potentially win. If everything goes well, I think I can get a top 3.
I like this yoke. I think I can do top 5.
I see myself as coming in the top 3.
In this competition, we will have Laurent Cholet, who is really best in the world in that event.
I'm going to win. Simple as that.
So here's the first quartet for this opening heat, the Super Yoke. Eric Dawson from the United States, the Cookie Monster, got the game face on. Well, he endeared himself to the crowd, throwing some biscuits into the audience. Here's the pole, Grzegorz Szymanski. Could be a dangerous dark horse. Well, here's a man who had his nickname chosen for him, didn't he? Rafael Godzilik, Godzilla to his mates.
From England, Terry Holland!
And Big Tal, Terry Hollands, the Dartford Destroyer. Very, very popular on the strongman circuit. Well, this thing weighs 450 kilos. It's like a medieval instrument of torture. And they've got to take it 20 metres as fast as they possibly can. And we are up and running. Now, who's got the early break? Well, right now it's Godzilla that's struggling badly. Look at Szymanski going. Holland's trying to stay with him. Dawson making his move on the outside as well. But Szymanski has burned his way through that. That's around 13 seconds, and that's destroyed the world record. Sat alongside me, Jeff Capes. You're nodding in absolute approval. Have you seen anything like that?
Absolutely good. What he did, he kept it down, he kept his pace right, he kept his steps nice and neat and not overstretched. He kept them nice and quick.
And look, you can see that control there in the legs. They're like little iron pistons just going there,
Absolutely.
aren't they? Terrific rhythm.
I mean, he's really built for it. And what is interesting also, that don't forget the heights of the apparatus were actually designed for each competitor as well. So if you don't get the height right of the actual the implements, then you overbalance.
Wow, Grzegorz Szymanski there. That is a world record. How do you feel?
Feel good, very happy. It's heavy, heavy. I'm feeling good.
What's the secret here with the yoke? Maybe you need to retain some of your power for later on.
Small step. And run, and win.
Just look at that, he's broken 13 seconds, Grzegorz Szymanski, and on a normal day, Terry Hollands would be really pleased with 14.72, but Szymanski's really laid down a marker there.
In lane 1, from Canada, Sheikh Salio!
Iron Bibby. That's his nickname. The young Canadian's going to be a real force in this business for many years to come.
In lane 2, from England, Eddie Hall!
And listen to that applause for the current deadlift world record holder, Eddie Hall.
In lane 3, from Russia, Mikhail Shavakov.
Mikhail Shivlyakov, the former Russian Marine. That's why he wears that beret with considerable pride.
In lane 4, from Scotland, Strongman.
Here's another young man with a very promising future. The man they call the Albatross, the 22-year-old Tom Stoltman, the youngest man in the field.
Competitors take their position. On the referee's whistle. Ready?
Well, here they go, and they're going to have to really shift to trouble Szymanski's record. And already we've got a real problem with Eddie Hall. Eddie Hall's broken down badly. Now, meanwhile, Czech Sanu is going for it. He's taken a big lead. What's happened with Eddie Hall? Shivlyakov trying to keep pace with Sanu, but Sanu's going. He's got some real good rhythm, and he has managed to win this one. It's a struggle for Shivlyakov, but he's got there as well, and Stoltman's going to finish as well. But all eyes now are on Eddie Hall, who is heading back out of the arena. Now, what has happened to Hall? This is real drama and a real shock, and hopefully nothing too serious.
That was amazing to watch, man.
Thank you so much.
So you've come all the way over from Canada for this competition.
It's been a lot of training. I'm very new to this sport, and you know, I cannot do that without a good crowd like this. So thank you everyone for pushing me hard. I just got started.
Such a nice guy. This guy's unbelievable. You've got a big future in Strongman, sir. A pleasure. Thank you. So, Jamie, what happened with Eddie there?
I don't know. I don't know whether his calf, his hip, I don't know what went, but it went on the pickup. I hope it's not too serious. He didn't take any strides, but he looked like he was in pain.
It looked like his calf muscle might have actually pinged. I hope it's not a tendon issue or anything like that. Could be serious.
Well, on another note, I'll tell you what, some of these new guys, these young guys, are really taking it out on this event.
Czech Sanu, I think he's only 23. I mean, that's a superlative performance.
Phenomenal. If you look at his legs and his hips and his structure, he just looks built for this event. He's like, his joints are big, his legs are big, his back's strong. That was an outstanding performance.
Let's go back to Nick and take a look back at that last event.
Yes, with Jeff as we look at Eddie Hall, and we'll talk about this in a minute, Jeff. But first of all, let's look at Czech Sanu. I mean, he's one of those young guys that we're talking about. He's come in at just over 17 seconds. Again, it's all about technique, isn't it?
Absolutely. When you actually look at him and dissect his physical capabilities, he's in well balance. If you look, his legs are not too long. They're nice and thick at the hip. But he's a young chap, and you know, the further he goes into the strongman, obviously he'll start getting a few of the aches and pains. Yeah.
Now, it's all about avoiding injury as well, like any competition. And what on earth happened to this man there?
Absolutely. Well, I've seen Eddie, you know, over the last few years, and looking in the last 2 or 3 competitions, he's actually gone out on injuries. And I think he might be just pushing it a little bit in training and not leaving, you know, enough rest before a competition. Mobility is a huge advantage in strongman.
Well, here's confirmation of the Heat 2 result. Czech Sanu coming in at 17.29. Shivlyakov, a very impressive 20.57 as well, but the real story there at the bottom. Eddie Hall, 1.75 meters before breaking down, and hopefully not out of this competition.
Fresh off the super yoke, it's Eddie Hall. Now, Eddie, what happened there?
I don't quite know. It's one of them things where I picked it up, took a few steps, felt a massive shooting pain down my back. I'm wondering whether I took it maybe a wrong height, and the back of the yokes hit the floor and it sort of chucked me out. But I mean, luckily it's not a serious injury, but it's one of those injuries where it's going to take a few days to die down. I won't be able to even take my shoes on and off, so there's no way I can continue in the competition.
So it's such a shame because obviously the next up is the deadlift, which is your baby, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was looking forward to that. I was looking forward to, you know, handing it to a few people, you know, proving that I can deadlift raw and getting some good numbers up tonight.
Thank you, Eddie, so much for coming in. I'm so sorry to see you injured. We'd like to see you back here again, obviously. Go and have a sit down because we're making you stand up now. I feel very cruel. Thank you, Eddie.
Thanks, brother.
In lane 1, from Denmark, Mikael Light.
A That's an appropriate name. He's the lightest man of the 12 in this competition, just a mere 143 kilos.
In lane 2, from Lithuania, Sadrunas Samfitas.
One of the great names in the history of strongman.
From England, our English knight, Lawrence Chalet.
Big Lars, very popular always, and this is his event. He came into this thinking, I'm going to set a new world record tonight. He's going to really have to go after what happened in Heat 1.
From Georgia, the Georgian bull, Konstantin Janasha.
And another one of those youngsters that's emerging onto the scene, 26 years old. And really impressive.
Take a position.
Right, well, keep an eye on lane 3 in particular. That's where Lawrence Chalet is, and keep an eye on that clock. He's got to break 13 seconds. Can he do it? He's off to a fast start. Here goes Chalet, but he's got a little bit of pressure coming from Janasha to the side of him, and in lane 1, Mikkel Light's really going strongly as well. But here comes Lawrence. Look at that clock. Oh, has he got it? Yes, he has. He may well just have edged it. 12.96 will get official confirmation. That's the time he's got to beat. Mikkel Light, what a disaster for him. It's fallen centimetres before the line. So his time won't be too good after he nearly crossed the line, but the story is Lawrence Chalet. And just look at what Zydrunas Savickas put into that. Blood coming from the mouth, but it's all about the time. And the guys on the clock will be looking at that. Well, it was always going to be, Jeff, wasn't it, about Lawrence Chalet and how quickly he could get through this 20 metres.
Absolutely. Again, look at the cadence here. It's very smooth all the way through, not overstriding again. Look how smooth the way he's travelling across the floor, nice and quick, and a brilliant finish. Yep, I think he may have it.
He may have it.
It's going to be very close.
It's going to be very, very close. They're still actually looking over at the timekeeping section. They are still working through this.
With a time of 12.86, he holds a new world
There we go.
Lawrence Chalet, they do say you're the world's best yoke performer, and now you've just proven it with another world record.
Yeah, it feels good. I actually felt a little bit slow halfway up, so kind of slowed myself down a little bit just because it's such an awkward kind of implement, but really pleased, obviously, to get the first place and a world record.
Did you feel threatened by in that first heat someone else broke a world record there?
Yeah, Gregor's put in a fantastic time with a 450 kilo yoke. He really went quick, and I think I only just pipped him, so, you know, these guys are catching up.
And that can be a motivating thing, though, right? I guess sometimes, you know someone else has put in a good time and makes you perform harder.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm probably the most consistent athlete on the yoke. I think in the last almost 20 competitions, I think I've won it 19 times. But the guys are so good, you can never guarantee anything. But it's always an event I know I'll score big points on. To get first in the first event, that's the way you want to start a competition.
It's always a pleasure watching a world-class athlete perform at that level. Lawrence, go and have a well-deserved sit down. Congratulations, mate. Thank you. Jamie, what can I say? That was insane.
Well, it's interesting what Lawrence said there. He always finishes well on the super yoke. Solid, predictable performances won the day here. Most importantly now, he's got confidence. He's off to a good start. There's only 4 more events left. He's 20% there. That is the sign of a champion today.
Well, there's confirmation of the Heat 3 result and a new world record for Lawrence Chalet by 9/100ths of a second, 12.87. What a start for Big Loz. And what a start for this competition as well. Gregor Zimanski setting the bar so high in that first heat, 12.96. That was a new world record. Delight for the big pole, but that record wasn't going to last for long, was it? Terry Hollands breaking the 15-second barrier as well. Czech Sanu doing well, 17.29. But the story of Heat 2, Eddie Hall breaking down. Serious problems with that left leg. What next, if anything, in this competition for Eddie Hall? And then Lawrence Chalet wanting the new world record, having seen Zimanski smash it, knew he had to come up with the performance of his life, and he did just that. 12.87 for Big Loz. maximum points, new record as well. Delight for him and his confirmation. Just look at some of those numbers there. 3 men beating 15 seconds. Chalet with a new world record, and Czech Sanders 17.29 down in 5th place with a time like that. Rounding out the also-ran, spare a thought for Mikkel Leitz, who broke down literally about 2 centimeters before the finish line, and Eddie Hall as well, 1.75.
The next event is the deadlift. Jamie, talk us through this.
Looks a very, very simple exercise, the deadlift. It's just a case of bending down, grabbing the bar, and just pulling it up. This is a bread and butter event of all strongman competitions. It looks simple, but there's so much timing involved. There's so many muscle groups involved. Hamstrings, hip flexors, and back. This is the daddy of all exercises for strongman. Every strongman will deadlift.
Let's get into the next event. This is the deadlift.
So the bar now set at 400 kilos, and the big, big surprise, Big Z, has gone. Zadrunas Savickas out of the competition at 380. Here's Mikkel Leitz, who passed at 380 and might regret that. No, great second effort from the Dane. The lightest man in the field made light work of 400 kilos.
Yeah, he got there in the end.
Now, Godzilic's one of those guys that you look at him and think, well, he wasn't convincing at 360 or 380. He got there, but can he keep this going at 400? The buzz around the arena, this is going to be too much for Godzilla. Well, he's struggling, but that was a terrific second effort from Godzilla, who's just silenced his critics. Big lift, that. Baby of the field then, Tom Stoltman, 22 years old. Jeff, I think you'd only just done your first Olympics when you were 22.
Yes, about 22. My first strongman in 1980, so 30 years old.
This man has years in front of him, but 400 kilos is far too good for him tonight. Tom bows out at 380.
Still a good lift for a youngster.
It is. Yeah. Worth making the point that he is already clocking up more at 22 years old than Eddie Hall, the world record holder, was making at 22. What a future.
Let's have the reinforce. Mikkel Shevchenko.
Shivlyakov wasting no time. Literally ran to that bar and has just smashed 400 kilos effortlessly. Terry Holland's then at 400 kilos. He passed at 380. Now, is that going to backfire on him here? Taking his time. And here he goes. Well, it wasn't a backfire at all. It was a calculated pass. And Terry Holland, slow but sure at 400.
Yeah, I think he just about got it just right on that one.
Here's Szymanski at 400. looked good in his last 2 lifts. A little buckle at the knee, but then the big smile. He's beaten it, he's conquered it. He is having quite a competition, the big pole.
He's here to win. All-Star. Number 1, he says, number 1.
I think he's more of a pocket rocket, this one. He's not the heaviest, not the tallest, not the biggest, but very, very powerful. What I call a traditional pole.
From England, our English state, Lawrence Shelley.
Well, here's the competition leader after that super yoke, but if he wants to stay in first place, he is going to have to get 400 kilos off the ground under control. No pressure then, Lawrence. Up he goes, straightens the legs, waits for the clear, gets it, walks away as if to say, is that it? Is that all you got? Well, here's the bad news, Lawrence. It's going up to 420 next.
Lawrence likes fish and chips.
Jeff, I like fish and chips. I don't think I'm lifting that off the floor. Well, we can go backstage now where Commonwealth weightlifting champion Zoe Smith has some of the athletes for us.
Terry, congratulations, 400 kilos. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, really well. That's, for me, at the moment, that's probably about my limit, if I'm honest. And no, I'm reasonably happy with that. It's more than I've pulled in the gym training for it, so I'm happy.
How are you feeling going into the rest of the competition now?
One more event's a bit of a weak one, the axle clean and press, but the tyre flip and stones are both good events. So, you know, if all goes well and I perform as well as I possibly can, I could possibly get on the podium and make top 3.
Best of luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Unbelievable way.
Well, here's Mikael Light. Jeff, you talked about compact guys being efficient lifters. There are none more compact than the little fella in this group at 143 kilos. Light, though, bows out at 420.
Yeah, just a little bit too much for him.
This will be an all-time German record as well. He's always smashed it.
Oh, Raphael Godzillik here. He's surprised us all, Jeff, hasn't he, really? He didn't look at all convincing at 360, and they're dropping like stones in this tournament. And yet here he still is, looking to extend his own German record here at 420.
Yeah, and this is where they keep projecting themselves further and further. They don't really know what they can do if they've not been doing it in training or whatever. So he's doing very, very well.
Look at this, look at this. Just needs to straighten up. Can he do it? Can he do it? Look at the effort.
Absolutely. Can he squat it out? No.
I don't think he got it. No, he did not get the clear.
No.
Well, 10 out of 10 for effort. He put everything he had into that. It was just a couple of kilos too much for him.
And first, the 420 kilos. Come on, Newcastle!
Mikhail Shivlyakov at 420 then, this crowd-pleasing Russian. The one-time Marine. Look at those legs buckled, but look how he's straightened out. And then a big smile at the end of it. Oh, he's got the crowd on his side now.
He's skipping off the platform.
Well, Konstantin Janasha here is the polar opposite of his Russian counterpart, Shivlyakov. No histrionics, no playing to the crowd. Very economical, minimum of fuss, but very efficient. Just getting the job done.
Exactly.
Now, for the first time, he's got the crowd going as well. Now maybe that's a sign, Jeff, that he needs a little bit of support to get himself past 420. Mentally, maybe he knows this is his breaking point.
I think he can do this. He just needs that crowd support. He needs motivation. Get him there in the end.
Well, let's see what he can do. He's looked terrific so far. Super smooth. 420.
Here he goes.
Oh,
bang.
Well, you can't do it any better than that.
Technically efficient, very smooth. The bar kept going, didn't stop at all. And then bang, you're there.
Well, take a bow, son. You've earned it. Terry's checking out. He didn't look too good at 400. He came out without the straps. That was the giveaway. You can't blame him. Terry Holland wanted nothing to do with 420. You've got to know when you're beaten sometimes in strongman as well. Well, could we be looking at one of the dark horses for this title? Another successful lift here will give him big points in back-to-back disciplines, and there's only 5 events in this tournament. It's an important lift, this, for Szymanski, but no, he's not going to get it, is he? Shake of the head already. Hasn't quite given up, but that's not even getting off the ground. Check out when you can. He's done.
He's probably the lightest bodyweight man there anyway, so he knows his limitations. At least he gave it a go, that's the main thing.
Gotta keep the flag flying for the UK. Come on, Lawrence.
So, Lawrence Chalet getting the crowd going. And a successful lift here guarantees him big points to go with his maximum points from the super yoke. Here he goes, the legs are buckling, he's got to straighten them out, he's done it! He did it!
Yeah, he did do it, they gave him it, but if you look on the side, I'm not quite sure with the legs straightened out, but if they give him it, it's a good lift, end of story. So he's now in the driving seat. He's up there with the top guys. I'd like to see the hips push through a bit more. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good lift.
Well, Shivlyakov just gave the bar a kiss. That's all. He knows when he's beaten too. He really has caught the imagination of this audience, though. They love him. And Janashia says, no, that'll do for me as well.
3 big events to go, 1 world title.
So Lawrence is on the way. He's the only one to do it so far. So. He looks as though he's going to have a go. He's got his whipping stick out.
Well, Lawrence Chalet whipping himself into shape here for what could give him back-to-back maximum points. Janasha said no thank you. Shivlyakov kissed the bar and said goodbye. But here at 4:30, Lawrence Chalet is giving it a real go. He just needs to straighten up. Can he do it? No, he can't.
Fantastic attempt, though. He had a good go at it. So he's back-to-back winner.
Yeah. He will share the points with Janasha and Shivlyakov, and he will stay in the overall lead.
Lawrence Chalet, fresh from the deadlift there. That puts you in a very confident first place. How are you feeling?
Yeah, tired. The deadlift was pretty tough. There's a lot of good deadlifters today. Obviously, it would have been nice to see Eddie pull, but behind him we had a lot of good lifters. My deadlift's not quite where I want it to be at the moment, But I'm pretty pleased with 420. Got close with the 430. Would have been nice to get that, but that's the way it goes.
Confirmation then of the deadlift. Lawrence Chalet, Konstantin Janasha and Mikhail Shivlyakov having to share the points, 11 apiece. Terry Hollands and Mika Light also sharing the points as well in equal fourth. And obviously the big story and the sad story, Eddie Hall unable to lift out of the competition, injured. That really is a sad, sad miss for everybody. So here's how the overall standings are looking after 2 events, and a healthy lead there for Lawrence Chalet, but Janasha, Terry Hollands, Shivlyakov, Szymanski tucked in just behind him. And already the boat has sailed for these guys, and again the story, Eddie Hall knocked out of the competition very early, unable to continue.
Well, there you have it. We are 2 events down and we have 3 left to go. Lawrence Chalet is soaring into the lead. It's really about consistency. Next up, it's the tyre flip. Jamie, what's the deal with this event?
Well, once again, it's legs and back. It's a very tough event. It's the same muscles as the deadlift. So really, for Lawrence, it's about keeping his foot on the gas. But the Eastern European guys are very, very tough guys that we've just seen in the deadlift. They're not going to let anybody get away on this. So this is going to be a really tight event.
What are they feeding them out there? It's preposterous. Those guys are so explosive and so damn strong. Now, how heavy are these and how far have they got to flip them?
Well, these tyres are 400 kilos, 881 pounds, and it's a 20-metre course. So this is really going to test their endurance.
Is this the kind of thing you would have had to do in your day when you were competing?
Yeah, but I think smaller tyres in my day.
Are you like sort of BMW tyres, that kind of thing?
Scooter.
Let's get on with the event, but before we do, let's see what our contestants have got to say for themselves.
I mean, the tyre flip for me is an event I can do really well on. Not many people in the world that can beat me on that, so that's one event I've earmarked as a good one for me.
The Russian guy, I forgot. Mikhail.
It's not an event that I've trained at all this year.
I haven't trained the tyre for at least a year now.
I won many times this really nice event.
I have the explosiveness from American football, so I hope to take the top 5.
Each tyre is individual and it's kind of its own little snowflake where the grip makes a big difference. You can have a heavier tyre that feels easier than a lighter tyre that has a bad grip on it.
I like this event fast and dynamic. And maybe win me, maybe. I don't know.
From the USA, the Cookie Monster, Eric Dawson. Introducing our next competitor, Sandrinas Savikas.
Well, Big Z is having a tough return to competition. Haven't seen much of him in the last 12 months. His body shape has changed dramatically. And there's been a bit of rust accumulated, it has to be said. But such a fierce competitor, he'll want to finish this event with 3 strong goes, beginning here with the tyre flip.
Our final competitor from Canada, IBB,
Check Sanu then. Looking young, looking fresh, looking strong, looking confident. The Mr. T lookalike, who's hoping to join the A-team of World Strongman.
Competitors on the referee's whistle. Take your position.
And away we go then. It's going to be flipped 20 meters. And Big Z, Savikas, is going for it here. But on the far side, Eric Dawson's looking to keep pace with him as they reach halfway. Sanu is struggling at the moment. Still, Savikas has just about got the lead here. You see the intensity there, Jeff. This is a real competitor at work, isn't it?
They're nearly all in line. I think Savikas just got that edge on him. And I think he's going to push it over, and there you go.
Yeah, Savickas finishes, but who's going to get second in this heat? It's just Eric Dawson. Sanu made up some ground, but now he crosses, 3rd out of 3.
You got one very experienced competitor and an inexperienced competitor. So Savickas goes through.
Well, let's have another look here. I mean, he really gritted his teeth, didn't he, Jeff? He was going to win this heat.
Yeah, digging deep, digging deep. And I said, it's that experience through a longer competition, not just one event. So he's beginning to come back, but he's blowing a bit as well. But, you know, as I said, 4 times world's strongest man, very experienced.
Yeah, overcoming that bad start, so he wins this heat, but he'll have to wait and see where he finishes in the overall standings, because there's still 8 more men to come.
Joining me now is People's Champion and Global Strength Institution, Not So Big Z. How's it going?
Going everything well. I compete after a few months. I had a very serious injury, and for me it's a big challenge to compete in that kind of competition. I am not really ready for this heavy weights, but for tire flip was okay. I trained a lot tire flip, and it was good even.
So it's amazing. I've seen you recently on the social media. You lost a lot of weight, and then you're starting to put it back on again. What's that about?
I lost about 15 kilograms of body weight, but just fat, not muscles, and I will back and will be stronger, and need a few more months to full recovery.
Thank you so much, Z. Good luck for the rest of the competition. It's always like being in the presence of a strongman god when you meet Z. So that was kind of a surprise. Maybe he's back in the competition now.
Well, I just think that's what makes Savickas, just solid performances. He's always there, he's always thereabouts, and I expect he'll be somewhere at the end of this competition.
That man is Strongman Dynamite. There you have it.
So there's confirmation then of the Heat 1 result. Big Z is back in a time of 32.24 seconds.
In lane 1, from Scotland, Tom Strongman.
The Albatross getting ready to fly.
Our Viking. In lane 2, from Denmark, Mikael Light.
Oh, Mikael can barely see over the tyre.
In lane 3, from Poland, Gregor Szymanski. In lane 4, from Germany, Rafael Godzilla.
Godzilla rounding out this Heat 2 quartet.
Competitors on the referee's whistle. Take your position. Ready?
So Savickas with his time of 32.24 is the time to beat. Light is in real trouble already, can barely get that tyre off the ground. Meanwhile, going very well in lane 3, it's Szymanski again. The steady Eddie of this competition, although he's got Stoltman closing him down in lane 1. But Szymanski keeping in front here. Stoltman's trying to keep the pressure on him. Light's got it going now, and it's Godzilla that's in trouble. One more will do it. And that is going to be a very good time again for Gregor Szymanski. Tom Stoltman's put up some good numbers as well. He might have got himself in front of Savickas. Meanwhile, Light and Godzilla continuing to struggle, and Godzilla looks like he might be done right there. One more turn for the German, and that will probably be that. Light looking to complete the course, which he does. And that meant a lot to him. But Godzilla is going to be beaten by the clock here. In fact, he wants that clock. He wants to hear the whistle. He's got 2 more flips. And he doesn't have much of a chance. Just look at all the other strongmen in the heat urging him on. Great camaraderie between these guys. They're all there. Well, he's put one in. One more will do it, but he's done. And hopefully he hasn't injured himself, because he's put everything he's got into this, and this could be more trouble. I think Godzilla might need some help backstage. That doesn't look good at all.
I was very surprised there, because the tyre flip favours the taller man, and but he really struggled. And like I said, like you said, he's got a hamstring problem again. So hopefully it doesn't put him in trouble for the rest of the competition.
But once again, it's Szymanski who's just doing everything well, isn't he?
Absolutely explosive, but he just jumps on the tyre afterwards. He's got so much explosion and so much energy.
Another impressive performance from Gregor Szymanski. 26.62 gives him the early lead, and Tom Stoltman breaking 30 seconds as well.
Here's Gregor Szymanski, fresh from that tyre lift. You're an Eastern European powerhouse. That was great. Well done. You feel okay?
Yeah, I feel happy. This is my good event. I like it, this event. You win.
I know, at the end there, when you jumped onto the thing, it's important to do those moments of showmanship. It was so cool to watch.
Just adrenaline, emotions. You know, great people. I like it.
Thank you very much, Gregor. Good luck for the rest of the contest. What a guy. What a guy. Now, Jamie, right at the end there, this last contestant was not managing. He was finding it really difficult to get those flips done, and everyone else was crowding around him. Do you find, with all your experience, that there's a big camaraderie in Strongman?
There's a big camaraderie, but also when somebody makes it look so simple like that, they're very, very rhythmic, it kind of knocks your confidence off in other lane. And I think that's what it did a little bit there. You know, Szymanski went through there, it was really quick, every rep looked same, and he didn't look like he was slowing down.
In fact, if anything, he looked like he was speeding up, because Tom Stoltman, the Scottish Albatross, was in front at the start, and Szymanski just accelerated like a mad thing.
It was a good, solid performance. Again, I think that time's going to want some beating.
So Godzilla there in the last lane, he didn't even manage to finish, I don't think. Do you think that doesn't do a lot for your confidence, I'm guessing?
It doesn't, but once again, this event, as we said before, it's taking place in one day. It's going to sap the strength. These guys might not have been used to doing that. They might be used to 5-day, 3-day events. This is going to drain them as it goes on, and you can see that. There's a few chinks showing now in the armour.
From England, Terry Holland!
The ever popular Big Tell.
In lane 2, from Russia, Mikhail Shakharkov.
Mikhail Shivlyakov, who has won this crowd over in a very short space of time.
In lane 3, from Georgia, Konstantin Janasha.
And the Georgian has been quietly effective in this tournament so far.
Lane 4, from England, Lawrence Chalet.
The leader. Well, how's he going to cope with the pressure of being the hunted?
Competitors on the referee's whistle. Take a position. Ready?
So here we go then with this third heat. 2 men under 30 seconds. Szymanski and Stoltman. And it's the Russian Shivlyakov that has his nose in front here. Not by much, but he's got one turn ahead. Holland's trying to stay with him, keep the pressure on. The other two flipping a little bit behind the guys in lane 1 and 2. Shivlyakov has zoned in though. He needs one more flip and he will do it. And he's very close to the 26 and he's going to beat that. That is 23 something. Now Hollands needs a quick one here. He's running out of gas here. Chalet and Hollands almost neck and neck. They're going to have a photo finish for that one. And Janasha had a good time, but is still going to come in 4th out of 4 in that heat. That was a really good heat. And it's going to be very interesting to see who managed to just get second in that heat, because Hollands and Chalet virtually simultaneous. But no question who's taken maximum points from that heat, and maximum points from the tyre flip as well. It's Mikhail Shivlyakov.
Absolutely, he was very consistent again. That's smooth us all the way through the competition, and he had enough tyre at the end just to flip it one more time and just finished ahead of the other three. It was a close run thing. He's now finished, but the other three are neck and neck. So who's it going to be out of the other three? And it's Charolais.
Just, yeah.
On the turn.
Well, what a heat. It was all about Mikhail Shivlyakov, but just look at what happened in second, third and fourth. Less than a second between Charolais, Hollands and Janashia. Well, let's just recap what happened in the tyre flip. The first heat was all about the return to business of Big Z. He made sure that first heat between just the three men was all about Zydrunas Savickas, but the young guns were coming after him. Here's the pole. Szymanski jumping on the tyre and saying, have some of that. But then nothing wipes the smile off the face of this fella. The man with the beret, making this a one-horse race. But it was a photo finish for second, third and fourth. So here's the overall standings and how they're looking, and it's England, Russia and Poland, 1, 2, 3. Konstantin Janashia and Terry Hollands just in their slipstream as well, and then a big gap down to Tom Stoltman in 6th. The top 5 have made a bit of a break here.
Next up, it's the axle press. Jamie, talk us through this event.
Well, this is where the goalposts change. It's gone from lower body, now we're on upper body. But they're going to need that lower body to stabilise them for the press. So how much has the last few events took out of them? We don't know. This, all about upper body really. Press it above your head. It starts at 147 kilos and progresses through to 207 kilos. That's around 30 stones above your head. That's a lot of weight.
That's a heck of a lot of weight, and they have to start there, lift that, press it above their shoulders and carry on moving until they've got to the very end. And it's who does it first?
It's whoever finishes in the fastest time, but these are very, very awkward implements.
Well, before we get stuck into that event, let's hear what our athletes have to say.
Axel press. I'm coming for that.
I mean, for me, that's a weak event. That's my real chink in the armour.
It's extremely heavy, starting at 147 kilos all the way up to 207. I think we'll be lucky to see anyone do 207. I think a good 3 in a fast time will score big points.
Zydrunas is the best presser I've ever seen. I have axle world record, I have log lift world record. I never done before axle medley. My left arm still not work full power, but I hope I will do really good in that event.
In lane 1, from Denmark, Mikhail Light. In lane 2, from Canada, Sheikh Sanio. Competitors, time is taken when you cross this line. Wait for the referee's signal each time. Take your position. Ready!
So off we go with the second heat, and it's Light against Sanu. Both of them taking their time with this first axle. Sanu's got it, and Light likewise. So they move on to the second one. That goes up to 167 kilos. Quite rightly, Light is taking his time. Can Sanu get it up onto his chest? He's got a chance now. Oh, look at the feet are going. He lost his grip. And it's looking too much for Mikhail Light as well. But interesting to see he slip there, Sanu.
Absolutely. The mat slipped underneath him, so
Come on,
his foot went
cheer
out.
for them.
So they put the mat back now.
Well, they got 90 seconds, but I'm not sure Mikhail Light's going any further, and it's whether Sanu can get his grip.
No belt resting.
And whether those mats will stay in place for him. This is hard going this for Sanu. And I don't think he's going to make it, and you could see it in his face. He gave up. He knew he was beaten.
There it goes. There goes the mat.
Introducing in lane 1 from the USA, the Cookie Monster, Eric Dawson. In lane 2, the greatest strongman of all time, from Lithuania, Cedrinas Savikas. Competitors, time is taken when you cross this finish line after the last press. Listen to your referee's down signal. Take a position. Ready?
So off we go then with the next heat. Big Z. Zydrunas Savikas closest to us. Eric Dawson, the American on the far side. Savikas gets a huge cheer as he just tosses that 147 kilo axle to one side, and they both move on to 167. Nobody's yet managed to get this second axle up above their heads. Savikas, though, looks like he's ready to make his move. No, he can't do it. And Eric's struggling too.
It's really finding out the weaknesses today.
It really is. In their fourth competition of this event with very little rest. And the tanks are on empty for both of these fellows, and just to make it even worse for Big Z on the comeback trail after an extended timeout through injury. And he's still shedding the rust here. And I think as much as he'd love to put on a show for this crowd, he knows he's gone as far as he can go. Now Dawson, though, is not quite ready to throw in the towel just yet. Just look at that. He's dialed in. Real intensity. And this is as much mental as physical now for Dawson, but no. He's got nothing left.
So when you think about it, the person that actually does two axles is going to be basically in the top three. It just goes to show how draining this event is. But I'm very surprised that they couldn't press the second axle. You know, because they've lifted a lot heavier in normal competition, but this one after the other is taking its toll.
Yeah, as you say, Jeff, normally you'd expect Savikas just to deal with this, and indeed most of these athletes to deal with 167, but as you say, they've had so much taken out of them already. And Dawson, you can't accuse him of quitting. He just gave it everything he had. He was determined to get that second axle, but it wasn't to be.
From England, Lawrence Shelley. In lane 2, from Scotland, our young Highlander, Tom Strongman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lewis Seal Axle Press, Heat 5. Wait for the referee's down signal on each lift. No belt cleans allowed. Take a position. Ready!
Well, a real chance here, as Jeff has been saying, for Lawrence Charlet just to more or less take control of this competition. One lift will do that. Yeah, they've both got it, and they both got it inside Zydrunas Savikas' time of 9.6. So these two men are first and second now with 2 to go. Can either of them get this second axle up and up their heads? They've both got a good chance here. Look at Chalet, is back-breaking, and it wouldn't work for him, but Stoltman's got it. Now, one big lift, Tom, and you take first place in this competition. No, but it's not there. The 167 kilo, too much for Stoltman. I thought he had it, Jeff, as well. I thought he was there.
Yeah, but his feet was moving all over the place, so he wasn't set. So this is going to be really interesting. They've got to dig deep here now. There's plenty of time. So it's really the one that wants it the most.
And I'm sure in the back of their minds as well, as Stoltman says, that's it, I'm walking away, and then he comes back again. But they both must know they've got good points already.
Come on, Charolais.
But the pride is kicking in.
Is he going to do this?
Charolais, can he just straighten it up here? Straighten those arms. Listen to this crowd. They're willing him on.
Yes, well done.
That is the lift of a winner.
That could be the lift of the night. That could project him forward.
I think he's unbeatable after that, and I think he knows it. He's looking at number 3 and saying, are you kidding?
And the time's gone anyway, so.
But this is the man who's on course to be the ultimate strongman world champion here in Newcastle. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a conversation about the times here. Or is it about this second lift?
I think it's about the lift.
Yeah, it is,
lock
isn't
out.
it?
Yeah.
Did he lock out?
Yeah. Did he lock out? Yes, they've given him it. So, has he locked out? Well,
there it is.
The referee has told him to put it down on the way down, so they gave him it. So it's a little bit of controversy. So, but the referee is the referee.
And the referee's decision
is
always final.
Exactly.
Whatever the sport.
Lawrence, fresh from a kind of a difficult decision there. What happened at the end?
It was one of those, referee gave me the down signal. Probably wasn't the cleanest lift in the world, but when the referee says down, you know, to be honest, I gave everything to get that up to my shoulders. It was a really hard event. You can see from the guys, I think, you know, some good overhead lifters, but the thing with the axle is cleaning it to your shoulders. And like, by the time I got it out, I was so drained. My legs were shaking. So just took every ounce of strength to try and lock that out. Referee said down, so I put it straight down. I couldn't think of anything else. I gave everything, so.
I mean, it takes so much spirit to go for that second lift, and it's it was amazing.
In lane 1 from Poland, Gregor Szymanski. In lane 2 from Russia, Mikhail Shokolokov. Competitors taking position. Ready.
Well, Charlet hasn't run away with this tournament yet. Shivlyakov and Szymanski are the 2 men closest to him. And if one of them can get that second axle up inside 69 seconds, they will move ahead of Charlet. And they're both taking their time, walking very slowly up, and a big grin there from Shivlyakov. A bit more chalk applied to the hands.
It looks as though they're just going to go for the second lift and try and get it inside the Charlet time.
That's exactly what they're doing. Well, that time was 69.25.
So they've got 30 seconds, roughly.
Well, it's interesting, a little shake of the head there from Szymanski before he even attempted it. And I don't think Shivlyakov is looking forward to this either. It's psychological now. They're trying to psych themselves up for this. It's going to be one shot at it, and that'll be it.
Here we go.
Well, it's a struggle here. He had trouble with his grip there, Shivlyakov, and that cost him. And Szymanski can't even lift it. He shakes his head and walks away. It's going to be maximum points again for Laurent Charlet.
Yeah.
And I think we know where this belt is going to go, despite the best efforts of these 2 East Europeans who really have entertained us. Well, they haven't quite finished yet, but Charlet's time has gone. And they've got 5 seconds here. That's all he's got, Shivlyakov. Can he do it?
Oh, here we go.
And the whistle has beaten him.
Yeah.
Well, once again, he's put everything he's got into this. Finishes with a big smile, both of them do. And they take the applause of this crowd that has really enjoyed these two. They've probably never heard of them before tonight, most of these fans.
Absolutely.
They've fallen in love with both of them.
Absolutely.
They're fun.
And
The
that's
little
what it's
dance.
about. That's what it's about. Enjoy it.
Well, they got the first lift up very, very quickly, but that was his one chance at it, wasn't it? And as soon as he lost the grip there with the left hand, it was over.
Absolutely.
He knew it.
Yeah.
And as for Gregor's, he knew very early. No, not doing that.
But they had a good go. The first one was so easy, it's powerful. But I think they've just psyched themselves out on the second lift.
ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Cheick Sanu.
Well, Cheick Sanu is being given another opportunity here after the mat slipped from under him after he did his first lift in just over 10 seconds. Now, can he get the second one up there? First of all, he's got to take care of the first one, which he's done in an even faster time than he managed last time. And there's a chance here that Chalet might get knocked off top spot if the popular Canadian can take this second lift. That's where the mat gave away on him last time. Well, that's been bolted down, and he's got a chance. He's got a real chance, and he's done it. Maximum points for Cheick Sanu.
Very good. Had a point to prove. The mat didn't move.
And what's all that about? Drained of energy. He can still do cartwheels, Jeff Cates.
I don't think he knows he's in a competition. He's that young at it, and he's got a hell of a future in front of him.
He really has.
New blood, great to see.
How many cartwheels did you do in your career?
Oh, I've done a few in my career.
This fella has just jumped to the top of the leaderboard in the axle press with that second opportunity. He made the most of it. He's milking it. He's loving it. He's proved his point. Well, here it is. You knew once he'd got it there onto his chest, Jeff, he was going to go for this. He was not going to be denied.
He's very powerful in the upper body and the shoulders. You can see he's a hell of a presser. Yes, it's just the art of just getting the weight up to the chest. That's not a cartwheel, that's a half a cartwheel.
It's more than I could ever manage.
Iron BB, what up?
Not much. I feel blessed, you know, being able to compete against the best of the world. And I'm just starting, you know. I'm very new in strongman, and with such a good organization like Ultimate Strongman, that's really good. Here is the best show of the world.
BB, you just beat Zydrunas Savickas in an event. How does that feel?
It feels really good. And again, like, I got so much respect for him. He's the best. I watch his video, and I watch Big Daddy videos too. I've been watching it every day. So I learn from them. So what I can say is thanks, Zydrunas Savickas, for, you know, he's a motivation. Thank you, Glenn, too, like, because I watch them to perform. So, you know, they are the best.
Humble with the heart of a lion. Thanks, BB.
Thank you so much.
Let's get to that scoreboard to see the confirmed results.
Yes.
So here's how the axle press is looking, and at the second time of asking, Cheick Sanu coming back and scoring maximum points with his two axles in 29.76 seconds. What a performance. Down among the also-rans, that's how it's looking, and major disappointment there for Terry Hollands, dislocating a finger in the process as well, we're hearing. So there's confirmation of the overall standings. It looks like Chalet's tournament to win now, but just look at that battle for second spot. Shivlyakov and Szymanski separated by just half a point. But that axle press really hurt Terry Hollands, who drops out of the top six. A dislocated finger and the pain of being in 7th place as well.
Well, at the end of event 4, Lawrence is way up there in the lead by 6 points. It looks like he could have this now.
Well, as we said, he came out on the Super Yoke with some bad intentions. He's kept that momentum going. Just really rock solid performance is what he's been doing. You know, hats off to Lawrence. He's done a good job today.
And in 2nd and 3rd place, we've got Gregor and Mikhail, and they're only chasing each other by a few points, so that could go either way. Next up, though, it's a firm fan favourite. Jamie, what are the stones of strength all about?
5 stones got to be lifted onto barrels, ascending in weight, finishing with a big 175 kilo stone.
Some of the young guys are really good at stones, and it's a signature strongman event. So, I mean, I think that's an event that could go anyway. And on top of that, you've got, you know, who's battling for what position will come into play a hell of a lot on that event.
Tom Stallman. He's young and very, very athletic.
The Cookie Martin, Dustin, I've been watching him on Facebook a lot, and he's He's a strong boy on the stones.
I feel the most confident in that event, and I feel like I can load all 5 of those stones.
Was a weakness in the past, but this year I've performed well on it in every competition I've done, so I expect the same come competition time.
I won so many titles in this last event, and I lose sometimes titles in that event.
Now I'm wanting to set the new world record of the stone and be the first guy to do it.
Introducing in lane 1 from the USA, the Cookie Monster, Eric Dawson. Ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor in lane 2 from Denmark, Mikael Light. Competitors on the referee's whistle.
Well, here we go then. The last event, event 5, the Stones of Strength. On the far side, Eric Dawson making light work of the first 2. Mikael Light with those shorter arms, struggling a little bit as Dawson puts the 4th stone on. This is a really good time. Light's got to 3. Now, this last stone, 23-inch circumference. It weighs 175 kilos. And Dawson, who's had his ups and downs in this competition, is looking to finish on a big high here. Over on the other side, Mikael Light is finding the 4th stone a little bit too hot to handle. The clock continues to tick. 75 seconds is the time limit, but it doesn't look like Light's going any further.
Well, it's quite interesting. We've got this guy who's done 4 stones. If he gets it on his thighs, he should be using the barrel to propel it. There he goes.
Oh, he's done it. And in about a minute dead as well. Well, he's not going to win the competition, but he's certainly finished on a big high here, Eric Dawson.
And they prove a point that they can do all 5 stones. That's being a man. Manhood stones is the name.
Well, here's the finish, as you said, get it on his thighs, and yet he could have made it a bit easy for himself there.
Yeah, he could have put it onto the barrel, and I used the barrel as the fulcrum to push it back onto his thighs. So it's all about learning about the event. So I would have, in my day, I would have used the barrel to push it back onto my thighs and then lift it up.
He didn't need the barrel, Jeff Capes.
No. So he's set the target now of all 5 stones.
How was that for you, Eric?
It was a great event. It's my favorite event by far. It's something I'm really good at, so it was nice to end on a positive note, because the rest of the contest was a little bit of a struggle for me, but ended on a high note, so I'm happy about that.
That's great. What's your least favorite event, actually?
I don't really have a least favorite one. I can tell you which one I'm the worst at, which is deadlift, so I struggle with that today, obviously. And but we all have something we got to work on, right?
Introducing the greatest strongman of all time from Lithuania, Serginas Savikas. In lane 1. Lane 2, London's finest from England, Terry Owens.
Heat 2 then, Savikas versus Hollands. Hollands off to a flyer to the right of our screen. But look how quickly Savikas is going here. Well, now Hollands is feeling the strain. Savikas is onto the 4th stone already. Hollands has joined him on the 4th stone, and they're both struggling. Now Hollands has gone back in front. Well, Hollands is from the same hometown as Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, Dartford in Kent. He should know all about Rolling Stones. Can he put the 5th one on the barrel? He's having to recheck here, and so too is Savikas. So Dawson's time is still standing. He got 5 stones in just over 1 minute, so there's still time here for a second effort. And Hollands is struggling with that finger. That finger that he dislocated in the axle press, and he's looking around as if just to say, look, my body's letting me down here. What can you do with a dislocated finger like this?
It's all about mental strength now. They're both at it. They're both still going to go for it, I reckon. Just going to be interesting if they've got one last go at it. Terry's all the way in now. Will he do it?
Well, he's been given a big lift by the crowd, but now you can see it once again. He's just looking at that finger.
Saviskas now.
Can't do it.
Will he have one last attempt? No, that's it.
It's beaten him as well. So both Saviskas and Hollands have to settle for 4 stones. A shake of the head, a rueful one from Terry Hollands. Disappointment for him. That would have been fine, but for that finger. Quick time there from Terry Hollands. He's just got past Saviskas on 4 stones, but both of these two will have wanted that 5th stone.
Exactly. It was very, very close.
And once again, you see Hollands just dealing with that 4th stone, dislocated finger and all.
Well, I think technically the finger wouldn't bother him really, because it's only a smaller finger on his right hand.
I'm joined by 2 first ballot Hall of Fame cast iron legends of the sport, Terry Hollands and Zydrunas Saviskas. Zydrunas, how was that for you?
It was not heavy, just was not enough tacky for last 2 stones. A little bit dirty stones, but it was okay, just not enough tacky.
So Terry, what happened there? Looks like you've sustained some kind of injury. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, I dislocated my finger a little bit on the tyre flip, so I couldn't clean the axle as well. On the last stone, I just physically couldn't hold on to it with my right hand, but, you know, it happens. It's been a long day and a tough day, so.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. How hard is it to do 5 grueling events in such a short space of time?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough. It's warm in here. It's quite fast-paced, heavy events as well. It's a tough day, so, you know, it's been good fun.
Gents, there you go. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure watching you guys compete. I don't want to fist bump you really, because I'm just going to get tacky on my hands. Ugh. 2 legends.
From Canada, in lane 1, Sheikh Salio. From Scotland, in lane 2, Tom Strongman. Competitors, on the referee's whistle. Take it away.
So now it's Stoltman, the albatross, who is perfectly built for the stones, against Czech Sanu. Now, how quickly can Stoltman get through this? Younger brother Luke in the audience looking on, or older brother, should I say. He's the younger brother, Tom, and what a future he's got. He's blitzed his way through the first 3. Now Sanu's just closing the gap, but Stoltman's got the 4th on. He's just had a little look as if to say, where's Sanu? Now he's working the crowd as well. This will be a spectacularly fast time if this goes up at the first attempt. He's got those long levers, and it's going to go, and it's going to go in about 33 seconds. Beat that. That's a phenomenal time.
Absolutely. Very long levers. Could get hold of the stone all the way around it.
Meanwhile, Sanu is struggling. He's at 3, and I think the wheels have come off.
Yep.
Yeah, he said enough's enough. That is how you finish a tournament. Young Tom Stoltman, who will have learned so much tonight as well.
Yeah, he's up for it, this event anyway.
But Sanu, meanwhile, is going for that 4th stone. And it's been a long, long night for Czech Sanu. He has brought us such great entertainment. He's been fun, he's been entertaining. And we're looking at 2 guys in that heat that really will be around for a long time to come. He just made mincemeat of it, didn't he? Those long levers are so important in this event.
Exactly. It looks as though he's just woken up. So he's got his first place. He's really up for it, but it's too late.
My word, what a sensational performance from the young Tom Stoltman here. Tom, how old are you?
22.
22. What a future you've got in Strongman. That was a ridiculously good performance. You happy with that?
Yeah, my stones have been struggling this year, but you know, I've got my mum on my shoulder and I'm the strongest I've ever been in my life. So, you know, 2017, look out, because I'm coming. I'm coming.
Look at those eyes. Fierce. A man with a bright future in Strongman indeed. Thanks, Tom. Missed the fist bump. Totally got hung up there. Left me hanging. What a guy.
From Georgia, Konstantin Janase. From Poland, Gregor Szymanski.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can.
Competitors on the referee's whistle. Take it away.
So the last event then for Janasha and Szymanski, and that's come off. He's going to have to go back and pick that up again. Moving really fast, the second stone's rolling. Meanwhile, Janasha is just quietly getting on with his business, and he's put the third stone up in a very good time indeed as well. Now, can he keep that going here, Janasha? Szymanski's looking to try and make up for lost time. He too has got the fourth stone up. Janasha works the crowd, but Szymanski's blown by him. No, he hasn't now. He has to check.
Gregor Szymanski.
He's got it, Jeff. He's got it.
I think he has.
No, he hasn't. We jinxed him.
Yeah.
Both of them have slowed now. Now, a second shot for Szymanski. That extra circumference, that little bit extra width, seems to be really troubling these two. One stone between them and a long, relaxing night. Now, which one of them can go for it? It's been a tough, grueling competition. Yeah. Have they both just hit empty?
I think they're on empty. The tank's empty here. I think they both had a good crack at it, 4 stone, and I think we're both out.
Yeah.
I think they're both.
Well, Janasha's certainly given up the ghost on the far side, and Szymanski, who doesn't want to quit, but he knows it's not going to work. That's it. Both of them will have to settle for 4 stones. So only Dawson and Stoltman have completed the course.
Okay, folks, let's hear it for George and Bo.
Well, it was a bit of a too fast start there, wasn't it, from Szymanski?
I know, it was flying.
And that second stone was rocking and rolling as well there.
Yep.
And I thought he'd got it.
Well, if he put it on the top, just because he didn't stay there, he actually got it on quicker. But they made him go back and put it onto the platform. A little bit of blood on there, look. That's what I like to see.
You're a proper strong man, Jeff.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Leave your blood and guts there.
If there's no blood, it doesn't count.
No.
Are you ready? Let's get it on. In lane 1, from Russia, Mikhail Shevkov. The leader of the contest, from England, our English knight, Lawrence Shelley.
It's all about the game, and how you play it.
Well, barring a complete collapse, Lawrence Chalet will be crowned Ultimate Strongman World Champion. Can he finish on a high as well? It's a good start. Shivlyakov doing well on the other side as well. He's now working the third stone, but here's Chalet putting up a good time as well here on the fourth stone in about 18 or 19 seconds. He knows that's enough.
He's got one more stone to go.
That's it, and he isn't going to want to just say, well, I've won the title, I'm walking away.
No,
this is it.
Got a lot to prove.
Shivlyakov's got the fourth stone. Here he goes. Oh, we lost that. Lost it early.
Absolutely. He's got to prove it to himself. He's done 4 stones, so he's up there in the points anyway, but I think he wants this. He wants to prove that he is the best.
Well, he can't beat Tom Stoltman's time, but he could still get ahead of Eric Dawson who was 1 minute and 2 seconds. He is going to want to
Come
finish.
on, Newcastle!
But I don't think he's going to do it.
I don't
He's
think
put
so.
so much into it, and this would be a little bit of a surprise if he can't get this fifth stone. He wants it. He wants it badly.
I think
too
so.
does Shivlyakov.
Yeah. They're both going to have one more go, I think. One more go at it.
Shivlyakov making his move.
No, that's it. Time's
Out
run
of time. Out of time. 4 will have to do. We have our new Ultimate Strongman world champion, Lawrence Chalet, who's in the form of his life at the moment, will add yet another title to the collection.
Well, there you have it, Lawrence Chalet, fresh. I say fresh, but actually looking rather knackered after the stones. How was that for you, sir?
Yeah, I don't think I can actually say what I how I feel, but I'm really pleased with the performance. I watched the other guys, and I knew a fast forward probably be enough to secure it. That last stone, it's very big and slippy, a bit dusty, and after all the events we've done today, I'm just pretty tired. But so, you know, no excuses. Wasn't good enough to lift it, but I think I put in a good solid performance today, and hopefully I've come out on top.
It's always amazing to watch, but you've had an incredible year as well, and there's been naysayers saying, oh, you know, you've, like a few years ago when you kept on getting injured and you kept on looking quite tired, and now you're back with a vengeance. Must be a good feeling.
It's great, you know, you've got to ignore what people say. It's, you've got to believe in yourself. Obviously, I've kind of had my issues with injuries and a few other issues, but I've proved, you know, never give up, come back strong. I've had a great year, won a number of titles this year. It's probably been the best year of my career, so I'm not going anywhere.
Now, just finally, how tough was that? That final stone looked insane.
It is tough, and it's very dusty as well. Kind of, it pulls all the tacky off, so you really just can't grip it at all. And obviously, you know, that axle really took it out of my back. That was much tougher than I think we all expected it to be. Heavy deadlift for Max without a suit. Lots of tough events today.
Look, I'm going to let you go and towel off and get ready for the presentation. Lawrence, well done, mate. Well done. Congratulations.
So 2 men complete the 5 stones. Stoltman with maximum points. Eric Dawson finishing strongly. Lawrence Chalet in 4th place. That's good enough for the title. And just rounding out the field. But really it was just pride for these guys on the last event of what's been a terrific championship. Well, it was all about Lawrence Chalet, wasn't it? He started brilliantly, he maintained his form, and he's won this by a country mile. That battle for 2nd place, though, has gone to Gregor Szymanski by just half a point. Just rounding out the field. And keep an eye on the likes of Czech Sanu and Eric Dawson for the future. A good learning experience, this, for some of the younger strongmen.
That was just amazing to watch. What do you make of Lawrence's performance?
I just thought it was a very good performance. It was solid. He set his stall out from the first event at York, which we saw. And it was just solid all the way through. You know, he did what he had to do in the tyre flip. Another just solid performance. And I just think out of all the guys today, Lawrence wanted it just a little bit more than everybody else.
It was truly sensational. Now, how much has the sport changed since you were in it? Is it nice to see it progressing?
Obviously, with a live audience like this, it's fantastic. And I didn't realise how much it had grown in popularity, but these figures speak for themselves. And some of the weights that the guys are lifting, the shape that the summer guys are in, it's really progressed, yeah. It's nice to see.
It really shows how tough it is when people are dropping out injured with fingers and calf muscles and all that. It really, really does take it out of your body.
Well, we said it were going to be not just a strongman event. It were going to be just a tough man event to get through these 5 events in one day. And you saw guys coming out, their hamstrings were pulling, they were getting cramped, they were carrying on. But once again, you know, I can't say enough about Lawrence. It was just a good performance, and I just think he wanted it more than anybody else today. You could see that in his performance.
He's got a lot of heart. It's all about consistency. Let's get on with the presentation of the trophies.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Ultimate Strongman World Champion. He's proved he's the strongest man on this planet. Let's hear it for Lawrence Chalet.
Well, there you have it. A new Ultimate Strongman World Champion has been crowned and stands atop his podium, fully replete in all of his glory. Lawrence Chalet is the Ultimate Strongman World Champion. Jamie, have you had a good time?
I've had a good time. Congratulations to Lawrence and all the guys. Seen some terrific performances.
It really has been a sensational event. From all of us here, we hope you've had as much fun watching as we have making this. Thanks so much. We'll join us again next time for more Ultimate Strongman.
This is arguably the toughest strongman competition in the world. 3 days in a row and 13 grueling events that test far more than just brute strength. 16 men have gathered here in Belfast, but one will prove to be better than all the others. One will become UK's strongest man.
UK Strongest Man is probably one of the hardest competitions in the world because it's all over 3 days. You have 4 to 5 events each day. It's a tough event. It's hard to recover for day 2 and even harder to get to recover for day 3. Day 3 then is an important one. It's the final.
The UK is always a big one. I mean, most of the top guys are here. It's a big field. It's big exposure. It's a really important one in the calendar.
It's absolutely crazy. It's the hardest comp I've ever done. You do a full comp on day 1 and then you're tired for day 2, and then by the time you get to day 3, like, you're absolutely zonked.
I've usually been the underdog, but this year people have noticed me because I've won England's Strongest Man, so there's pressure on me. Okay, so I've got to do the best I can.
I would probably guess that most of them would have me kind of probably as the #1 seed in the show. I feel quite relaxed and I'm looking forward to it, but it's still going to be a big challenge.
Sitting about 165 right now and believe in myself now, and you know, everyone around me believing in myself, and you know, I'm here to take the title this year and prove a lot of people wrong.
Those 16 athletes are divided into 2 groups of 8. Let's take a closer look at the competitors. First up is Phil Roberts, the UK's strongest man. Gavin Redmond from Ireland, and Paul Smith, the newly crowned junior world champion. Lawrence Chalet, well known to fans of strongman. Hugh Owen Thomas of Wales. Charlie Goff, another Englishman vying for the title, and David Lockman from Dublin. Bringing up the first 8 is John Pollock, the athlete from Scotland. Another 2 Scotsmen head up Group B. Ryan Reid is joined by a fellow countryman and gentle giant Tom Stoltman. Wales' strongest man Ben Brunning is joined by Ireland's strongest man Pat O'Dwyer, and then there are 4 Englishmen in the group. Ashton Reid, a promising newcomer, Mark Snape, Ryan England, and then Aaron Page from Southampton. Let's hear about the first event from Dan Lobb and Glenn Ross.
Well, this lovely thing is featured in the opening event. This lovely thing is, of course, the Daddy Glenn Ross, 5-time UK strongest man. Hey, what a tough way to start the event this year.
No question about it. This is the Husafeld stone. This Icelandic replica weighs 400 pounds, 183 kilos, and a farmer's door in Iceland carried it 45 metres. Let's see if any of our guys can beat that.
Legend has it, of course. But to give you an idea, what's the weight, did you say?
400 pounds.
400 pounds. We're going to see one strong man carry this as far as he can. To give you an idea of what other sized men need to do to get it on a plinth, it takes 4 of them.
Husafell Stone's a real classic strongman event. It's one of those mentally tough events. The weight's kind of crushing down in your chest. We're all big enough and strong enough to lift it up, but it then becomes like a mental battle to kind of push yourself to go that little bit further than anyone else.
Yeah, so the Husafell Stone, it's basically a coffin-shaped concrete slab, about 180 plus kg. So the initial shock is what hits you first, and then you just got to move fast, quick with the feet.
Yeah, it's going to be my best event. So when I seen the Husafell Stone, I was over the moon. Stone like that, it's, in my opinion, it's get in your hands and move as fast as you can with it. Because I'm lighter, more athletic, ex-rugby player, I can move faster than a lot of the big guys.
Heat 1 in Group A, and you are looking at Phil Roberts, England's strongest man. The athlete from Sheffield will be really pumped up this year. He had a difficult competition last year. This is David Lockman from Dublin in Ireland. Really pumped up for this. It's almost a home event for him. And in lane 3, representing Scotland, John Pollock. A tremendously committed athlete. And finally, the newly crowned, as we've said earlier, World Junior Champion, the baby-faced assassin himself and training partner of Phil Roberts, it's Paul Smith. And away they go, 184 kilos to be gripped and carried down this 20-metre course. Now, last year they did this. Oh, John Pollock's dropped his already. The Husafell Stone is very, very difficult to carry. Last year they did it on flooring at the Titanic Centre. This year it's on grass, and that doesn't make it any easier. Paul Smith struggling to maintain grip, coming for 40. And his training partner, Phil Roberts, is looking at 40 metres as well. If he can turn and get another metre or so in, that'll be very good indeed. Oh, this is a terrific effort. About 43 metres or so, and Roberts is very happy with that. The clear winner of Heat 1, the man from Sheffield. Tremendous effort. He saw Paul Smith turn, and he was determined to get a few more metres in. This is Heat 2 of Group A. Charlie Goff in lane 1, the Englishman. Next to him, tremendous athlete, Hugh Owen Thomas of Wales. In lane 3, this is Gavin Redmond, another almost home athlete here, the Irishman. And right at the end, the great Lawrence Charlet of England. Well, the distance to beat for these 4 athletes, 45.04 metres, set in the first heat of Group A by Phil Roberts of England, and Charlet making a terrific effort. He's losing his grip a little bit, but he's certainly moving quickly. I would suggest he's not going to beat it, and he isn't. Oh, look at this by Gavin Redmond. This is a terrific effort. He's a smaller athlete than many of the others. Can he turn? Can he hang on for just 5 more metres? I don't think so, but it's a very, very good attempt by the Irishman, and the home crowd very pleased with that. Just started to lose it here. That's a magnificent effort. And the overall standings for Group A after one event, Phil Roberts leads with 8 points, Gavin Redmond second with 7, and Paul Smith third place on 6 points.
So Phil, winner of Group A, event number 1, that's exactly what you wanted, wasn't it?
Well, it couldn't have gone better. So I'm very happy with that. Great start, but I never take it for granted. It's only just started.
How does this affect what happens in the next event and beyond?
Absolutely. For my mindset, absolutely nothing. Okay, it's as if the points are 0, so I've got to give everything into the next event. If I start thinking, oh, I've got loads of points, I can ease up, and I haven't got the mentality, then that's when I start making mistakes, slipping up, and not getting what I want. And you never know, I may not make it through.
Oh, yeah, but hey, you started well enough. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Coming up, some big surprises in Group B as they take on the Husafell Stone, and then it's on to Event 2, the Viking Press. On to Group B and Heat 1. And in lane number 1, a newcomer to UK's Strongest Man, it's Ryan England, the Englishman. Next to him in lane 2, another almost local hero, and he loves the crowd here. It's Ireland's Strongest Man, Pa O'Dwyer. Just look at that reception.
In lane 3.
Lane 3 from Southampton on the south coast of England, the man who almost stole a crown last year in this event, it's Aaron Page.
In lane 4.
And in the final lane, a man that will be looked at as a person to beat overall, the Scotsman who's always improving, Tom Stoltman.
Referee, take it away.
And there we go, a flying start by both Page and O'Dwyer. Aaron Page did so well in this last year to challenge for a top 3 place, didn't quite make it. Pa O'Dwyer going well. Oh, that's a shame for Aaron Page. He hasn't made 40 metres. That is a surprise. Stoltman looking excellent at the moment. O'Dwyer beginning to suffer a little bit. But Tom Stoltman, nearest the camera, is just piling on the pressure, and all the other athletes are out. It's about how much distance this man can put in now. That's 60 metres, and he's decided that is enough to win in this heat. Takes a glance sideways. O'Dwyer gives a little grin. No, you've got me beat, Tom. In Heat 2 of Group B, lane 1 is Wales' Strongest Man, the vastly improved Ben Brunning. What a 12 months of improvement he's had in UK's Strongest Man.
In lane 2.
Ryan Reid from Scotland. First appearance in UK's Strongest Man, one of the smaller athletes in the field. In lane 3, the towering Mark Snape of England. Super determined to show he's one of the very top athletes in this nation. And in the last lane, lane 4, youngster Ashton Reed. Sometimes the Mohican's pink, sometimes it's green. It doesn't seem to make any difference to his talent.
The referee, take it away.
Well, the weather holding out here in the centre of Belfast. It's not easy to be running these stones up and down on grass. Look at the effort and speed of Ryan Reid. He is almost sprinting, and bear in mind that's 184 kilos he's carrying. That is a magnificent effort by the Scotsman. He's going back for 60. Ashton Reid vaults over the stone, just short of 40 metres. That's 60 for Ryan Reid. He's a country mile ahead of everybody else, and he's decimated the 60 metres of fellow Scotsman Tom Stoltman. This is not just about pride and winning, it's about laying down a marker and playing mind games with Stoltman. Magnificent by Ryan Reid. Well, that's way, way longer than we expected for this debutant here. Ryan Reid takes the victory in Group B with 72.11 metres and a maximum 8 points ahead of Tom Stoltman and Ben Brunning.
So Ryan, what a performance. You said when I spoke to you earlier you were looking forward to this when you saw it was going to be Husafell Stone. I didn't realise you were going to be that good at it though, mate, to be honest.
Well, that's my strongest event, one of my strongest moving events, you know, so I'm glad it all went to plan and managed to get the win, so over the moon.
You were so close to making that Ultimate Strongman world record. Did you know what the mark was?
I thought it was halfway down, so I thought I went just past halfway, but obviously not. But no, that means, you know, the goal wasn't to beat any record, it was to win this event, the guys that are here, so I achieved that.
And a lot of these events, these competitions come down to confidence. I guess you must be brimming with it now, right?
If there was another stone carrier, it would be. But no, some of the other events are hard events, and a lot of big guys here, which will be better at the static things. So just hopefully try and be slightly consistent on them all.
Well done, mate. That was a great way to start. Cheers. Right then, Glenn, second event. I know what the event is. I've never seen this before, and I tell you what, mate, it looks absolutely magnificent.
This is a full-size tree, pine tree, cut down from one of our local estates. It weighs in excess of 3/4 of a ton. It's 150 kilos they have to press on the axis.
Okay, so this bit here weighs obviously less than the tree itself.
Correct, because it's on an axis. The guys will get into position to the shoulders on the referee Quran press it. They can use a jerk, shrug if they want, but they cannot dip under the bar or split it.
Okay.
It must be jerk pressed or pressed from behind the ears.
All right, so we'll be listening out for the referee to say when there's a good lift and not, and it's all about reps. This, ladies and gents, is essentially strongmen lifting a tree.
The giant Viking log press is new to me. I've done a Viking press before, but this one is new because I believe we're going to be facing away from the log, so it changes angles around, so it makes it a little bit more uncomfortable, that a little bit more tricky.
For me, Viking press will probably be a good event. I'm very strong overhead, so that's good for me. So yeah, looking forward to that.
And as we join the action, 4 men have already had a go on the Viking press. Only one of them, Jules Owen Thomas, has recorded 3 repetitions. Redmond, Lochman and Pollock, nothing to their name.
Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Charlie Goff.
Next up is Charlie Goff, the Englishman, here to attempt the 150 kilo Viking press, which is essentially like a machine's shoulder press. Doesn't suit very tall men, also won't suit very short men either. Going to take this weight on his shoulders.
That's one, well done, Charlie.
3/4 of a ton is the entire weight of the pine log, but it's on a pivot, of course, and the weight that they're actually lifting is 150 kilos. He's already taken the lead, Charlie Goff. 5 repetitions, this is good going. And like with all pressing events, there are different techniques for different athletes, some of them using their shoulders or lower back. Charlie here, as always, using a little bit of his knees, pushing through the knees and the back, through up to the shoulders. 7 repetitions for Charlie Goff. That's a very, very good effort indeed. Nicely composed, good lockout. Well, this man should really take this by storm. Lawrence Charlie, no stranger to all sorts of pressing events and a first-class athlete in this type of discipline. Gets himself underneath, working himself up, making sure he gets as much leverage as possible from the end of the bar. 2 repetitions. Looking good so far, but Charlie Goff has set a pretty mean target. Lawrence Charlie deciding 4 is enough for him. Well, that may be a tactical move by the Englishman. He may favour other events. And remember, this is a qualifying day. There's still the semis and the finals to come. Now, Paul Smith should be very, very good at this event indeed. He's always excelled in static press events. And again, taking the ends of the levers to get as much leverage as possible, reduce the amount that he might have to lift. Takes the weight on his shoulders. A good start. Ooh. And Paul is suffering a little bit. Maybe this event is not as easy as some of the excellent pressers have thought it would be. 4 repetitions, that's good. He gets him at least above Jules Owen Thomas. Push, push, push. Nope, that's enough for Paul Smith. 4 repetitions. Well, the world junior champion, a little wry grin on his face. He knows he could do more on a good day. Well, the current leader of Group A, Phil Roberts, looking really in the zone. Roberts, who suffered a lot last year. He was injured early on in the competition and looking incredibly fit and very, very confident this year. Taking the Group A Husafeld Stones. Not probably his best event this, but he'll want to record more than 3, that's for sure. Only 1 more and he can get above Owen Thomas. Now aiming for his training partner Paul Smith's total. On to 4, 1 more would be good. Well, he's decided that tactically is good for him. He doesn't want to injure himself. He's done a good job.
Group B. So can we reset, marshals? Yeah.
So Charlie Goff puts in a winning performance in the Viking press with 8 points, but Phil Roberts, Paul Smith and Lawrence Charlet all on 6 with 4 repetitions each. Phil Roberts maintains his lead at the top of the table, Paul Smith in second, but now 2 tied for 3rd place, Charlie Goff and Lawrence Charlet. Remember, the bottom 2 will go out after today's events.
So Charlie took maximum points in this, the log lift. I guess, Charlie, after a disappointing first event, you needed to do well here, right?
Yeah, I didn't do great in the first event, so I thought I need to pull it out of the bag here. And pressing isn't normally a great event for me, so I'm actually quite pleased with how I've done.
What made this more awkward? Because a lot of the guys was saying, yeah, this is actually, it feels heavier than what it actually should be.
Yeah, incredibly awkward because this is a very low pickup. It's not fixed, so it's wobbling in your hands, and it's not an everyday gym bit of equipment, so you don't get to practice on it a lot.
So back on track now?
Back on track, yeah.
Well done, mate. Cheers.
Group B action to come now with 3 men still to press. So far, Pat O'Dwyer and Aaron Page lead the field with 5 repetitions each. This is the first of our remaining 3 men. The current Welsh champion, Ben Brunning, spends most of his life canoeing, kayaking, climbing and so forth in an outdoor centre in Bala. But he's really embraced the culture of strongman, and his improvement over the last 12 months from this event last year has been phenomenal. He's leaner, meaner, much more muscular, and he's doing a fabulous job here. Already on 4 repetitions, that's 5. They call him the Badger. He's got all the tenacity of a Badger. 6 repetitions for Ben Brunning. He'll be very, very happy with that indeed. Puts him right at the sharp end. Those distinctive wasp type grips on the elbows. This is Tom Stoltman. Stoltman is coming on in leaps and bounds as well. He's one of the most talented athletes in World Strongman. He's still very young indeed, and he's really struggling here. And this illustrates exactly what we were talking about earlier, that strong men aren't always good when they're tall in these sort of events. Well, now he's got the log in place, it's easier for him, but just getting underneath it and lifting it in the first place takes a tremendous amount of effort for Stoltman. 6 repetitions, and he's decided that is good for him as well, tying with Ben Brunning. Looking confident, and that can often be his most difficult thing, confidence. Here's our debutant, Ryan England. Good stance, very wide foot. Oh, easy press. Oh, and this man clearly is a specialist in pressing. Look at this. Very focused, very good stance, lots of shoulder movement. Tremendous strength from his upper body. Easily up to 6, goes straight through to 7. How many more? You only need 7. 8 repetitions. Laying down a marker now for other competitors. That's a terrific effort. 9 repetitions for Ryan England. Well, this is a terrific debut so far from this man. Ryan England taking the victory and 8 points. Stoltman and Brunning joint second place. They take 6.5 points each, and then O'Dwyer and Page. Overall then, Tom Stoltman leads with 13.5 points, a clear point ahead of Ben Brunning. Then it's Ryan England on 10 points, very impressive for a debutant.
So Ryan was the winner of this event in Group B. Compared to a lot of the other guys, you made that look easy.
Anything overhead's generally a strong event for me, so I got a Viking press at the gym, so I've been training a little bit doing that, and it just comes together on the day really, so it was nice.
What's the key though for you to do this well?
To be honest with you, I think obviously your core stability and just your foot placement. Like there's so many little things people ignore, like technically, that'll make you a sounder lifter. So obviously I get my foot placement right and where I'm going to stand and just the pivot point. Because the Viking press is all about the pivot point. Because obviously it goes backwards or forwards depending which way you're facing. So
a little bit of research and knowledge helps, right?
Well, you got to try and be clever sometimes, don't you?
Next up, the grip challenging axle deadlift. Roberts is very happy with that, the clear winner of Heat 1, the man from Sheffield. Look at the speed of Ryan Reed. He is almost sprinting. He's already taken the lead, Charlie Goff. That's a very, very good effort indeed. Oh, and this man clearly is a specialist in pressing. Look at this.
So Strongman, Glenn, is so much more than just heavy lifting. I love this event because it's got the agility side to it too.
Yeah, a lot of frustration with this event, Dan. The guys are going to show who's got the strongest grip. They're going to do it overhand grip. We call it monkey grip in Strongman. Guys, get in, deadlift it up into a deadlift fashion and down again. Difference is these are 2-inch bars, so they've got a big, big grab to get around their hands.
And then they've got to go quickly as they can between each axle.
Yes.
Remind us of the weights going up.
147, 167, which is the Lewis Seal axle weight, 187, 207, and the last one only two men on the planet have done, Mark Felix and Vidas Belkaitis, 227 kilos.
Could it happen in the sun in Belfast?
Well, we're soon going to find out.
Grip strength's always been a big strength of mine. I think it should suit me. I'm not particularly afraid of any of the events.
It's a bit of an unusual event. It's a pure grip event, which should be quite good for me.
I mean, it goes up to 227, 127 to 227, I think. So, like the weights obviously aren't the heaviest, but it's a bar that's, the thickness of the bar makes your, grip. You have to concentrate on squeezing the bar with the grips.
In Group A, there are still 4 men left to lift. John Pollock of Scotland currently leads with 4 axles in 36.74 seconds. And so 2 Englishmen squaring up against each other here. Lawrence Charley of England. Vastly experienced man with a very good pedigree in deadlift. And young Paul Smith, the man from South Yorkshire, riding on a wave of confidence as the World Junior Champion. They're both good deadlifters, but it's not about straight deadlifting. This 2-inch bar means that they spin round in your hands. The judges have to attest that they have locked out. Whoa! Careful, Lawrence almost trips over. You have to be very agile to get between the bar. Oh, Paul's almost tripped over as well. Charlie coming up to the 5th bar, 227 kilos. Oh! Gripping on hard. He makes it. A fabulous effort by Lawrence Charley, and now cheering on Paul Smith. You can see the problem. You've got to grip onto this bar with that overhand. And Paul Smith makes it as well. So these 2 men join Mark Felix and Vidas Belkaitis as 227 kilo deadlifters on the axle. He made it look so easy. So easy. A terrific comradeship once again. He's a happy man. I'm not surprised. Phil Roberts, currently leading the group, very pumped up. Also should be good at this event. It's all about mental pressure on him now. He suffered a lot last year, as we said, from injury, and that got to him in his head. Charlie Goff looking incredibly calm. I don't think I've ever seen him look so calm at an event. Look at the size of these men. Absolutely magnificent athletes. And away they go. They also have to be nimble, as Dan and Glenn were saying at the top of this event. Oh, terrific deadlifting by all of them. They've really got this grip underway from last year. They all suffered, and they've been practicing for sure. Roberts and Goff. Oh, Goff makes it first time. Roberts as well, but he's a little bit quicker, Charlie Goff. Maybe Phil Roberts is not quite sure how much quicker Charlie Goff was. He picked up the pace in the end. Roberts leading at this point. A great win in this event for Charlie Goff, though. 8 points goes to him with a time of 21.72. But look how close Phil Roberts and Lawrence Charlet was. Only 0.05 of a second separating them. Roberts maintains his overall lead on 21 points ahead of Charlie Goff now on 19. Charlet and Smith on 17 apiece.
So, Lawrence, first couple of events, it looked like you were just kind of cruising, taking it easy like we knew you would. It's your tactics building up to the final. But we get to hit this, the Axel medley, and you seem to put your foot down.
Yeah, this kind of event, it doesn't take too much out of you physically, so it's just about grip strength really, and I just kind of wanted to get through it as quick as possible. Unfortunately, I had a little bit of a slip. Just the grass is a bit wet, and going from the third to the fourth, I kind of slipped, lost my balance, probably slowed me down a fraction, and but it wasn't too bad. I think all of us thought it was going to be a little bit harder than it was, but you know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm building up enough points to make sure I get through to the next day. That was an event I knew I could kind of whiz through pretty quickly without hurting myself too much. One more event today, get rested up, get some food in me, do some stretching and mobility later, and then back tomorrow.
There you have it, folks. That's the Chalet master plan.
As we join the action in Group B, Ryan Reid and Ashton Reid have gone already. Ryan Reid of Scotland with 5 axles in 46.32. The rest are yet to lift. And so the next 2 men up in Group B, the towering and moody figure of Mark Snape. Nearest to the camera here, and furthest away from him, as the camera rolls up to him, is Aaron Page. Works at a gym down in Southampton. A tremendous competitor. 147 kilos the first axle, then running 167, 187. 207 and then 227, and a great start by Aaron Page, not so good by Mark Snape. New to this event, he might be struggling a little bit with the grip. He's got into his rhythm now though, as Page piles on the pressure and the speed. Final axle, 227, and Snape has made up some time. That's a great finish by Aaron Page. Snape having to have another go. Very good. He makes it all the way to the end, and that's no mean feat for somebody attempting this for the first time. But that's terrific deadlifting by Aaron Page. The Irish champion, Pyro Dwyer, firm favourite here, outside of City Hall in Belfast. And in lane 2, the Welshman from Bala, Ben Brunning. Looking very confident this year, very calm and assured as they get into their rhythm, both he and O'Dwyer. Oh, terrific. Let's make it look easy. 287 coming up, and Brunning and O'Dwyer are absolutely neck and neck. It could be down to who is the more agile here. Oh, Brunning just skips over a little bit quicker, almost falls over though. O'Dwyer has to make a second lift. Oh! And Brunning has to make a second lift here. And O'Dwyer takes it. Brunning, who is looking ahead, has failed 3 times on 227. And they still haven't made a lift. He's dropping it before he gets to the end of the lift. Oh, this is a disaster for Ben Brunning. He's got to hold it. This is the problem. It spins in his hand. He's doing so well. He's got to grip it, and it's not going to happen for Ben Brunning, not in a decent time at least. But Pyro Dwyer showing the great comradeship of Strongman.
15 seconds left.
15 seconds to go. And finally, Ben Brunning gets it. He's a happy man. Well, it looked for all the world as though Power O'Dwyer was behind Ben Brunning then. A clean lift on the final 227 bar. Tom Stoltman from Scotland, towering above most of the competitors here. Although he's got a fair run for his money in Mark Snape, I can tell you that. And this is Ryan England, who's having a very good competition so far. He's never been to UK's Strongest Man. And he's looking very confident, looking very happy to be here. But he's up against a man who knows a thing or two about deadlifting, even though he is tall. And it can be a little difficult. Oh, terrific by Stoltman, skipping over the bar, both of them. Neck and neck. Stoltman looking a little bit more confident as the weight goes up. And indeed, I think Ryan England is beginning to suffer a little bit and hasn't lifted that 207. Oh, Stoltman failing on the 227, has to take another grip. That brings him down in time. And Ryan England deciding that the 207 is enough for him. Stoltman possibly a little bit disappointed with himself, and you can see on his face, he would have liked to have gone quicker. Look at this, little shake of the head. A great time of 22.62 gives Aaron Page the 8 points. Stoltman in second, O'Dwyer in third. A good debut by Mark Snape. But look at Ben Brunning. Had a disaster, only 3 points from the event. Still, he remains joint second on 15.5 points with Power O'Dwyer. But out ahead is Tom Stoltman of Scotland on 20.5 points. Coming up, one of the all-time great strongman events, the tire flip.
So Glenn Ross, ultimate strongman legend. You like big things, it seems.
Well, they don't get much bigger than this. This is the Belarus tire, Russia with love.
Ah, this is one of the Belarusian things.
400 kilos of pain, Dan.
Tire flip is such a crowd pleaser. I love watching it. It's the way we end this first day of competition, and there's a lot riding on this.
A lot to play for. 2 will be eliminated from each group, so they've got to really explode with this down the course. It's about explosive power and speed.
Does it make a difference when you're doing it on grass compared to other surfaces?
Yeah, we've done it on grass over the years on Strongman, and it's no different really to concrete. You just got to get it done and do it fast.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So let's get cracking then. Tire flip to decide who stays and who goes after day one.
Technique, it's always about being explosive on tire flip. If you're trying to fight and wrestle it up, it's going to kill you, but if you can get it over in one quick motion, it's not too hard an event. But if you mess up, you slip, for example, then you've got to wrestle a 900-pound tyre and it doesn't really end too well.
Well, last year on day 3, I won the tyre flip, and it's a really good event for me.
Tyre flip is one of my best events, so I might just win that for the sake of winning it.
Well, in Group A, all the athletes in Heat 1 had already qualified for the semi-finals on day 2, so they elected to conserve their energies with a bit of showmanship. And so for the remaining 4 athletes, this man John Pollock on 5 points, and the other 3, it's nip and tuck. Any one of these men could win, and any 2 of them could go through. David Lockman of Ireland also on 5 points. The maximum he could get along with Pollock is 13 at the end of this event. Gavin Redmond from Ireland comes into this event on 8 points overall. And the final men lurking behind that tyre. Huw Owen Thomas of Wales, the best placed man going into this final event. On 10 points, he could get a maximum of 18, but if one of them stumbles, one of them fails, another one will go through. Remember, 2 men will be eliminated at the end of this event. It's all to play for these 4 athletes in UK's Strongest Man. And away they go. Well, Glenn Ross, he is the expert, of course, saying it's all about getting on with the job and it makes no difference on this surface. But you can see the difference is that most of them are wearing studs. Certainly Gavin Redmond has got studs there. It's got to be about grip as well as explosive strength, and going brilliantly at the moment is John Pollock in the far lane. baseball cap turned backwards, and Gavin Redmond doing well as well. These Belarus tyres, 400 kilos apiece. Pollock started well, is beginning to suffer a little bit. He's got to get it over the line. It's just got to break the line, remember. It doesn't have to go over in its entirety, and Pollock looking good. Has he broken the line? That's all he has to do. Yes, he has. He's given himself a fighting chance. He's done everything he possibly could. It really depends on where everybody else finishes, either with time or flips. Gavin Redmond looking good. The other two athletes suffering, Hulo and Thomas, and David Lockman. It really is down to the wire and all the mathematics now, but John Pollock done as much as he possibly could for Scotland to go through. He's happy with the event. Is it enough? He really can't be disappointed as a first-timer here. He's done a terrific effort. He wins the event, 40.86 seconds, and get 8 points ahead of Gavin Redmond on 7 points. And then 5 flips to Hulo and Thomas and David Lockman. But unfortunately, because the first 4 had already gone through and there were better results earlier on in the competition for Redmond and Thomas, Pollock is out, along with David Lockman. In Heat 1 of Group B, it was Southamptoner Aaron Page that took first place, followed shortly behind by Mark Snape. Ryan England failed to finish the course, but youngster Ashton Reed did, although perhaps he needs to work a little bit on his celebration.
Give her all the balls, well done.
So this is Heat 2 of Group B. Ryan Reid of Scotland comes into this event with 14 points. And for a first-time entrant into UK Strongest Man, that's a terrific performance. Local hero, Pa O'Dwyer, Ireland's Strongest Man in lane 2. He likes this event. He's very explosive and very fast and agile. Always turns in a good performance in the tyre flip. Looking calm and collected, second overall with 15.5 points. It's Wales' Ben Brunning. And taking up position in the final lane, the man who leads this group overall at the moment, young Tom Stoltman of Scotland on 20.5 points. Realistically, he's through. The other 3, well, they're not looking to be challenged from below particularly. Possibly Reid could be under pressure, but they will all have to turn in a good performance. Oh, Pa O'Dwyer making it look easy, just getting underneath it, using the knee to help lift as well. Lots of strength from the back, but look at the bicep strength he has to put in. He's a very rounded athlete, Pa O'Dwyer. All these athletes are, in fact. So different to maybe it was 20 years ago when we all used to watch at Christmas. They are super strength athletes and very agile, very flexible now, and O'Dwyer doing a great job. Reid also doing a good job on the far side, Tom Stoltman. Nearest to the camera, Pa O'Dwyer breaks the line first. It looks like Stoltman's going to do second. He's caught up on Ryan Reid. Second for Stoltman. Reid takes third. And Ben Brunning struggling a little bit. He would like to get to the end. He's not a quitter. He's not generally an athlete who goes for the tactical option. He likes to finish. And it looks like that's what Ben Brunning wants to do now as well, as he gets his shoulder underneath the tyre. Still one more flip to go. He wants to turn in the very best he can for Wales and for his own strengths and weaknesses. Good effort by Ben Brunning. Not the fastest ever tyre flip by Pa O'Dwyer, but a solid performance. So Pa O'Dwyer takes the 8 points ahead of Aaron Page, a super effort by him. Mark Snape, also a great effort with 6 points in third place. Stoltman fourth on 5. So Stoltman, Pa O'Dwyer and Aaron Page top the quarterfinals day and they go through. But Ryan England and Ashton Reid, both first-timers, leave us at this point.
So we knew 4 strongmen would be going home today and not there for the semi-final. It's not you two, thankfully. It's slightly different ways through, starting with you, Aaron. you came so strongly through the last couple of events, it seemed.
I had an absolute howler on the first 2 events. Just couldn't get my grip. Everything was going wrong for me. But I kind of shook my head, kind of had a little word with myself, told myself to get on with it, and ended up winning what was potentially my worst event, which is the grip event, and second in the tyre flip, which secured me good points to get through to tomorrow.
And you feel good ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, I do. I feel really good now. Obviously, a big confidence booster when you sort of finish on too high. So yeah, I'm feeling great for tomorrow.
And Gavin, it was a little bit more close for you. You needed something good on the tyre flip.
Yeah, you see, with the first event, which I thought would have been my worst, I actually did very well. And the Viking, I knew that that was going to be zero reps for me. And the grip, I actually thought I was going to do well, but I think I did the worst on that one, so I was a little bit cocky there. So the tyre flip pretty much saved me, and I scraped points to make it to the semi-final. So I'm happy, very happy.
And feeling good and strong ahead of the semi-final?
At the moment, no. I need some rest, but I hope to just do the best I can tomorrow, and maybe hopefully scrape it into the final.
Well, we're down to the last 12. It's the last 8 that will be competing for the title. But hey, well done for getting through to the semi-finals, and hopefully you guys can join us again here on Channel 5 to see who will be going through to that Ultimate Strongman UK's Strongest Man final. The semi-final stage of UK's Strongest Man here in Belfast. By the end of the day, 12 will become our final 8, and we start here at the famous Crumlin Road Jail, where there's no escape and only the strongest will survive. And yes, trucks will be pulled.
I'm a lot more experienced than most of the guys that compete, especially in competitions like this, which are 3 days long rather than just a one-day competition. It takes a bit more out of you mentally, and it's something that I'm quite used to. So I feel quite relaxed, and I'm looking forward to it. But it's still going to be a big challenge. There's a lot of good youngsters, and Tom Stoltman, he's improving all the time.
Obviously, we've got Lawrence Shawnee here is the best in the world right now, or one of the best. So it'd be good to go up against him in the final. But right now, I'm just trying to get out my group and take it day by day and see what happens.
And this is how it finished in Group A after the quarterfinals. Roberts, Goff, Smith, Charlet, Owen Thomas and Redmond going through. They are our 6 semi-finalists today. And in Group B after the quarterfinals, it finished like this. Stoltman, O'Dwyer, Page, Reed, Brunning and Snape go through to today's semis. England and Reed were out.
Not one, but 2 trucks waiting to be pulled. What are you trying to do to our athletes, Glenn?
Well, this is a real daddy event. We do planes, trains, but today we're going to do 2 trucks. This is 17 tons of unit have to be pulled up a course side by side. And this is one of the events that I was really good at, actually.
You were good at all of them. Come on, stop being so modest, but I know you were particularly good at this.
I love this, and I used to have some lucky climbing shoes that never got me out the top 3. So I think a couple of them are going to have a couple of lucky shoes today.
Where are they now?
They're in a nice retirement case, right, yeah. Where they should be.
And not smelling too bad, no doubt.
No.
OK, so why were you so good at this event? What makes a good truck puller?
Well, a little bit of body weight does help, but what you've got to need is strong calves, quads, and drive using the arms. It's all about biceps. Yoko Holo used to be the lightest, world's strongest man ever, and he used to always win truck, and he was a firm believer it was all about the arm strength.
We've got a lot of good truck pullers with us as we begin event 1 on semi-final day.
Trying to get that truck moving is so hard, but once you've broken the initial inertia, that's when the endurance kicks in.
Yeah, I love it. It's just all about pulling a truck, and just getting the body weight and just get low and just, drive with your legs and just run.
Yes, it's semi-finals day, and this is event 1, the double truck pull. Group A, leaderboard, 3 men have already pulled. Paul Smith, Hugh Owen Thomas and Gavin Redmond. 3 still to come. This then is Lawrence Charley. 160 kilos of weight to pull these two trucks weighing over 17 tons. What the natty sunglasses he's got, I have to say, in the grounds of Crumlin Road Jail. Now, Glenn was saying this is all about shoulder and bicep strength, but remember, you've got to lean into it first of all and get it going. It's a combination of legs and arms at this point. That's a good start. Good start by Lawrence. Now, you can see exactly what one of the problems is here. Once you start getting the trucks moving, and they start moving relatively quickly, you can run out of hand-over-hand space to grab the rope. Lawrence driving with both legs and arms there. That's a great time. 30.88 for the Englishman. Using those shoulders and arms to great effect. Short steps, little KS climbing boots, allowing him grip and hand over hand very quickly. A lot of technique involved in this event. Charlie Goff coming in at exactly the same weight as Lawrence Charley, a much taller man though. Now, if you could lean into this, using those calf and thigh muscles and the quads to get things moving, taking the slack, and away he goes. Using those shoulders, he's already leaning down. Oh, slower start than Lawrence Charley, that's for sure. And this is when the height disadvantage comes in, because he's leaning a long way forward. Longer legs means that the trucks will pull a little faster if he's not careful, and he's got that hand over hand again, but he's doing very, very well here. Now he's got it moving. I think really, though, it was the start that's set him back behind Lawrence Charley, but not much. 33.34 seconds for Charlie Goff. You can see, look, just a little bit of a purpling of the skin there. That's when they start to go anaerobic. There's not enough oxygen being taken in from breathing, and it's coming from the muscles. Well, Phil Roberts, who led overnight, much, much lighter man, only 125 kilos. Quite a different stance. Look, using those legs to drive to start it, and the shoulders as well. He's having a bit of trouble getting it moving. Oh, real trouble, having to use all the strength of his shoulders and biceps to pull, and his legs really not in exactly the same shape as he'd like them to be. Wandering around a little bit. One thing we don't think of is the ankle strength you need in this event as well. And just technique-wise, nowhere near Lawrence Charley, and you can see it in the times as well. Phil will be a bit disappointed with that, and I think he's really struggling. 37.66. Oh, staggering. He's gone full anaerobic there. See the effort. No time to breathe almost, because you're really, really pushing hard. So in Group A, Lawrence Charley, an excellent 30.88, takes the maximum 6 points ahead of Charlie Goff and Phil Roberts. Coming up, it's Group B in the double truck pull here in the Crumlin Road Jail. Group B in this event, number one, and Mark Snape, Aaron Page and Ben Brunning have all gone already. Ben having a terrible time. Ryan Reed, Pat O'Dwyer and Tom Stoltman to come. This is Ryan Reed, one of the shorter men, but only 185 centimetres tall, 29 years of age. And been impressive so far to get to this semi-final stage. Ooh, good stance. Using all that leg and arm drive in one go. It's about getting those trucks moving, pulling to the chest, drive with the calves. When you look at a head-on shot of Ryan Reed, he's got a tremendous size calves. This will be a big advantage. There you go, look. Good technique. Now, on the left-hand side of your shot, one of the judges is making sure the slack is being taken up from that rope. The last thing you want is for them to trip over it. And this is very, very good by Ryan Reed. good technique. Not a massively fast time, but he'll be pleased with that. Breaks the line at 39.06. Well, once he got it going, I think he did very, very well indeed, the Scotsman. Ireland's strongest man, Pa O'Dwyer, 32 years of age now. Really, this is a home event for him, and he gets big support from the crowd every time he's here. Not necessarily his favourite event, I don't think, this though. Drives down into the initial pull. Oh, struggling a little bit. He's got to pull that rope to his chest a little bit further to get the things moving. He's got 17 tons plus to pull. Remember, each of those trucks has got a man in it as well. If you've got to stop them at the other end, right, getting it moving, you've got to stop it as well. I don't think this is his favourite event by a long way. Look at the size of those biceps, though. And now he's got it moving. He's really got to try and keep up that slack on the rope. A little bit slower than Ryan Reed. I think he'll be reasonably happy with that, 42.81. Using those short strides once again to try and keep the thing moving. This is the last man in this event then, Tom Stoltman of Scotland, 203 centimetres tall, a real gentle giant. He's improved vastly over the last 18 months. His head used to go a little bit when he was up on the leaderboard right at the top, but he's started to get to grips with that now. Oh, good start, driving with the full length of the body and pulling hard with those biceps and shoulders. He's got those trucks moving. Now, this is a new event for Strongman. The truck pull, the single truck pull, has been going for a long time, but you've got two here, so everybody's looking at each other to see about techniques. And if you wander off from one side to the other, one truck can start going faster than the other, and that can cause real problems. But Stoltman here doing a great job. Not necessarily easy for a tall man once it gets going, but really using the biceps here. 40.22. Yeah, he's happy with that. Good technique from the upper body from Tom Stoltman, and turning in a very good time indeed. This is the results then of event 1 for Group B. Ryan Reed, maybe a surprise winner there. 6 points at 39.06 seconds. Tom Stoltman second, Pa O'Dwyer third.
So Ryan, well done. What I like about competitors like you is size-wise, you're not as big as the others, but obviously you're every bit as strong, and certainly in some events like the truck pull.
Yeah, well, I surprised myself as long as a lot of the other guys, I think, in the truck pull by winning my group. So, yeah, shocked. Yeah, usually it's a bodyweight thing. You know, I'm the lightest guy in my group, but yeah, pulled out the bag.
How important was it for you to get off to such a good start today? Because qualification for the final must be on your mind.
It's on my mind now, yeah, after I had a good run there. It wasn't at the start of the day, but had a good run there, so see how it goes, yeah.
Well, nice one. Good start, mate.
Thanks a lot.
So, Glenn, we're back in front of the wonderful City Hall for this, which is called the Super Yoke, and those that follow Strongman will know exactly what it is, but for those who don't, tell us what happens in this event.
It's 450 kilos of pain up a 20-metre course. Spine breaking, no question about it. Guys are going to have strong legs and fast feet to do this one. And we've got Lawrence Shalley here, the world record holder.
So we could be seeing something special from Lawrence, but hey, everybody's going to be fighting for as many points as possible. I've done a bit of research, you'll like this. 450 kilograms is like carrying a racehorse on your back.
That soup yoke is probably one of the most horrible soup yokes there is out there.
Yoke's a good event for me. I can still move quite quickly with it regardless of my injury, so I feel confident with that.
I don't think anyone can beat me on the super yokes, to be quite honest.
Oh, a nice crowd outside of City Hall here in Belfast. They'll be supporting this man, Gavin Redmond of Ireland, the local hero in this particular round. This is Hall Owen Thomas of Wales, currently lying 5th overall, just ahead of Redmond. And finally in this heat, Paul Smith of England from Sheffield. And he's been in very good form, Paul Smith, recently, especially at the World Juniors. And away they go, and very, very quickly into moving this super yoke. This is an absolutely horrible event. And as Glenn pointed out, absolutely spine-breaking. It comes in various forms. You may well have seen two motorcycles being lifted under a yoke. They're roughly the same weight, 440 kilos. That's a fantastic time by Paul Smith. Under 23 seconds from the man from Sheffield. Meanwhile, Huell Owen Thomas feeling the real weight of this yoke. Gavin Redmond is still struggling to get off the line. Oh, my word. He's only progressed, what, less than 2 meters, perhaps? Just shows how very, very difficult this is. Oh, Huell Owen Thomas struggling for breath and stability. And Gavin Redmond still plugging away, making a few centimeters up each time. They hate giving up. They have 90 seconds to try and complete this course. If they can't, of course, it'll go down to the distance covered in that 90 seconds, if it comes to that. My goodness. This is really taking it out of these athletes and shows how good Paul Smith was. Here he is, almost at a trot and breaking the line in under 23 seconds. He's a happy man. Well, Phil Roberts, also from Sheffield, he's Paul Smith's training partner. Started the day in first overall spot from the day before. Looking a little concerned. Charlie Goff, currently second place today. Remember, it doesn't carry over from the day before. It all starts again on day 2. Now this man, Lawrence Charlet, already a record holder in the super yoke. Currently lying first after the double truck pull. Now we expect this man to do a good time. He's an expert at the super yoke. He loves it. And away we go. Oh my word, he's almost running. Look at this. That is extraordinary. Lawrence Charlet sprints to the other end. That must be around 12 seconds. If that's around 12 seconds, that is very close to a new world record. Phil Roberts and Charlie Goff both struggling to get to the end, and Goff is catching Roberts. He's had to lift it up very quickly. I'm not sure he's quite over the line there. Oh, one more shove from Phil Roberts. And Charlie Goff gets over the line as well. It's only the first sleeper that has to get over. 450 kilos over 20 meters in 12 seconds, dead. A new world record.
I didn't think you were going to go as quick as you did there, did you?
Yoke's one of those events, it's a bit hard to kind of just plod along with it. It's actually easier the quicker you do it, because then the weight's on you for less time. So, you know, the first two events today, I haven't held back. I just kind of thought I'll get on with the truck pull, do as well as I can. And then on this, you know, I know I'm good at the yoke, and I knew if I won, it would put me at least pretty probably. It's going to be hard for anyone to stop me getting through to the final now. So hopefully now I can take my foot off the gas and save some energy for the final.
Do these records mean a lot to you? It looks as if they do to strongmen in general.
Yeah, it's always nice to break a world record. But that wasn't my focus today. My focus was just to win the event. Once I saw that I was ahead of the other two, I actually mentally kind of just play it a bit safer. Just because we're on grass, it's a little bit wet. It was raining yesterday. It's very easy to slip. With 450 kilos on your back, just a little slip could cause a lot of damage. So I just went a little bit safer. But I've been training hard for yokes, you know. I believe I'm the best in the world at them. I think that's like 20 shows in a row that I've won the yoke against the best guys in the world. So I think I've proven it enough times. But we've got lots of other events, and now it's about saving energy. You know, I'll probably take it easy on the stones and the car hold. Because they're tough events, especially the car hold. If you're in a position like trying to fight to get to the final and you've got to be holding on to that car for as long as possible, I wouldn't want to be one of those guys. So I've kind of put the hard work in on the early events. It means I can take my foot off the gas and get myself recovered for tomorrow.
Well done, mate.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers,
Yes, it's looking good for Laurent Charlet now. A new world record, 12 seconds, 6 points to him, and now perhaps he can start to conserve his energy. Paul Smith and Phil Roberts bring up the second and third spots. Overall then, Laurent Charlet has maximum points, 12, but Paul Smith, Phil Roberts and Charlie Goff, all of England, on 8 points. This is Heat 1 in Group B. That is Ben Brunning, known as the Badger. Currently in last place in this group. We'll have to pull something out of the bag on this one. The Welshman. Next to him, the man from Southampton, Aaron Page of England. Always likes to get the crowd going. He's very popular and a very articulate young man as well. He's been carrying a calf injury for the last couple of months. He'll be a little worried about that. This is Mark Snape. Currently 4th place overall in Group B. He's doing very well for his inaugural event. And a very tall man on this as well. Oh, bit of a stumble by Mark Snape, closest to us in the camera. I should imagine this is possibly the first time he's had to lift these sleepers. On the other hand, the man with the calf injury doesn't seem to be slowing him down at all. It's Aaron Page. Just a little bit of time taken out. You've got 90 seconds, of course. It's about winning this group rather than anything else. He's not up against the guys in Group A. This is Group B. Breaks the line. Just a shade over 30 seconds, and this is good by Ben Brunning as well. Try and keep it level. If you catch the ground on this, that can really throw you off. Mark Snape really struggling in the background, but he's certainly not the only one. Ben will be very happy at completing that course. Ooh, Mark Snape looks as though he's had a little bit of an injury on that. Good stuff by Aaron Page. Current top 3 men in this Group B. Lying in 3rd spot overall, Part O'Dwyer of Ireland. Glad to have the crowd behind him, I'm sure. Right in the middle here, Tom Stoltman had a good truck pull, I thought. This young man is improving all the time, and he's 2nd place here. Remember, it's about qualifying for the final more than anything else. If he gets a good result here, he could maybe step off the gas. Well, I tell you what, for me, this is the real surprise of the competition so far. Ryan Reid of Scotland is lying 1st overall in this Group B after one event. Oh, Stoltman, straight lift, and away he goes, but Reid closest to us, struggling a little bit. He and Part O'Dwyer were about neck and neck. They've both put the yoke down now. Stoltman piling his way towards the line. Good technique, not necessarily really fast, but that's what he needs. Just over 20 seconds, and a good result for the Scotsman. Part O'Dwyer's going to take 2nd in this heat. And Ryan Reid struggling a little bit. Maybe his height is against him here. He needs to keep going though, because remember, Mark Snape didn't complete the course. Nope, just not for him. Well, Stoltman showing what an excellent athlete he is, completing the course without any put-downs at all. Tom Stoltman takes the 6 points ahead of Aaron Page and Part O'Dwyer. Mark Snape and Ryan Reid not completing the course, but significantly, Reid with 10.25 metres. Stoltman with 11 points after 2 events, ahead of Part O'Dwyer on 8, and Ryan Reid still in there with a chance, joint 2nd.
So Tom came 2nd in the group in the truck pull, walked away with that one. Is that kind of the plan on day 2 as it is for you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get through to the final. Yoke, last year was one of my worst events, but I've hit it hard this year, and I'm loving the yoke. It's my favourite event right now, and I proved it today, so I feel really good, and I'm ready to fight and hopefully make day 3.
So that performance on the yoke was just down to some hard graft in the gym, was it?
I've not dropped that yoke this year in competition. I've always completed without dropping, and I've never done that in my life. Like this time last year at UK's 450, I was getting it 5 metres, so to complete it with 20 metres with no drops in 20 seconds is massive for me.
Yeah, well done, mate. Incidentally, how tall are you?
6'8".
6'8". I'm 6 foot. 6'10".
Coming up next, it's everybody's favourite, the Stones of Strength.
So Glenn, some of our competitors are going to be a little bit nervous now. Qualification to the final is up for grabs. Last two events, next up the classic Stones of Strength. These things have seen some action over the years, huh?
This is the business end of the competition. The Stones of Strength, most historic strongman event ever. 115 kilos must be lifted, and they will jump 15 kilos each right to this massive 175 kilo stone. Only 6 men on earth have ever lifted, and one of them is here, Tom Stoltman.
Yeah, we could see something special from Tom, but hey, this is such a tough event for most. 5 stones, and this is a decent height as well, the barrel to get it on top.
4'6" in height, and they've got to use all their might. Blood, sweat and tears in this event.
Yeah, and a lot of that blood, sweat and tears is ingrained in these stones. This is always something special.
And it was particularly special for these two men, Welshman Hugh Owen Thomas and Irishman Gavin Redmond. They're both fighting for survival in their group. Owen Thomas got a good start. He managed 3 stones in 25.04 seconds, but that's as far as he could go. Meanwhile, Redmond tried a third, but had to call it a day with just 2 at 11.44 seconds. Heat 2 then. This is Group 8, Charlie Goff, second place overall. After the first 2 events, he's up against Phil Roberts. Roberts with 8 points also. It'll be a fine balance between wanting to win and preserving energy for both of these competitors. Both of them pretty good at the Stones of Strength. 130 kilos goes on top of the barrel. Phil Roberts slightly ahead at the moment. 145. The stuff he's rubbing on his arms and hands there is called tacky. It's an artificial agent that they use to smother on it. Provides real grip. Whoa! Phil Roberts struggling with that. Charlie Goff moving forwards. You can also tape your arms up as well. They're making sure they've got plenty of that tacky on there. One of the big problems is the circumference of these stones, not just the weight. You've got to get your arms around it. He's taking his time, Charlie Goff. Roberts doesn't seem to be able to get a grip at all, and that's frustrating him. Here goes Charlie Goff, teeing himself up for the largest stone of all, 175 kilos, getting his arms wrapped right around it. Come on, Charlie.
Big stone, Charlie.
This is the problem, getting that grip all the way around, and I think he's going to struggle.
That's it. Give her a applause.
Both men giving up at that point. That's a great shout for Charlie Goff, though, to get to that final stone. Phil Roberts struggling just a little bit with grip. This is the final heat for Group A. And young Paul Smith from Sheffield. He's seen the other 2 competitors and his training partner, Phil Roberts, struggling with gripping the stones with tacky. Look at the amount of bracing and wrapping that Lawrence Charlet's got on his forearms, and he'll be completely smothered up, ready to go as well. Easy for both men. And if they're both going to lift, they need a fast time as well. Having said that, though, Lawrence Charlet has already said that he wants to conserve his energy and a little bit nonchalant between the stones, and why not? He's way out ahead. All he needs to do is to complete this to keep the points well up there. It's almost as if he could say, well, I'm not that worried about it.
Come on, Lawrence, just get the 160 on.
And Paul Smith knows he's done enough as well.
No, he's going to
No.
leave it.
This is very tactical now. Very, very tactical. And both men deciding that's all they need to do to progress in this competition. Well, he's not the tallest of athletes, but he does like the stones of strength.
Paul, nice look, by the way. I know every little bit helps, though, doesn't it, when you're trying to get these stones up on the barrel?
Oh yeah, you got to look fashionable too, haven't you?
You got the right name for having the right fashion as well, Paul Smith. So listen, great effort. You did what you needed to do, right?
Yeah, 4 stones. Charlie went up and got 4, so I know if I did 4 fast, that's all I had to do. The 5th one was tempting because the 4 felt fairly easy, but we've got to be smart in this game. It was another day to go, so there's no point.
Yeah, you're now looking forward to the final, which is a lot better than you did last year. You must be happy at least.
Yeah, talking to you last year after dropping out on the second day, I was absolutely gutted. I felt terrible for weeks, to be honest. It really got to me, so to be through on the second day, it feels a lot better.
Well, a win in the bag for Paul Smith. 4:27.86 gets him the 6 points ahead of Charlie Goff, Phil Roberts and Lawrence Charlet. The top 4 men on the overall leaderboard looking nice and comfortable, but for Hewell, Owen Thomas and for Gavin Redmond, it's almost impossible now to qualify for the final.
Right now the stones are feeling unbelievable right now, and you know, I believe I can do a faster time than anyone else, and I've already done it twice and the only person to hit that 175 twice, so yeah, the record's coming home with me.
Tom's amazing. Like at the Four Nations, you just picked it up. Like it was nothing. Yeah, he's absolutely amazing when it comes to stones.
Looking back then on Heat 1 of Group B, it's Snape against Reed. Reed has had a fantastic competition so far, managed 4 stones in 30.25. He came into this second overall. Snape, also 4 stones, 32.25. The 5th was beyond them. Ben the Badger Brunning from Wales, currently last overall, in fact tied with Mark Snape. Before this event, he'd have to pull out something exceptional to go forward from this point. This is Pyro Dwyer, currently Ireland's strongest man, comes into this event second overall, joint with Ryan Reid. And how tactical will Pyro Dwyer be here, or will he really, really go for it? There's been a little rain here outside of City Hall, so these boards they're lifting from are a little bit slippery. Well, if there's anything tactical going on with O'Dwyer, it doesn't look like it. 145 for the Irishman and the Welshman. Ooh, Ben Brunning have to make sure that it didn't slide off forwards. 160 kilos, and O'Dwyer pops it up onto the top. Is he going to go for the big one? 175. He could, in fact, just stop here, I think, tactically. But I think he really wants to go for this. Ben Brunning has to go. He has to get as far as he can with as heavy a stone as he can. Here we go, you can see the trouble again. It's trying to get your hands right around it. Once they start slipping, there's no way of hanging onto that stone if you can't get a grip underneath it. Ooh, O'Dwyer. That's it. He's shaking his head, I think, is he? At 175, and Brunning doesn't manage the 160, so 145 in total for the Welshman. The final heat of this Group B. England's Aaron Page once again having a good competition, and Tom Stoltman of Scotland having an absolutely superb competition, leading the group so far with 11 points, the young 23-year-old. And he's made this event his own over the last year. He just knows he's so good at this. He just tosses the ball onto the top. Look at this. It's like it isn't there. Stoltman. That's the 3rd stone. Moves over to 160. Straight on. He's going to go straight for 175 without a shadow of a doubt. He's done this weight before. Grips onto it. Away he goes. It's like it's a feather. Unbelievable lifting from Tom Stoltman. Well, Aaron Page has made 160. Is he stopping there? He is. He congratulates Tom Stoltman. He's happy with 160. Look at this. Incredible technique, incredible strength. Lower back lifting it on. Magnificent.
So, Tom, a lot of strongmen in your position probably wouldn't have done what you did on the stones here. They couldn't anyway, but you'd already done enough to qualify after the 2 events for the final. Why go so big again on the stones?
Well, you know, the first day I kept it easy, but I want to give something back to the crowd. You know, I'm trying to just keep my energy, but stones, I love the stones, and I'm confident that I'll get 175 all day long. And I just did it for the crowd and everyone that supported me and back home in Scotland as well. So yeah, I'm happy with it, and like I said, I'm here to win, and the stones is just a nice wee warm-up, so it gives me confidence.
Like, it's great that you do that, and you know you have the desire to entertain as well. But how much do you think you could add on to the weight of this stone and sort of realistically to get it on this barrel?
Well, so, like, to be honest with you, I don't train stones. You know, I just do them in comp because of how hard they are in training. But the heaviest I've ever done is 225. So you know, I'm confident I could maybe push Brian Shaw's world record of 255. I think it is 250 if I trained him. So yeah, I'm confident with stones. If you put a stone in front of me, I'll lift it. You know.
Well, look, hey, that's for the future. In the meantime, go and get ready for the final event, and well done for qualifying.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Well, there you go. Now you know why they call Tom Stoltman the Albatross. Those big arms wrapped right around the stones, 175 kilos. He wins the event ahead of Paro Dwyer and Ryan Reed. Overall, that means he takes the group lead into the final event ahead of O'Dwyer, Reed and Aaron Page. Mark Snape is going to have to do something exceptional now to qualify. Coming up, it's the final event in the UK Strongest Man semi-finals. It's the car deadlift hold.
Okay, Glenn, final event on semi-final day. It's another strongman classic. We're lifting a car.
Yes, we are. 1,400 kilograms of pain in these MGs. The guys have got to strap in, deadlift up in the deadlift fashion and hold for all their might.
How much of it is up there?
It's totally in the zone stuff. 30 seconds, they feel pain. 40, the intensity is unreal. Who wants it the most?
And it's about finding your happy place, and your happy place was?
Sunshine, flowers and pretty things.
Whatever it takes.
Car deadlift holds it's a horrible event. It's especially with straps, you stand up and then it's just as long as you can take, really. It's all pain going through your traps and your neck, and your legs start to go, your core starts to wobble. But it is just who wants it more, and it's one I've done really well in before. I mean, I've been in some pretty bad tangles afterwards because it absolutely kills you, but it's one I normally do really well in, so I'm looking forward to it.
I suppose looking at it, it looks easy enough. All we're doing is picking up and just standing and holding it, but it's so painful. It's sore in the arms, the biceps, your neck. You can feel it all the way up to your head. And it's all about zoning out and thinking of a happy place.
First heat then in Group A. This is Gavin Redmond, 6th place. He knows he can't progress any further than this. He'll have enjoyed his competition. He's up against Hewlone Thomas of Wales, another man who cannot progress any further than today, but determined to have some fun.
Referee, take it away.
1,400 kilos to lift. It's really 2 events in one. You've got this huge deadlift, and Gavin Redmond really struggling to lift that 1,400 kilos, and then you've just got to hang on and hang on and hang on. They've got straps, remember, so a lot of the grip strength that you would associate with an event like this normally is taken away. It really is all about how much pain can you suffer as your arms get dragged out of your sockets downwards. 1,400 kilos is an awful lot of weight, and Gavin Redmond is really feeling it. Not one of the larger men in the shoulders. Intense focus on the face of Hewlone Thomas there. Oh, that's it for Gavin Redmond of Ireland. And I don't think the Welshman will be that far behind by the look of it. There we go. That's the end of the competition for both men, but they've made a great account of themselves this year. Just hanging on for dear life. Paul Smith. Very natty glasses. He's going up head-to-head in the sunglasses stakes with Lawrence Charley, I would imagine. There we are. Hearts and flowers for Lawrence Charley. Well, he's first overall to get back to the serious business of this competition. These men are both going to go through, so they're going to have a little bit of fun with this. 1,400 kilos. Oh, he's going to watch him, Paul Smith. He's just done enough. That's all he needs. Now, he's just going to watch Lawrence Charlet and see how far this man wants to go. He doesn't have to hold up the weight for that long. He's first overall. This is all about pride. This is about showing people what he can do. Who says you can't have fun lifting 1,400 kilos? Try it at home, folks. 32 seconds, 33, 34. Oh, the crowd really appreciating the showmanship of this. It's one of the great things about UK's Strongest Man. It's the showmanship as well as the sheer athleticism. Lawrence Charlet winning the event, 42.71 seconds ahead of Hulo and Thomas and Gavin Redmond. The other three, knowing they're going through, just taking it to the minimum. At the end of semi-finals day for Group A, it's Charlet, Smith, Roberts and Goff who go through to the finals. Owen Thomas and Redmond, it's an early bath for them.
So Lawrence Charlet is proof that no matter what he wears on his head, he still looks pretty cool and tough.
I don't know about that, but I'm having fun.
But you did look very cool holding this thing up. Is it ever easy, or you just find a way to make it look that way?
Depends how hard you're pushing it. I picked it up and it didn't feel too bad. So I was talking to the referee and I kind of asked him what I needed to be, and I was pretty much there anyway, so I thought I'd just hold out and then put it down. But yeah, it's not the kind of event you really want to push too hard. If I had to really kind of dig deep on that event, like if it was the final or something, it'd be completely different. So it's quite nice just to make it feel easy sometimes.
Well, talking about the final, that's what we're looking forward to now. How are you feeling?
I feel good. My body feels really pretty fresh. Go and eat now and just kind of do a bit of foam rolling and massage and just get myself ready for tomorrow.
On then to Group B. Ben Brunning of Wales, currently 6th place, 5 points overall. He is eliminated. He'll be doing this for the pride of it and for Wales. Mind you, he's up against Mark Snape here, the Englishman. He's formerly of the services. In the services, I think he was a Marine, in fact. He's now a child carer.
Referee, take it away.
Now, Mark Snape could technically still qualify for the finals. He'd have to pull something exceptional out of the bag, and Aaron Page would have to have an absolute nightmare. So let's just watch and see what happens. 1,400 kilos being pulled down through those shoulders. Running with the beard. Snape, the tall man, on the left-hand side of the two, lifting the black cart. Mark Snape incredibly focused. Ben Brunning drops the car. That is his event over, but once again a fabulous, fabulous competitor. Mark Snape, on the other hand, is doing a great event here. Real focus. No doubt his army training gave him this. He'll be really suffering now, and just those little telltale signs, a little breathe through the lips there. The pain must be absolutely astronomical. Look at the time! He's coming up for a minute. That is extraordinary. This is as if he's in the final. Is he going to break the minute barrier? It is. 1 minute, 2, 3, 4, just over 5 seconds. 1 minute and 5 seconds plus for Mark Snape. Well, he's really laid down the gauntlet now for Aaron Page. And he's got a smile on his face, Aaron Page, but he knows that the man behind him in the standings does not want to give up lightly. Closest to us in the camo hat is Ryan Reid, the Scotsman. He's had a fantastic competition. He's 3rd overall. Ben Brunning managed a time of 23.54 seconds, and that really is the marker that Aaron Page has to beat. So once we get over 24 seconds for the Englishman, he knows he's got enough points to go through. He doesn't look very comfortable, though. And we're just coming up onto 10 seconds. Ryan Reid, very impressed with the Scotsman, I have to say. Oh, Aaron Page is suffering here. Is he going to make 24 seconds? Just hang on in there, Aaron. Well, he's over now. We haven't seen him drop it. He's definitely gone through, and the valiant efforts of Mark Snape are for nothing. Ryan Reed and Aaron Page dropped the car at just about the same time. Both men know they're through to the final. Fantastic second day for them. A superb win for Mark Snape then. The official time 63.31 and 6 points to him. Aaron Page did enough to qualify, beating the time of Ben Brunning. Ryan Reed on 30.35 seconds, and this is the overall leaderboard at the end of the semi-finals. Stoltman, Reed, O'Dwyer and Page go through. Snape and Brunning go home.
Well, we have our 8 finalists, but there's a long way to go before we have our champion. 5 more extreme strength events to come, so join us next time for the final of UK's Strongest Man. Bodies are already battered and bruised after 2 days' intense competition, and it's only going to get tougher as they face 5 more lung-busting, muscle-bulging strength events in the final. So, who's got what it takes to become UK's strongest man?
This year is very strong. Some basically world-class athletes.
I know the events aren't particularly amazing for me in the final, and they're very good for Tom. So, I'm going to have to work hard to win this.
Yeah, well, Lawrence Son is an amazing athlete. I used to watch him on TV and I've competed against him at Worlds and at the World Championships last year. So I've watched him closely and I know what events he can slip up on. So hopefully I can take that into advantage today.
So Glenn Ross, 5-time UK strongest man, known as the Daddy, and this is the Daddy Dumbbell event number 1.
Yeah, it's a massive dumbbell, originally from the Arnold Classic, but now it has a daddy weight of 90 kilos. It's massive, 200 pounds, but there's a difference. It's over 3¼ inch handle, has to be lifted to your shoulder. So a lot of wrist power is in play. Press above your head into a locked out position. Referee will give the down signal. You can return it to the shoulder or to the floor, but more than likely to the floor with that weight.
Not just brute strength, technique needed as well, right?
Totally, totally. And if they want to change hands, if they can do it with the left, they must return it to the floor, back up to the shoulder and press.
90 kilograms, folks. These guys are going to be pressing it as many times as possible, and it's man versus man at the same time.
This is a final, you've got to give it everything.
Tough one to start with.
The first event for me is the tricky one. If I can get out of the first event in the top 3, then I'll be pleased.
Just my pressing's feeling phenomenal. So yeah, I'm really confident this year with the dumbbell that I hopefully get a good few reps and maybe come first or second in that event.
Yeah, Daddy Dumbbell should be a good event for me again. I've got quite big wide shoulders. I can sit it well nice, put it up. It's going to be Arnold rules, so you can do it from the shoulder. As long as you can keep it on the shoulder, you ain't got to keep putting it down. So I should be good for 5 or 6 on the shoulder.
Welcome to the finals then of UK's Strongest Man. This is event 1 as we see it so far. Pa O'Dwyer, Ireland's strongest man, leads so far with 6 repetitions ahead of Paul Smith, Phil Roberts and Ryan Reed of Scotland. Big crowd here at Crumlin Road Jail, and the sun's come out as Charlie Goff of England, 27 years of age, fancies he can do a good event here. Steps up to the Daddy Dumbbell, 90 kilos, alongside Aaron Page, who's battled against a calf injury to make his way into the final. Now they have to lift to the shoulder and then press from there, back down to the shoulder for 1 repetition. 1 rep. 2 for Aaron Page, and I think perhaps Charlie Goff may have dropped it, and I think he said to pick it up again. He won't be pleased with that. Lots of dropping to the floor. You can change hands, of course. You can use another shoulder if you wish to, but it has to return to the floor, and as Glenn Ross said, it's more about dropping it at this weight rather than putting it back down gently. Aaron Page is doing a fantastic job here. Charlie Goff just getting it lined up, ready to go again. The clock is still ticking down, just under 30 seconds for both of our athletes. 90 kilos, this dumbbell. The world record set earlier this year in Summer Mania at over 140 kilos. Bearing in mind there's no repetitions in that, but that just gives you some impression of how incredible some of these athletes are. The technique, very difficult here for some athletes. 7 reps, will you get another one in, Aaron Page? Oh, that's great pressing. The whistle goes, 8 repetitions for Aaron Page, 5 for Charlie Goff. I think he'll be a little disappointed with that, the man in the yellow shoes there. And that final extra effort from Aaron Page takes him into the lead so far in this event. Lawrence Charlie on the left-hand side up against Tom Stoltman on the right. There's some difference in height there.
Lawrence
Lawrence Charlie, 34 years of age, sporting a very fine beard, I must say. On the right-hand side of your screen, in the blue shoes, Tom Stoltman, just 23 years of age. I'm not sure he's old enough to get a big as beard as Lawrence Charlie yet, but a fantastic athlete. This is going to be some match. Up onto the shoulder easily for both men, and away they go. Stoltman making it look easy, as is Charlie. Ooh! That is a surprise. It looked like Tom Stoltman was struggling a little bit there, and Charlie takes the advantage. Up to 5 repetitions now. Remember, they've got plenty of time. 7 is the mark that they're going for to equal Aaron Page. They have to get 8 to go over the top of it. Charlie looking very good with 40 seconds still to go. Both sticking with the same shoulder at the moment. Tom Stoltman preferring to press with that left arm. Charlie with the right. Charlie is now tied with Aaron Page on 8 repetitions. Stoltman suffering a little bit, but Charlie would like to overhaul Page to take a clear lead in this. Just coming up to 10 seconds. Both athletes have got to put in a mighty effort now. One more press from Lawrence Charlie will take the lead. Nope. Tom Stoltman, no, he can't make another one either. Well, that's a solid but maybe not spectacular start for both of the favourites. Charlie, in fact, whacked his head on the way down in the last one.
So joint winners in our first event, Aaron and Loz. Maybe one with no expectations and one with plenty of expectations. Did you know coming into that event that you were going to do so well?
To be fair, the dumbbell is normally a good event for me. 2 years ago, I managed 9 reps on 90 kilos. This is a different dumbbell this year, so you can't really tell. They're all different. So you've just got to take it, find the right point, and do as many as you can. To be fair, my fitness has let me down a little bit. I would have liked 10, but again, my fitness just wasn't there at the moment, and that's due to my training, nothing else.
Yeah, and that comes back, obviously, to that terrible injury that you suffered this year. So fantastic start for you. Loz, though, you had to set down a marker, didn't you, in this first event of the final?
To be honest, I saw Aaron go, and I know he's one of the best overhead lifters in the competition. So I attempted to get 9 to beat him. Just missed out on that 9th one, whacked my head on the way down. At the moment, it doesn't hurt, but it'll probably get a nice bruise later. But I'm very happy with that. My training's not been ideal for this competition. It's been almost non-existent, and I haven't done any dumbbell training whatsoever in about a year. So quite happy to come in and get 8 reps on that. It's a very hard dumbbell. It's a bit harder than normal because it's so thick. You know, the handle's so huge that just getting it balanced becomes very awkward.
Isn't it? So it's that point that you've got to find to be able to get a lockout where it's not going to move, especially where they're filled with water as well. So that's moving, everything plays into consideration. Like, you've literally got to get it up and you've got to stabilise, otherwise it's going. And you saw that with a couple of the guys today.
Yeah, well, you two handled it the best. Great start. Go and get ready for the next one. Cheers, lads.
Cheers. Well done, mate.
So forget the quarters, forget the semis. It's about today's final, and Charlie and Page lead overall after one event from Stoltman and O'Dwyer. Coming up next, our finalists slug it out in the silver dollar deadlift. Don't go anywhere.
OK, Glenn, we're in the same position for the second event, but this is a totally different strength discipline, right?
This is a maximum test for the final. and everybody knows about deadlift, but there's a difference to this strongman one. It's 18 inches high. It's called the $silver deadlift. The guys will strap in and pull it up just like a deadlift with shoulders back till the referee gives the signal down. The record stands at 511 kilos by the awesome Ken Brown of the USA back in 2008, so it's well due to be broke.
Okay, is there a chance that it could be done today?
We've got some massive deadlifters here. We'll soon see on that.
Okay, $silver deadlift is our second event.
In this field of athletes, I would want to be winning the deadlift. You know, there's some good deadlifters, but I would expect me to have the biggest deadlift out of everyone.
I know what Lars can put on. If I get close to him, I'll be happy, or even match him would be a really big achievement for me.
Well, we join the action with Phil Roberts from Sheffield in Yorkshire. He's 7th place overall after the first event. And an attempt at 400 kilos. Scotland's Ryan Reid already failing at this weight. Look at the flexibility of that bar. That's good lifting. Tremendous stuff by Phil Roberts. 400 kilos for the Englishman. Phil Roberts, who had such a nightmare of a competition here last year, having a much, much better time of it this year. This is his training partner, young Paul Smith.
The babyface assassin, it is Paul Smith.
Also from Sheffield in South Yorkshire, strapping himself in. This is a very, very flexible bar for the $silver deadlift. So called because traditionally those boxes were filled with American silver dollars. Oh, that's a great lift. Straight up at 400 kilos. Well, it looked like he didn't even bother. That's the way to do it. This is Charlie Goff. 5th place overall on 4 points so far. He too at 400 kilos, and another great clean lift for the Englishman.
Awesome stuff.
Only so far you've seen Phil Roberts, who's had that bar waggling and shaking. This is Par O'Dwyer, the local hero, Ireland's strongest man. And you'll have seen the others at 400 kilos. Oh, easily. Well, this is turning out to be quite a close competition so far in this event. And Tom Stoltman of Scotland, currently lying 3rd overall, joint of course. And a little more difficult for Stoltman because he is that much taller, but you can lift such big weights when the bar is 18 inches off the ground rather than going from the ground itself. Well, Aaron Page, still attention to detail for this man. He really does look at everything in detail. No shoes on, wants to get closer to the ground, which means he's got less height to lift the bar. This will be playing on his injured calf, but he's done a very good deadlift there. He'll be very happy with that. At 400 kilos, does a little shuffle to show that he is. Joint 1st place then with Page is Lawrence Charlet. This is at 400 kilos, remember. Which means every man except for Ryan Reid will go through. An easy deadlift for Charlet. I'm not surprised. He knows he's good at this. The crowd know he's good at this. If you've been watching Strongman for a while, you'll all know he's good at this. Phil Roberts coming back to the bar then. This is 425 kilos. Well, he struggled an awful lot first time around. Touches the bar and they let him bow out at this weight. He did really struggle, and discretion, the better part of valour for the Yorkshireman. Not so for his training partner, 22-year-old Paul Smith, though.
Come on, Paul.
He's taking this very seriously indeed. Proper deadlift style. Oh, attacking it, pulling with the lower back and shoulders. And is given 425 kilos on his second lift. Next up to the bar, Charlie Goff. A tall athlete. I think might struggle with this one. Oh no! Magnificent lifting from Charlie Goff. Well, I didn't expect that. Great stuff from the Englishman. 425 kilos for the man from Chelmsford. This, Par O'Dwyer. The Irishman, ever popular both amongst competitors and spectators. Oh, he makes that look easy. You know what? He's been wearing those pink socks for the entire competition. Tom Stoltman. A giant of a man. And he's having a great competition so far. And another easy lift for the youngster. 425 kilos to the Scotland's Tom Stoltman. Our joint leader after round one, Aaron Page. Oh, that's... Oh, no. Well, he looked like he had a little bit of a struggle last time, but Aaron Page using all the technique he can and deciding, no, I can't make 425. He'll be disappointed with that, but he has been carrying an injury for a long time. This is Lance Charlet. If he lifts this, he puts clear daylight between himself and Aaron Page and makes it look easy. He is the consummate deadlifter and strides away after 425 kilos. Well, I can tell you that the rest of the field have bowed out at 425 kilos, and Laurent Charlet here attempting a new UK record of 465 kilos in an attempt to get some daylight between himself and Aaron Page. Now, this is a very big ask for Charlet. Well, he started well. Oh, he's got to lock up those shoulders and back. They're so hard. Keeping the bar in motion while he's trying to do that. He almost got there, but not quite. He has one more attempt. He's eyeing up that bar very carefully indeed, trying to focus. Well, the record is 511 kilos set by Ken Brown of the USA back in 2008. But anything over 450 is a massive, massive lift, and Laurent Charlet knows it. He's going to leave it. Well, that leaves him on 425 like everybody else, and he is annoyed about that. Not a happy man at all, Laurent Charlet.
You were just centimetres, maybe even millimetres away from getting that UK record, which has stood for some years.
Yeah, you know, the records are great, but the first kind of priority is to try and win the competition. You know, it's such a big jump. We only did 3 lifts before that just to get to that, so it was kind of, you know, very, very quick to get up to that kind of weight. I was close. It really wobbles. You can see how much it kind of wobbles and the flex in the bar, and it is difficult. And I thought about trying again, but then I wouldn't have got it a second time, and it would have just been expending energy then. But a little bit frustrated because, like I said, I wanted 7 or 8 points from that, and with only 5 events, there's not a chance to really kind of stretch away from people. And personally, I expected myself, Charlie and Par to be the top 3 on that event. So with my battle with like Tom, he's got some good events to come now. He's a bit closer than I would have liked him to be, but we'll get on with it and we'll get on the next event and try my best.
You're top at least. Thanks for chatting to us. Cheers, Loz.
Well, what a turn up for the books then, as the top 5 men share the cumulative points for the top 5 places. 6 points each. A disaster for Aaron Page, though. So Charlet puts a little bit of daylight between himself, Tom Stoltman and Par O'Dwyer, who are joint second, but an entire horizon between himself and Aaron Page, who drops from joint first to 4th with just 10 points after 2 events.
Next event then, 3 out of 5 events for our final. Glenn, what have we got?
We've got a medley. It's the duck walk and drag, anchor and chain. 200 kilos of duck, 440 pound, have to be taken down a 20-meter course, and then they've got this awesome anchor and chain that weighs 404 kilos, has to be pulled up a 10-meter distance.
So 2 disciplines in one event, basically. What's the deal with this, the duck? How do you carry that down the course?
Well, a lot of grips involved, lower back strength, a lot of hammies and glutes, and you get down there as quick as you can, waddling like a duck.
And it's something like that?
Something like that.
Anything goes in the duck walk, and I've never seen something like that pulled before?
This is an absolutely massive implement. The anchor and chain, like I said, 404 kilos. There'll not be many finishing this today, but there should be one or two. And if they want this title, they'll need to do it.
Just keeps getting tougher and tougher.
The duck walk's all about having fast feet. Fitness won't come into it, and duck walk will just be speed, but the lungs will start going and the legs will start burning on the drag back, so that'll be when we see who's the fittest.
So the duck walk is, I know I'm good at that. I'm very fast and can move with weights really well. But then the second half of that is a bit of a twist, and it's into the chain carry. So I've never done that before. What I've got to do is just give it everything and just go for it.
Well, if you're a fan of Strongman, you will have seen the duck walk before, but I bet none of you have seen an anchor drag like this. Ryan Reid of Scotland. He's had a bit of a poor start to this final, but a fantastic achievement to be here in the first place on his first trip to UK Strongest Man. Phil Roberts, you heard from him just now. He's looking very, very focused indeed. He's good at the duck walk, as he says, but it's an unknown quantity, this anchor drag. From the south coast of England, Aaron Page getting the crowd behind him. He's a very popular athlete. He needs a good combined event here. Slipped to 4th overall. And this is Paul Smith. He's currently the world under-23 champion. He too would like to improve his position overall. 20 metres with this 200-kilo weight in the duck walk. All of these men are quite good at the duck walk, but Phil Roberts getting a little lead over Aaron Page now. All of them doing well at this point. This is the part of the medley that's really going to count. 404 kilos to drag up this strip. And the theory is the more chain you can lift off the ground, the less friction there is, the less drag, literally. That's great stuff by Phil Roberts. And he's hit the wall. They've all hit the wall. It just goes to show how incredibly difficult this is. You just run out of energy completely. Whoa! Ooh. Good job he's a flexible lad. Straight back up, unfazed, flings the weight belt away. Just come to a grinding halt, literally. This has taken them all by surprise, I think. And what is the technique here? Do you pull it in one good go? Do you just rip at it like Aaron Page is doing here? There's just no energy left in any of these athletes. Paul Smith hits the deck for a second time. They're just looking at the chains going, what do I do now? Aaron Page has had enough. He's really had enough of this event. I don't think he's very impressed at all, either with himself or the event. Oh, third time on the deck for Paul Smith. This is incredible. I've never seen anything like this at all. How fitting then that Smith should end up lying on his back there. Well, Phil Roberts, the best of the best there. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Whoop! Good old Paul, almost making a full 360. Coming up next, Heat 2 of the gruesome, grueling and gripping duck walk anchor drag medley. So we've seen England's Phil Roberts lay down the marker at 7 metres in the anchor drag. What will our last 4 men do? Well, the weather's wonderful, the crowds are big, and these 4 men have just seen their fellow competitors at 6s and 7s over the anchor drag. A really, really tough event. Charlie Goff, next to him, Pa O'Dwyer of Ireland, currently 2nd overall with 11.5 points. Joint 2nd, I should say. And next to him, another Celtic competitor. And another 2nd place man, Tom Stoltman of Scotland. This is an event where he could really shine. He's a tall man, he could lift a lot of that chain off the ground and reduce the drag. This is our current leader, 13.5 points for Lawrence Charley of England. And I think still smarting a little bit after the silver dollar deadlift. And away they go. 200 kilos. And it's not the most graceful of events, is it? 20 metres to carry this down, and Stoltman keeping in touch with Charlie. That's what he'll want. Pa O'Dwyer over the line, and finally Charlie Goff. Lifting this chain. Oh, that's a great start by Lawrence Charlie. He's got a good grip on this. It's almost like a combined walk and deadlift. Well, Tom Stoltman looks like he's struggling a little bit, although he's got a lot more of the chain off the ground than Charlie. Well, he's come to a dead halt, Lawrence Charlie. And Stoltman has overtaken him. Oh, it's almost neck and neck. One chain drag for Stoltman, followed by another for Lawrence Charlie. And he's lost a shoe. That's not good. Tremendous effort that's been put in, and while he's putting that back on, Tom Stoltman could make hay while the sun shines, literally here. Well, suddenly they just come to a grinding halt, all of them. Charlie focusing himself again. Let's see if he can repeat the first drag. That's good stuff, but oh no! That's a disaster for Lawrence Charlie, and Stoltman is still inch by inch pulling away. But there must be, what, 6 inches in it? Oh, that's a great pull by Lawrence Charlie. Surely he's overtaken Tom Stoltman there, but it'll come back again. I have never seen anything like this in my life. This is brutal. That's almost a technique now, falling over. They've had it. They've both had it. Well, that goes down to the wire. You know what? If this was the Derby or the Grand National, that would be what they call a photo finish. They're absolutely wiped out. I don't think I've ever seen an event in Strongman that has left all the athletes in such a state. They can hardly get up. Well, anybody who says they're not athletes has another thing coming. That is an extraordinary event.
So, Tom, I believe that was 26 centimetres between first and second, just losing out to Loz. I don't think it could have been more exciting because you two battling for first place in that side by side. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was hell, but I tried my best to keep up with him, but he took that wee break that got the last push. But, I'm fighting till the end, and that's what a Scottish guy's doing. Hopefully I can pip him, but just being here, like I said, is an amazing feeling.
So 5 events in total, 2 more to go. What's it going to take now from you to get over that finish line and win this thing?
Just to stay mentally strong like I've been the whole competition, and try and get Laws in this event and the flag post and push, and hopefully I can be champion. But I'm second place, and I could have only dreamt to be second place in this lineup. And 23 years old, I've got loads and loads of years left in this sport, and I'm going to come back here every year and improve and improve, and that's what I'm here to do today. So.
Well done, mate. I'll go and get your breath, and good luck in the next event. Cheers.
Well, that is a very important win for Lawrence Charlie. 8.15 metres and the full 8 points. 7.89 for Tom Stoltman. 26 centimetres down on Lawrence Charlie, and that's the effect it has on the overall standing. Charlie pulling out a little more each time from Stoltman. Great event for Aaron Page, though, brings himself back up to third.
Glenn, I think for the first time in this year's UK Strongest Man, it is
a man-on-man.
Man-on-man. How does it work?
Yeah, this is a back-to-back harness of rope in a truck pull fashion. The guys are going to grab the rope with all their might on both sides and basically pull each other over the line.
Okay, so head referee Rene is going to be here, making sure that the starting point is absolutely central.
Yep.
A whistle from Rene, and then it's
Let's go, and then whistle to finish. Simple as that.
Yeah. How do they win this one, Glenn?
Beast mode. Simple as that.
Beast mode, right. Hey, business end. Just 2 events to go.
I'm going to try and be as explosive as possible, and really, I'm going to be yanking.
If you're at a standstill for 30 seconds, lactic acid's building up, legs are starting to tire, arms are tiring. Who's going to give up first?
No, it's just going to be whoever wants it the most, really.
The back-to-back harness and rope pull. This is semi-final number 1. Lawrence Charley looking really focused. He is currently leading, but he can't take his foot off the gas at all. He's up against Phil Roberts, who's looking a little pensive, and I'm not surprised. This is an event that deals with body weight, and officially, Phil Roberts, England's strongest man, is giving away 35 kilos to Lawrence Charley. Charley, 160 kilos. Roberts, 125. Climbing boots on both men. Getting as much grip as possible, surely here. Centre of gravity must play a part in this, and Charley is not as tall as Roberts, and maybe that's an advantage where you can see they are. Difference in weight. Oh! An immediate pull over the line from Lawrence Charley. And Phil Roberts didn't get a chance at all. Took the strain, but look at this. All of a sudden, he's being dragged backwards at a rate of knots. The second semi-final. This is Paul Smith, currently 5th place overall, just 22 years of age. Up against 23-year-old Tom Stoltman, currently 2nd place. He's drifted a little bit off Lawrence Charley after the duck walk and anchor pull. Smith a lot shorter. This could be an advantage. He can get to lean into that straight away, and away we go. Stoltman very strong though. Oh, Smith really having to hang on here. Stoltman's got the momentum. Digging in, digging in, digging in. That's great, great resistance by Paul Smith. It's now a grip event for him. How long can he hang on? The inertia is with the big Scotsman. Oh, that's fantastic stuff by Paul Smith, but I fear he's going to give soon. Trying to get some advantage, but I don't think it's going to work. Now Stoltman may be tiring a little bit. Just hang on in, Paul. Hang on in as long as you can. No, the grip goes, and Stoltman takes the win. The effort that Paul Smith put in there to resist this man, who was driving second after second after second. This then the final. And you could have written the script for this, couldn't you? Lawrence Charley of England, the current leader overall, really focused. He knows he's got to get a very, very quick drive and pull to beat this young Scotsman on the right-hand side of the screen there, now in front of you. 2nd place overall. These two have been going head-to-head throughout the competition. Charley's experience, I think, counting so far. Quick drive by Charley. Oh, Stoltman resisting. Oh, that's good stuff by the youngster. He'll want to get one over on the old head of Lawrence Charley here. Oh, Charley, I think, is suffering. It's to and fro and to and fro. It's just like the anchor carry all over again. Oh, Charley, a drive for the line. He's not there yet. He's not there yet. He thinks he is. Stoltman can't afford to let any inches go on that rope. Oh, he's decided that he can't hang on anymore. Charley needed that, and he loves it. That is difficult for Tom Stoltman to take. He's been very philosophical about being young, and he's got plenty of years in him. But that will be a bitter blow for the young man. The adrenaline is flowing, the tail feathers are up. Lawrence Charley wants this title. Another victory for the Englishman, 8 points over Tom Stoltman with 7. A great result for Phil Roberts with 6, and his training partner Paul Smith takes 4th. As Lawrence Charley inches ahead, it's Paul Smith, Phil Roberts, Pa O'Dwyer, Aaron Page and Charlie Goff all in with a shout. It's a battle for 3rd.
Well, we've got the 3 Ps here in Paul, Phil and Pa, and I guess you can see now, obviously it's a 2-horse race for whoever wins the title of UK Strongest Man, but lots to fight for as far as that 3rd place finish is concerned, Paul.
Yeah, I think Lawrence and Tom have got the win, but, well, winning in 2nd place, but it's fighting for the podium now. It's a big thing in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big deal. So, you know, what can you do to get the better of these two men in that final event?
Well, this event, I've tried once before, didn't have a really good go on it, but I've just got to, now it's all who's lasting the best and just got to try as hard as I can.
Phil, looking forward to this final event. It's been so rugged for you guys over the course of 3 days.
Well, I think I've slowly clawed it back through the final. I just hope I can carry on clawing it back and, well, fingers crossed for that podium space.
As I think there's like half a point between all three of you as we look for that third place and podium finish. This is one event maybe that you would have an advantage over the others.
Well, hopefully, but I picked up another injury along the way. I'm after knocking off my fingernail down on top of everything else. But I'm going to dig deep now and try and finish these 5 poles.
Just how tough, give us an idea of how tough it's been, this competition, this UK Strongest Man this year.
This has been exceptionally tough. Like, the lineup is the strongest it has ever been, I think. Like, I've followed it for years. 3 days in a row then and 13 events is just tough. Picking up injury after injury after injury, and you're expected to be on your best in the final day, it's tough.
I guess none of us should be surprised, Phil, at just how good Big Loz has been.
No, he's numerous times world's strongest man finalist, so he shows us how it is. He's proved it.
Well, listen, great competition from you guys. May the best man finish. You there, fair enough. Go hard in that final event. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Can Tom Stoltman, the young pretender, overhaul the wise fox Lawrence Charley? The giant flag hoist is the final event.
So 2-horse race then for the title, Glenn. Lots to play for as far as a third place podium finish is concerned. How are we closing this year's Strongman?
Well, I think that is the difference. The fact that third place are going to be working hard for that podium could split the points and help possibly Tom Stoltman to get the win. 4 points to play. It's still anybody's, and this is a Strongman flag hoist. What a finish this is going to be.
So talk us through this. We'll start with a small one down the end.
Yes, it is, and it weighs in excess of 275 kilos.
I say small one. It's small compared to the others. And take us up in these weights, Glenn.
That's in the pole from the red mark.
Okay, right.
They'll go on to the second one, then the third, then the fourth, and then this finish is an absolutely massive weight.
So that red mark means they can't put their hands any further beyond it when they're lifting?
No, they can't. They've got to pull it up as far as they can, click it in, and then move on.
Right then, here it is, folks. Final event of this year's championship. Who's your money on?
With an event like that as the last event, it's going to be interesting. I've never done it before, so I really don't know what to expect.
I think like the technique I discovered for flag hoist is brute strength, just ignorance. Catch it and rip it as hard as you can up off the ground.
Our first 2 men in this final event of UK Strongest Man. Aaron Page. That's a little bit disingenuous saying he's 6th overall. He has a shout of a podium place here, you know, because there are 5 men within striking distance. This is another one of them. Phil Roberts. Well, he's really, really nailed the last few events. He gives it absolutely everything he can. It's a brutal event, this. It's a combination, really a transition event. You've got that deadlift, and then, as you get the weight coming up over the centre of gravity, you've got to drop your hands down the flagpole again in order to keep walking backwards. There is no way on earth that you can train for this sort of event, and Phil Roberts really struggling. That's 3 flagpoles in the locked position for Phil Roberts. He's going for a 4th. Aaron Page suffering on the 3rd. He's got time, but I think he's suffering a little bit of injury. He had a calf injury he's been carrying through this competition, and he's decided that that is enough for him. Phil Roberts wants this 3rd place on the podium. Absolute maximum effort. You can see his body going anaerobic there. He's got to bring that weight back up again. If he drops his hands once more, it'll topple over. That's 4 flagpoles, and Phil Roberts has done the best that he can. He's almost out on his feet. applauds the crowd. That's the best he can do. Well done, Phil Roberts. Look at the effort that Roberts puts in. He's never, ever, ever less than 100% committed to any event. Well, our next heat, this is Ireland's strongest man. Definitely in with a chance of a podium place. It's Par O'Dwyer, one of only 2 men in this field to have completed all of the flagpoles in a previous competition during the Battle of Britain and Ireland earlier this year. He did exactly that, and this is Paul Smith. He's just seen his training partner do a fantastic effort. And away they go. Well, one pole in the locked position for both of them easily, and O'Dwyer making it look as though he does this for a living. Into the third flagpole, straight into the locked position for Par O'Dwyer. Confidence must play a big part in this event as well. Par O'Dwyer knows he could do this. Well, he's making it look child's play, frankly, and Paul Smith probably hasn't got the technique. He's done it before. Look at that. He's not letting the weight drop forwards, Par O'Dwyer, dropping his hands and walking at the same time. That is absolutely fabulous. Under 40 seconds, well under 40 seconds for Par O'Dwyer. He must have put himself in the driving position for the third place on the podium, surely. Well, this is a big learning experience for Paul Smith. How incredibly frustrating knowing you're in with a shout and having to go up against this man and his experience. Brilliant, brilliant stuff by Par O'Dwyer. Well, this is the one we've all been waiting for. On the left-hand side of the screen was Lawrence Charley. This, however, is Tom Stoltman. Second place overall. He still has that chance if Charley can't complete this event. Lawrence Charley really super focused as he has been in the last two events. He wants to take this crystal CNP trophy back home with him. He's won titles in the Ultimate Strongman World Championships. He's been a European champion, but this would be the first time he's won the UK Strongest Man, and he gets a very good start. He is shorter than Tom Stoltman. That plays to his advantage. He's doing really well. Third pole in place for Lawrence Charley. This looks brilliant for Charley. Stoltman. Oh! Well, it looks like he's maybe torn something in that left quad. This is a disaster. This really, really could play to the hands of Tom Stoltman. 3 flagpoles might not be enough for Lawrence Charley, and he knows it. Stoltman really has to lift all 5 flagpoles now, and he has to do it quickly as well, because remember, Par O'Dwyer has already finished 5. Making a little bit of heavy weather at the last one, but look at this. Super strength. Is this a winning lift? We'll have to wait and see, because Lawrence Charley is looking a little bit perturbed, and I'm not surprised. It could be Tom Stoltman's day. A great victory for Par O'Dwyer in the event, but the story is all about Tom Stoltman and Lawrence Charley. Charley has done enough with that 3 flagpoles to take the overall title. He is UK's Strongest Man 2017, ahead of Tom Stoltman and Par O'Dwyer in third. Let's hear from the champion himself.
Lawrence, the body held out just.
Yeah. Obviously disappointed to injure myself on the last event, but it's been a great 3 days. You know, I've enjoyed the competition. I put in a good solid performance on the first 4 events, got me into a nice lead going into that. I really wanted to finish those flags. I quite, it's a new event for me. I felt quite good on the first 3, and unfortunately something just pinged, and it's so frustrating. But it's kind of manageable when you come out still on top. If I didn't win, I think I would have been devastated. But I'm pleased, obviously. These guys are awesome. The standard in the UK right now is so good.
and it's just been, you know, fun competing with them, and obviously really fantastic to win.
Yeah, so you've won European Championships, world titles as well. How sweet is it, in the first time that you've actually managed to be able to enter this tournament, to be UK Strongest Man?
It's been great, you know. You always want to win titles. That's why you compete, you know, to win the big titles. And in the UK, this is one of the biggest titles. You know, I've won the world title for the Ultimate Strongman, won Europe's Strongest Man. So my career's not been too bad.
Well done, mate. Look, great congratulations once again. This was one of the toughest strongman events in the world, and the 2017 UK Strongest Man is Lawrence Shallack. We're in Bangor, Northern Ireland, for the inaugural Ultimate Strongman Battle of Britain. 16 of the strongest men from England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales. 4 teams of 4, 6 of the toughest strength events. Yes, there's a fancy trophy on offer, but today is all about bragging rights.
I would assume perhaps most people would see us as the favourites for the competition.
Everyone hates the English, don't they?
It'd be nice to get one over and then. Scotland are getting on the scene now and we're here to take over.
And everyone thinks we're going to lose, but that's not going to happen.
We're all dragons, so we're going to come in fighting.
All comes down to teamwork. Like if you have a team where there's too many big heads and they're not pulling together, whereas if you just have 4 who's going to work as one, it's a big advantage in a competition like this.
Scotland can definitely beat England.
The daddy Glenn Ross in his hometown of Bangor for this. That must be really special for you, right?
Yeah, it's a real honour. It's been over 10 years of planning to be here for something as big as this, and it's great to have you here.
It's going to be a fantastic day. 6 events you've set out for these teams. First one, duck walk. Talk us through this.
A 4-man challenge. Team captain really has to think what he's got to do here. Does he send his best duck guy out first to get the lead, or does he keep him to the last? It's all going to be swings and roundabouts. Plus, we have got an 18-inch platform in the middle.
I saw that.
They've got to get over a 200-kilo weight over that 18-inch platform. Guys can bang it, drop the duck, stumble over it. It's really going to be quite a difficult event.
It's difficult enough as it is. Why have you put that platform in there?
Because I'm the daddy.
Duck walk, you basically pick it up and you move with speed, and the faster you do it, the better. So it's a speed event.
It's going to be a bit hard with that steeplechase in the middle, going over the hump. But other than that, I'm fine.
We've got Terry Hines, who's never been beaten in a duck walk.
I would say it's a taller man event, and duck walk's good for us.
With all the home nations competing, this really is the Battle of Britain and Ireland. In lane 1, Scotland's Tom Stoltman, the tallest man in the competition, then the oldest Dale Peters of Wales, Matthew McCoy, the smallest from Ireland, and England's strongest man, Phil Roberts. Well, it could be a little bit slippery. You can see the rain has been falling before the event, and away they go. Roberts and Stoltman making great starts here. Onto the platform. Oh, dreadful stumble by Tom Stoltman in lane 1. He stumbles twice, in fact, getting up onto that platform, and that's handed the advantage clearly to England as Phil Roberts sprints back, leaping over the podium. Tags Goff. A quick sprint up the course to pick up the duck. It requires a lot of attributes, this event. You have to have great grip strength, especially in slippery conditions like this, hence the chalk. But you've also got to be able to move, have sort of mobility. The three teams behind, though, almost neck and neck, and that's great technique by Ireland. Wales struggling just a little bit. Terry Hollands from England nearest to the camera here. Oh, almost stumbles onto the platform. And off it. Well, maybe his height is playing against him a little bit there. Meanwhile, Ireland seem to be pulling out a slight advantage over the two other teams. Paul Smith tagged in for England, goes over the top of the podium to pick up the duck at the far end. Meanwhile, the other team sprinting down as Pat O'Dwyer, the Irish captain, comes to pick up the duck and moving pretty quickly. O'Dwyer, look how he's gaining ground on Paul Smith. Oh no! Catches the edge of the duck on the platform, and that's the end of chances of catching Paul Smith. A clear win for England. But who's going to take second place? This is so close between Ireland and Scotland. No, that can't be a second place for Scotland. Surely they haven't pulled it over the line. Here it is then in slow motion. Pat O'Dwyer and Paul Benton almost neck and neck. O'Dwyer gets the duck right over, but Benton's still not completely over the line.
Skipper, you must be happy with that performance from the team overall?
Yeah, I mean, it was a perfect start for us as well. Going into that event, we thought the Scottish boys would be our closest rivals going into the whole competition, and they ended up placing fourth on that, so it couldn't have worked better for us.
Paul, did you know what was going on for second place? Because it was pretty tight out there. Or just focused on what you were doing?
I knew we were ahead, so all I had to do was not make a mistake. So I didn't rush it, just made sure I got it through and knew we'd get the win if I didn't mess up.
Right, well done, boys. On to the next one. Cheers.
And so, following the form book, England take a commanding win in this first event ahead of Ireland and Wales, but a disaster for Scotland. Their duck not breaking the line, fourth place for them.
Ready?
No, I've got the wrong shoes, Glenn. It's the wrong shoes.
Is that it?
It's the wrong shoes.
Is that it?
So, oi!
Got to get the win.
Yeah, I know, all right. God, you're still so competitive. So, classic, tug of war. This is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, man on man, and we've got four huge men on either side pulling like mad to get over the line.
This is something that we can all relate to. Hey, we all had a game of tug of war when we were kids at school, whatever. What makes a good tug of war team?
Well, a good body weight, good anchor man, and a good team captain signalling the pulls and the resting and then the pulls.
And the right kind of footwear, I find, is crucial.
Yeah, can't have slippy shoes, that's for sure, Dan.
Right, I'm going to get my trainers, hold on.
We've got to try and work out a plan to work together as a team so all four of us are pulling on the rope at the same time.
It's nice to compete against Terry Hollands. That's the first time that'll be.
There's a lot of technique involved, and there's a lot about foot movement and stuff, but Glenn's going to make it quite difficult by not being on grass. It's going to be on solid ground.
In the first heat of the tug of war, England took on Scotland. England made it through to the final with an easy pulling of the Scots over the line within seconds of the start. Heat 2 was Ireland versus Wales, but the Irish, giving away nearly 80 kilos to their rivals, were an easy target for the Welsh, who booked their place in the final against England. This then the two packs for the third place playoff. Ireland on the left, Scotland on the right. Nearly 80 kilos advantage for Scotland. Paul Benton, the anchor man for the Scots, will be on the right-hand side of your screen. So Ireland versus Scotland here. Ireland by far the lightest pack, giving away 80 kilos nearly to Scotland. And when it's all about bulk in an event like this, you could just see how much it affects the result. No chance for Ireland. A pull clean over the line by Scotland. Doesn't matter how good your teamwork is, when you give away almost an entire man's weight to the opposition, it's never going to be a victory. This then for victory, the big favourites England and competition leaders up against Wales. Terry Hollands anchoring England, Ben Brunning anchoring Wales. 55 kilos the difference between the two teams. Wales on the left, England on the right, England in the ascendant. And a huge pack weight of 610 kilos for England, pulling against 548 for Wales, but they're working really well, the Welsh. Great teamwork, great communication, and that's what it's all about. They've anchored themselves really well at the back with Ben Brunning. Big Terry Holland's the anchor man for England, and this is a remarkable performance by Wales. They're holding the bigger pack, and in fact they look a little more dominant to me. Working in unison, good commands coming from Nathan Llewellyn at the front. He's digging in deep. Then Hull Thomas. Dale Peters, the oldest man in the event, third in line there in the yellow and black socks. Terry Holland's really anchoring the England team at the moment, but they don't look to be gaining any advantage whatsoever. This is very evenly matched. Oh, a problem for Hull Thomas. He's had to let go, and that has handed victory to England. That was terrifically close, and I think the injury has allowed England to take a second victory in a row.
So England get 2 wins.
So, hey, a second win for England, but Wales, what a performance. You must be proud of that.
Yeah, we're proud. We had to get it back. We had to try and do something because we lost so many points in the first event. We're happy with that, boys and me.
And no pain, no gain, they say, Huell. What's happened with your finger?
The fourth finger just came out at the end, hence I think why we got let go of the whole rope situation. But it happens. So just strengthen my fingers as we come back next year, right?
Is it all right now?
Yeah, it's back in now, and I got some movement, but it really hurts.
Was there any kind of enjoyment in that? You knew what you were up against, but you were holding so firm.
Well, it was horrible, wasn't it? Well, like I said, to come second, well happy with it. Well happy with it.
And Skipper, hey, look, you wanted to beat those English, but that's nearest damn it, right?
Well, they got 20 stone on us, so you know, just to hold them for a second would have been an achievement. We nearly had them. Like, you know, we got a little Tasmanian devil at the front yelling at us. Huell's been training with some, some tug of war people, so it was absolutely amazing. Like, brilliant work, and so proud of these guys. It's amazing.
Yeah, just finally, like you're sort of leading from the front the way you were. I'm just wondering, you know, with your rugby background, whether that helped, you know, the team effect.
That's all it is talking in every event, in every sport. As long as you talk, everything else will follow. So if you scream, send signals to the brain to do your body, and that's the way it goes. That's how you do it. It's all about talking.
Well, listen, I know second place, but hey, well done. That was brilliant.
Yeah!
England then take the first place. 2 on the trot for the bookies' favourites. Wales, though, that's a great result after a poor duck walk. Pre-event favourites, England make it 2 in a row to take the overall standings to 8 points for them. Wales now second with 5, trailing Ireland and Scotland.
Right, next event then, and it's another favourite strongman event, the tyre flip. Talk us through this one, Glenn.
This is a monster tire, 400 kilos, 880 pounds. It's one of the old favourites. They've got to flip this tire up a 20-metre course, break the line, run back, tag their partner. He's got to go back up and get it and bring it back again, and so on. So all 4 competitors have done up and down twice. 2 minutes to do it.
So look, they can't hear us. They're way back there. Who's going to win?
Well, there's some good tire flippers. You know, on paper, before Paul had hurt his hand over the said team, Scotland, but the Wales are seeming dark horses here, aren't they?
I'm going Ireland.
Okay, fair enough.
Here it is, tyre flip.
It's explosive power. Basically, explosive power, having the right grip. Okay, if you don't grip the tyre right, then you can really cause yourself injury or just not be able to lift the weight.
Starting off powerful, and then you just have to keep the momentum going and the speed, and just hopefully you have enough energy to finish it in there, and yeah.
So we'll all move quite fast for bigger guys. So we can get them again with tyre flip, nice leverages, flip it over. It suits the taller guys.
In lane 1, it's Paul O'Dwyer, the Irish captain. Lane 2, Kenny Sims, the former bobsleigh man from Scotland. Lane 3, Hull Thomas for Wales. And lane 4, Phil Roberts of England. 400 kilos of tyre to flip over here. That is Phil Roberts, England's current strongest man. He's very good at this event in the past, historically done very well indeed. Makes a good start. He's got about 1.5 feet over the opposition, but Pádraig Dwyer on the top of your screen, the Irishman going very well. The Irish captain, great technique, getting the knee under, flipping it, and look how much you can gain if you push hard from the top. Because it's slightly damp, this surface, they're gaining an extra 6 to 8 inches. Ooh, Roberts really suffering. England going backwards rather than forwards. This is a timed 2-minute event. Every man has to have one go on the tyre before you can tag a man back in for a second go. Matthew McCoy, the Olympic lifter, sprints down to start his tyre flip for the Irish. It's a little bit different than an Olympic event, but no less demanding. That tyre he's flipping weighs about 3 of his teammates. That's an extraordinary piece of effort by the Olympic athlete. Scotland swapping over. The captain, big Tom Stoltman, coming, being urged on by Paul Benton, a real talisman for the Scottish team, who seems to have picked up some sort of injury on his right hand there. It's pretty heavily strapped. Nathan Llewellyn about to start his effort for the Welsh. But the English are way, way behind. They've got a lot of ground to make up. The Welsh are the only team in sight over 2 minutes, and the clock is ticking down. It's about how far you can go within the 2-minute period. Paul Smith doing a fantastic job of trying to gain some sort of traction, literally, for the English team as Ben Brunning comes to take over for Wales. Just a shade over 15 seconds to go, and this has been a real tactical disaster for England. Why on earth they didn't have Terry Hollands out there, I have no idea at all. They're not going to win this one for sure. And it's victory for the Irish by a clear margin. Ireland really back in the game then, but how different could this result have been if Terry Hollands had been brought into play? Captain Pádraig Dwyer bringing his Irish team together really well after their understandably difficult performance in the tug of war.
You stop comparing muscles. You've all got big muscles, but yours are bigger, Pa. Oi, stop it, because I'll have to get involved in a minute. You don't want to see these puppies. Listen, you won't believe this, but I tipped you to win that event, huh?
Yeah, that's good. Well, you're back to winner then.
What was the trick there for you guys?
The trick for us, see, we didn't do so bad in the tug of war because we're outweighed, I'd say at least maybe 100 kilos. So we were going to have to take that as a loss anyway. We're never going to win that. So we came into this tyre flip fired up. I said I'd go first. I was ready to do these 8 flips as quick as I could. Got in behind my team then as well, and they did great as well.
Well done, Arlen. Fantastic win. Go and prepare for the next one.
Thanks.
Cheers.
64.38 metres the Irish managed, ahead of 61.35 by the Scots, but England really losing out. So here is the State of the Union after 3 events. England hang on to the lead with 10 points, but Ireland, Scotland and Wales are on the hunt.
Next event then, I know it's dumbbell, but I've never seen one quite like this, Glenn.
No, this is the circus dumbbell that you get from the Arnold Classic. And there's no point in talking to me, you might as well talk to the Arnold Classic winner, Vytautas Lalas.
Vytautas, so look, this is your event, right? I know you're referee here, so in official capacity, we're not going to get you to lift this, but tell us what makes a great presser like you.
It's actually a very tough event for everybody. You have to be really strong in the shoulder area. Your balance has to be spot on. It's not easy to lift such an object at all because it's really wide. It's really awkward to balance at the top, and especially when you go over, it can go either way. over your head, forward, and then your rep will be disallowed. So you have to really control it. All shoulder stabilizing muscles have to be really, really strong.
And this thing is heavy, right? You kind of heard that it was 90 kg, and even you, one of the strongest pressers in the world, went, that's heavy.
Well, you can't just jump into that weight and just press it. You need to warm up properly for that, you know. If you do that straight away, you're really risking of getting an injury.
So I'm not going to ask you to lift it, don't worry.
Oh, thank you.
But I just want to get an idea of how heavy and how tough this is going to be for our guys.
It's going to be really tough for the guys, you know. It's this event, it's not easy at all, especially to clean it off the floor, you know. It's really, your back comes into play as well, your shoulders, like everything. It's mentally, it's really tough event.
And they've got a tough referee to please as well.
Oh yeah. I'm going to be really strict with them.
Thanks for Tatus. Cheers, mate.
Today it's going to be a 90 kilo dumbbell, so it's just going to be very difficult to balance it on the shoulder, and then once you get up, once you extend the arm, it's going to be very hard to balance because of the thickness of the handles.
So that's going to be over 13 stone on your one shoulder, and you have to press that up above your head, like, you know, so yeah, very difficult event, but good.
First up, the Welsh then, maybe not the expert's favourite for this dumbbell press, but an inspiring performance by Captain Badger Brunning of 4 repetitions, followed by one by the veteran 45-year-old Dale Peters, set a decent benchmark. Next up would be England. The team could just watch and wait to see what happened. And once a competitor, always a competitor. Sneaky press by superstar Vitaltas Lalas. That's the way to do it. First up for England then, Paul Smith from Sheffield. England's strongest man in 2016 and second at the Junior World Championships in the same year. This is a super difficult event. The clean, very difficult to get it up on the shoulder. Made light work of that. Very flexible back. Ooh! Difficulty getting the press. You've got to have incredibly strong shoulders, and that doesn't look very hopeful to me from Paul Smith. Tag in a team member at any time. You've got to have a go, of course. No, that's not going to happen for Paul. Tags in Charlie Goff. Just preparing himself. He easily swings up to the shoulder. He likes this event, actually. Does Chaz? That's a lockout. Lalas giving that as an absolutely bona fide press. Terry Holland's waiting for his go. Charlie Goff tries. Ooh, got to be careful. 90 kilos, very easy to overbalance. Decides he's had enough. Tags in Terry Hollands, the captain. Almost saunters up to the dumbbell, swings it onto his shoulder. Oh! Well, I'm surprised there. Once again, tries the opposite shoulder, tries a left-hand press, and that's not going to happen for him. Doesn't like that at all. Very despondent. Phil Roberts, current England's strongest man. Makes a bit of hard work getting up on the shoulder. Doesn't look very comfortable at all. Again, just the difficulty in having to get that final press, showing this is an absolute disaster for England. 1 repetition so far. He's got to add some more to the scoreboard as we count down. Surely that's 2. No! He's not been given it. Less than 15 seconds to go. They're desperate now. They must get more than 1 repetition on the scoreboard, and it's really not going to happen. It's all falling apart for England, and Terry knows it. Charlie Goff getting the only press for the England team at his first attempt, but it's almost as if a lack of confidence and form becomes contagious because it's like chasing the game. The locomotive has come off the tracks. Double press for Scotland, then started by a now injured Paul Benton. 137 kilos, 6'6", and ultra competitive. Heavily strapped right hand, you can see there for Paul Benton. He's not the team captain, but he is the man who is the inspirational figure. Super competitive. and almost resting that dumbbell on his hand rather than gripping it, and that will have been painful, but he won't like to let the public see that as Kenny Sims comes in. Quick glimpse of Paul Benton clutching that right hand then as Sims swings the dumbbell up to his shoulder, steadying himself. Sims, a late addition to the team, but that's a fantastic press. And going for his second, which would take the team to 3 overall. That's amazing. The former bobsleigh man for GB. Can he make another one? No, and he's done exactly the right thing. He's handed over to the team captain, Tom Stoltman, straight away. Now, this is the sort of tactics that almost England should have employed. As soon as he started getting in trouble, just hand over. Stoltman puts 4 reps on the board for Scotland. One more and they will equal the score of Wales. He's just steadying himself, Stoltman. I don't think he's in trouble yet. That's an excellent press. 5 reps. Now this one for the lead. And Stoltman still thinks he's got it in him for another press. Oh, fabulous stuff. But he knows it's time. He's got to hand over because every man has to have at least one go. Here comes Scott Milne. Well, that's an effort, but he knows he can't have the strength of some of the others. He hands back into Kenny Sims, who's already put a myriad of presses on the board. Is he going to get another? Oh, fabulous marshalling by Paul Benton. He's really drilled these guys, disciplined them. It's not easy for individual athletes to work as a team, but he's done a fantastic job. Stoltman gets another. 7. And Benton is super happy. I think Strongman wants another go, but they've run out of time. Brilliant stuff by Scotland.
On the comeback trail with 7 reps.
Well, almost the reversed effect of England. Confidence, breeding confidence, and brilliant marshalling by Paul Benton. Finally up then, home team of Ireland, led by Pa O'Dwyer. First man up to the plate is Matthew McCoy, part of the Olympic performance programme for Ireland. Expected to do well here, arguably the best man in the field for this event. Here he is. Looks tiny compared to some of the other men, but he's a true 6-footer and enjoying his experience here in Strongman. Quite a big difference to Olympic lifting. Ooh, having trouble getting on his shoulder. Not used to lifting with one arm, of course. And it's quite a different technique. Nope. And he shakes his head and immediately hands over to Pa O'Dwyer. Well, that might be a bit of a wake-up call for Matthew McCoy. This man consistently amazes me, Pa O'Dwyer. He's a fabulous strongman athlete. 2 reps for O'Dwyer, just swings the weight up onto his shoulder, almost overbalances. Going for a third, but a little bit overcooked there. Well, maybe they should take a leaf out of the Scottish book and hand over at this point, but O'Dwyer, possibly the most capable athlete in the field, it surely has to hand over now. Well done, Pa, that's great. In comes Gavin Redmond from County Wexford. Just taking his time, get himself ready. Oh, that's a great press, using his knees and his back. 3 now on the scoreboard for Ireland. Can he get another one out here?
One more, come on.
Pa O'Dwyer's urging him on, the captain there. Oh, that's great stuff. Fabulous, fabulous pressing. He had to use every part of his physique to make sure that was pushed up there. This is Dale Winters. Looking a little bit less balanced. Ooh, that came down a bit heavy on the shoulder there. Winters would like to get one. Oh, brilliant stuff. Quite a different technique, leaning right over to use one side of his body, all the way up from knee, hip, shoulder. Back in comes McCoy. That's a great press. He's learned from his first experience. 3.5 seconds on the board. Can we do another one? No, just run out of time. But the Irish happy with that. Always a smile on the face of Pa O'Dwyer. Great stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winners. now. Let's hear it.
Well, Paraguay leading his home team to a respectable score, but Scotland really outshining every other nation in the dumbbell press.
I thought you were injured and not part of the team anymore.
I said I was injured. I never said I wasn't part of the team. I take great pride in competing for Scotland and with my team, and I couldn't let them down, so I've got to stay here and battle all the way, and I'll do my best with my sore hand.
And your contribution could prove, the difference between winning and losing, right?
I know I can get these guys angry and fired up, so I've got 2 events to go. It's our 2 best events, and I'm confident, even with 3 of them, that these guys can take it home.
Well, the reason that one of these is the best event for you guys is mainly because of this man and those stones. Captain, looking forward to those stones?
I'm here and I'm going to smash it, and there's no ifs, there's no buts. We're going to go top of the leaderboard after this, 100%.
All right, thanks guys, good luck, cheers.
Well, the Scots challenge really gathering pace. They've had a 4th, 3rd, 2nd and now a 1st in the dumbbell press. So England on 11 points, joint leaders with Ireland. They're still at the top of the table, just they can't afford any more mess-ups, and Scotland really on the charge.
But then, look, this is classic and it's a fan favourite,
Yeah,
right?
it is. Stones of strength, 100 kilos. We'll then do 115, which is that stone.
And it's just a matter of like grabbing
it,
putting it
onto the 4.5 foot barrel. You then go on to 130 kilos. Our next stone will be the 145, which is quite taxing.
Is this another tag team? So, like when you've had enough, you tag somebody.
Correct. You've got a run back
team?
attack. Our next stone is 160 kilos, which only like 23 people on Earth has ever put up. And this stone, we're only sitting on about 6 people on Earth that have done it. And 2 of the guys are in this contest, Paul Smith and Tom Stoltman. So England need to produce the goods, and Scotland are on the way back, and Ireland are holding on with the skin of their teeth.
Hey, it's anybody's, isn't it?
It is. It's going to be a great contest.
Stones of strength.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the stones for us, I mean, it should be a really good event for us. I mean, we should be able to load all 6 stones, no problem. I know the Scottish team are also really good with Tom Stoltman in there as well.
I just kind of take the event by event, and stones to me are probably one of my strongest events by a long, long point.
Enjoy doing the stones now. Yeah, one of my stronger events, so it is. So hopefully we get all this right up to 170 kilo stone.
One of the all-time great strongman events, the Stones of Strength. It's Wales, led off by Hull Thomas in lane 1, farthest from the camera. Phil Roberts for England in lane 2, closest to the camera. And here we are. You can see from that surface there's been a little bit of rain between events, and this is going to make it technically even more challenging. And as we speak, just a little tiny slip from Hull Thomas there. Immediately, Paul Smith has been tagged in for England. This is one of only 2 men who has made the biggest stone on the course today, 175 kilos, as Charlie Goff tentatively makes his way down the course. Dale Peters on the right-hand side of your screen there. For Wales, the oldest man in the field, having a bit of trouble trying to get his arms around the stone, which is one of the biggest problems. It's not so much the weight. As they go up in weight, they also go up in size. Terry Hollands at 160 kilos. Getting his arm around it, heavily taped up on the forearms, lots of tacky on there as well. Makes 160 kilos, taking his time, sauntering up to 175 kilos. He'll be wanting to make this one for England. It'll be about time as well as the amount of stones lifted as well. Tries to wrap his arms around that. Meanwhile, Ben Brunning for the Welsh, struggling with 160, makes his way back towards the start, and Terry Hollands has decided that the man who's done this weight before is more suited to getting that final 175 kilo stone onto the 4.5 foot high barrel. It's Paul Smith. Smith struggling as Nathan Llewellyn tries for Wales, and he's gone to tag back in another teammate. Paul Smith really suffering here. Well, he's made this weight at a previous occasion, but he's really struggling to even get it off the ground at the moment, and that will be frustrating for him. Stuck at 160 kilos are England at the moment. It's a 2-minute event. Hill Thomas is trying for 160. The time runs out. England have to make do with 160 kilos lifted by this man, Terry Hollands. Next up, Scotland versus Ireland, and this is an absolutely crucial heat. Scotland with Paul Benton in lane 1, Gavin Redmond leading off the Irish in lane 2. It's the battle for first place. Redmond nearest to us. Look how heavily taped up he is. Paul Benton just touching the stone. They've allowed him to do that, the judges, because of his injured hand. He can't grip the stone. But look how well disciplined they are, because as soon as he touched that stone, he's grabbed a towel and he's making sure each side of the stone is dry. Well, they may not be fastest yet, as Pat O'Dwyer, the Irish captain, comes up for 145 kilos. Easy for him. Going straight on to 160, but here comes big Tom Stoltman. Easily lifts 160. Now the weight he's going to now, 175. Nobody's done it yet, but this man has done it before. An easy lift for Tom Stoltman. 175 kilos, and look at the time. Sub 50 seconds for the Scots. That's taken them out clear in the lead. Dale Winters for Ireland approaches the 175 kilo stone, but I can tell you that they lifted 160 kilos in 49.93 seconds. That's faster than England. They will take second place. Now, either they don't know that they've done that yet, or just as likely, they're lifting for pride. Everybody wants to lift one of these 175 kilo stones. It is ultimate strongman after all. This is Matthew McCoy, the Olympic weightlifter. He's had his work cut out, learning these new disciplines and techniques. It's not something you'd encounter in an Olympic program, is it? Gets it off the ground at least, and tags back in Gavin Redmond, the man who started the Irish effort, jogging down to have a crack at 175 kilos. 8 seconds on the clock. I don't think he's going to do it, but they're going to battle till the end. They have got second place anyway. It's enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner.
Amazing lifting by Tom Stoltman.
For Team Scotland. And what a performance by the team captain, the awesome Albatross.
So you've got to walk the walk when you talk the talk in this game, and that is exactly what Tom Stoltman did. Mate, that was just awesome.
We had a game plan, you know, and I'm confident I've done it before, and the only guy to do it twice. And 175, I could have one-motioned it, but you know, I feel really good, and let's bring on the flagpole.
2 on the bounce for Scotland then, 6 stones in 48.86 seconds, but look at England, 51.19 for 5. It's a disaster. So England slipped from the top of the leaderboard for the first time. It's now occupied by Scotland and Ireland. They are in 3rd spot, but they could still win. It's going to go down to the wire.
Glenn, I have to admit, I've got no idea what's going on here. What is it?
This is the flag hoist, strongman style. You're not hoisting the flag with a rope, you're lifting the pole on the hinged end. The guys, in a deadlift fashion, will pick this up a bit like a fishing pole and carry it and click it in. It goes up and up and up. The final one actually weighs 380 kilos from the floor, and only 3 men have managed to hoist that flag on Earth.
So the tallest flag is the one with the Union flag on it. If that goes up, that's incredible in itself.
That, for me, will win the title.
There's 5 of them, and only 3 people has done the 5th flag. Hopefully, you know, I'll be one of the first ones to do it, because I love flag hoist. You know, it's a really good event for tall people.
It's going to be tricky, but I think we've got enough strength in our team to be able to finish it no problem and hopefully win the event.
So preparing for the final event. Listen, Terry, I know it hasn't gone to plan, but I heard you just say something which is very true. Repeat it.
Yeah, I mean, we're a point back, and the Scottish guys and the Irish guys are a point ahead of us. So if we win the last event on count back, we'd win the whole competition. So we've just got to go out there and win this last one.
Well, despite knowing they needed to win to secure the overall title, things didn't go quite the way Team England wanted, as Paul Smith struggled with the second pole, losing valuable seconds. Phil Roberts was tagged in, but he too struggled before finally securing a pole. Charlie Goff nailed the third and fourth pole, leaving captain Terry Hollands to upright the final flag, which he failed to do. So England have set the marker with 4 flags in 83.74 seconds. They now wait to see if they've done enough. The most crucial first leg of the day for these two men. Dale Winters for Ireland on the left, Scott Milne on the right. For Scotland, it's all for the win. Dale Winters just stretching, getting himself ready. This really is a unique event. The technique to lift these flagpoles, unlike any other event in Strongman. Sort of rolling, clean deadlift into a pull to the chest, and a walking event as well. Paul Benton lifting 2 flagpoles into place despite having an injured hand. Hands over to Kenny Sims for Scotland. Meanwhile, Ireland's Gavin Redmond is struggling on flagpole number 3. Kenny Sims tags in Tom Stoltman, the captain, and the final man for Scotland to take his place. Redmond hands over to his captain O'Dwyer. Stoltman, meanwhile, has just got 1 flagpole to go. O'Dwyer is challenging to try and get back into it, but Stoltman has time. Drawing the final flag up towards him. O'Dwyer, just 1 more to go. Still pulling hard, Tom Stoltman. That looks like it, and the expression says it all. The captain has secured victory for Scotland. They are the champions in the Battle of Britain. O'Dwyer, meanwhile, he has secured second place for Ireland. They raised 4 flagpoles, 25 seconds faster than the English. This is for pride. And Matthew McCoy urging him on, and there goes the final flagpole for Paul O'Dwyer. He's a happy man. Second place for Ireland overall. So the underdog Scotland run down the flag of England to take the championship. Tom Stoltman, leading a team event for the first time, secures victory at this senior level. A magnificent win for the Scots. And a terrific performance from the Irish to secure second. This is the final placings for event number 6 then. Scotland and Ireland both with all flags raised. Scotland with maximum points. And so the final standings in the Battle of Britain and Ireland. Scotland win by 1 point over Ireland, 18 plays 17. England secure 15 points, Wales on 10.
So champions for 2017, only just though, Scotland. What a climax. And special credit to you, Paul, for performing the way you did with that injury, mate.
Thank you very much. Again, it's a team event. It was a pretty bad start for us, but we came here with a goal and we fought to the end, and I'm super chuffed with the guys.
Captain fantastic, Tom Stoltman. We thought those last 2 events were going to be right up your street, and that proved the way it was. But you still had to produce the goods. How tough was it?
Yeah, it was tough with the pressure, you know. I'm talking the talk and walking the walk, you know. It's the first person ever to load twice, and I'm just here to prove, and Scotland are here to prove that we are the best country, and we are going to be the best country in the world one day.
Come back and defend the title next year?
100% easy.
Well done once again, fantastic effort, all of you. So that's it from Bangor, the inaugural Ultimate Strongman Battle of Britain, and the bragging rights go to these guys, Team Scotland.
Strongman competitions have been a TV favourite since the 1970s, and we're still going strong. The British Isles have always produced some of the most powerful men on the planet, and this current crop are no exception. These 16 men, though, are facing one of the toughest competitions in the world. Over 3 straight days, 15 gruelling events, and in the middle of one of the hottest summers on record. So whoever it is will be a worthy winner of UK's Strongest Man.
Day 1 of the PMW Marketing UK's Strongest Man, and this is Group A with the big Welsh guardsman Gavin Bilton and Richard Besant from Wales, and the defending champion Lawrence Charlet of England. Sean Logan, the newly crowned England's Strongest Man, the big threat in that group. Group B is headed up by Ben Brunning and Pa O'Dwyer, respectively, Welsh and Irish champion, and the pocket rocket Gavin Redmond from Ireland. Let's hear from our host Dan Lobb and the daddy himself, Glenn Ross.
Strongmen are preparing for the pain ahead, and the man behind their misery is Glenn the Daddy Ross. You're not responsible for the weather, but you are responsible for these events, and they are tough.
Tough. We're in sunny St Albans, and this historic Roman town has brought 15 ultimate tests to them, and we have starting off with this duck walk.
This is classic Strongman, and it's the ugliest one.
One of the ugliest ones, because the guys waddle like ducks and look quite silly. That adds a bit of drama to it. We've got a wee bit of a challenge. They've got to go over an 18-inch platform. So it's 20 metres up, 20 metres back, going over the platform once each way. And fastest time wins.
How heavy is this thing?
440 pounds, 200 kilos.
200 kilos. And that equates to?
Well, 200 kilos would be the equivalent of nearly 2 rugby props.
So lifting up 2
rugby props at once.
Heavy boys.
Yeah.
And it's the quickest. You can go up and back?
Correct.
Okay. Here's where we start then. It's the duck walk.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm not sure St Albans has ever seen anything like this. This is Chris McNaughton, twice a junior Irish champion. He's a great pressing man, but whether he has the grip strength, who knows? Here's one man who certainly does, defending champion Lawrence Charlet of England. The man from Sheffield, Phil Roberts. He's really looked at the way he trains, the way he eats, the way he sleeps, everything to prepare himself for this event. And this is the Welsh giant, Gavin Bilton. Absolutely enormous, 6'6". He's in the Welsh Guards. He's been in the Welsh Guards for 10 years. It's all about grip strength, this. And you can see what they mean about the ugly duck walk. Now, you can put the weight down on this 18-inch rise. Oh no, McNaughton already having trouble lifting. You've got 2 processes to go here, of course. You've got to grip it and walk, but then you've got to pull up from the upper biceps and shoulders and almost press those legs to get on. Oh, great stuff. Ooh, Phil Roberts almost coming over the top of it, but that's a fantastic run by Roberts. Brilliant start. And the Englishman is super happy with that, 30.86. Bilton, a very tall man, he's struggling. He's got to get down and up again all the time. This is the defending champion, Lawrence Charlet. Come on, Lawrence. Just inching it to the end. Stops the clock at about 49 seconds. The other 2 really suffering. Here comes Bilton. The first time he's ever been at this level of competition, Gavin Bilton. He's a rising star, and McNaughton really knowing that he's up with the big boys now. There goes, oh, that's going to hurt. That is going to hurt. Gavin's got to get it right across the line. Well, that was a magnificent run by Phil Roberts. No stranger to this event at all, but he knew exactly what he had to do. Speed and power. In the second heat of Group A, it was Zeke Malusi who raced into the lead, but he made an error on the platform, as you can see here. Ooh, that's going to hurt. And then it was a race for the line between him, Besant, and Logan. Logan took the points with a time of 44.68. Besant came in nearly 20 seconds later, 65.48. Malusi, 71.90. Well, what an opening for Phil Roberts. Last year's England's Strongest Man showing is a massive contender for this year's UK Strongest Man title.
Phil, well done, mate. As performances in first events go, that has to be one of the best I've seen in these competitions.
That's very kind of you to say. One of my favourite events. It's a fitness event, endurance event. I may not be statically the strongest person, but endurance and managing to keep up the power, I've just proved that hopefully I'm one of the best at. So that should be able to carry me through a few events. On the not so good events, like the static events, I may lose some points, but I can get it back on the fitness and endurance events.
There's a long way to go, but what a great start.
Okay.
Well done, mate.
Right, thank you very much.
Cheers, Phil.
Cheers.
Well, the first heat of Group B consisted of Spence, Brunning, Redmond and Hawkins. All the men started off pretty much at level pegging, but then Hawkins took the lead at the turn. He was good enough to hold on to that right the way to the end. He was followed up by Ben Brunning, Wales' strongest man, and then the pocket rocket from Ireland, Gavin Redmond. Spence, unfortunately, unable to finish. It's a big step up for the under-23 UK's strongest man. Well, the sun's beating down on Great Britain for weeks on end now. And during that period, this man, Kevin Coyles, as a reserve, qualified for UK's strongest man. We'll see how he goes in this against this man, Pa O'Dwyer, 3 times Ireland's strongest man. Immensely popular. The self-styled bad boy of strongman, Paul Benton. Alongside fellow Scott Milne, with a very impressive beard, I have to say. Grip strength and speed, absolutely paramount here. Benton going great guns. Coyle's going pretty well so far. Struggles a little bit getting onto the ramp there, but Benton is romping ahead. Look at the way he can move and cover ground. So important. If you've got good grip strength and you can move quickly, the pain is less, literally. Neck and neck at the moment between Milne and Pa O'Dwyer. Benton is well on his way, though. His 2 nearest rivals still on the dais. That's fantastic. Spits the shield out, 32.72. What a fantastic finish. Pa O'Dwyer coming in nearly 10 seconds down. And all the gas has gone out of the tank for Scott Milne. It's all gone pear-shaped now. Yelling at the 2 remaining competitors, come on. Well, if there's a Mr. Motivator in this group, it is Paul Benton, but Scott Milne has just run out of gas completely, struggling to get it over the line, got to get the weight completely over a minute. And Kevin Coyles, every single step is going to be torture now. This is a baptism of fire for the Englishman. Marvellous victory for Paul Benton. Look at that. Confidence unbounded.
Well done.
Thanks.
That was fast.
It was all right.
Do you know if it was fast enough to win in the group?
I don't know.
I do.
It was a good steady run. So
you won.
Nice.
You won the group. Yeah, I mean, but that looked impressive right from the word go.
Yeah, it's a tough 3 days. So the first day is just get your feet set and get off to a good start. So
couldn't ask for better than that.
And what I like about you is the fact that you win impressively, you stick around, okay, you take the applause, but then you go and help your mate finish.
I'm all about teamwork. It's not us and them, but I'm certainly here to help the Scottish guys.
Well, Scotland firmly on the top of that group. Paul Benton, 32.72, takes the 8 points. Coming up next, event 2, the truck pull, a classic.
We all love a truck pull. Talk us through this one in particular, though.
This is 20 metres, 18 tonne, 75 seconds time limit, as fast as you can. Guys, lean into the truck, on the toes, get a good drive of the rope and pull using their arms and their biceps, legs, calves, hips. Everything comes into play here. It's how fast you want it, how low to the ground, and how hard you can pull 20 tonne.
So every major muscle group is being used here, and this is one of the most lung-busting events you can have, right?
No question, there's oxygen going to be required after this event.
It's a classic truck pull.
With just 3 men left to go, it was the Welsh guardsman Gavin Bilton using his height and strength to lead the way with a distance of 12.10 metres. And the first of those 3 men is this man, Richard Besant from Wales, psyching himself up currently 4th overall in Group A. Leaning into it, using every muscle group, and already you can see on the shoulders and biceps there that he's beginning to use as much muscle oxygen as possible. Got to get that truck rolling and keep it rolling. Well, sometimes in a truck pull, a classic truck pull, you can see that they get the vehicle rolling and then it almost runs away from them and they're sprinting almost down the line, hand over hand on the rope, but it's not the case today. This is an absolute drag fest today. Fantastically committed Richard Besant here. He almost looks like he's going to tie up every time he gets to a marker point. And here he is, he's slowing right down. Still getting good grip on this surface. But there's no let up at all here. Normally it sort of shifts to that running stance, as I say, with your legs doing most of the work, but this is not the case here. It's absolutely all about pull and push. You see those muscles going to oxygen deficit, and Besant will not give up. He's approaching the 15-metre mark. That is a fantastic effort by the Welshman. Brilliant stuff. What a great effort. That was a very, very good pull indeed by Richard Besant. Well, here's a man who knows a thing or two about a classic truck pull. This man defending his title. Currently 3rd overall in this group, Group A. It's Lawrence Charlet. Safe to say, I would say that 2018 hasn't been quite as good as 2017 for him as a year of eventing, but he's got the truck moving a little bit quicker than I've seen before. This is good. And the rope is just getting a little bit slack, which means that the truck is moving a little bit faster. Good roll forward. And he's still pushing hard on his toes. Look at those muscles going into oxygen deficit. And I've seen men get to the end of the line and they're completely spent of oxygen. Their skin going absolutely dark purple and have to take oxygen at the end. There is so much effort required in this. This is a good pull by Charlet. He's still moving quickly, considering that this is a very difficult truck pull. There's no rolling of this at all. Oh, this is a terrific pull. He passes the 15-metre mark. Has he got anything left? He's almost spent. There's the finish line. Everybody willing him on. Come on, a few more seconds, a few more pulls. One more, Lawrence, come on. Nope, he's spent. He knows his boundaries, and that was a magnificent pull by Lawrence Charlet. Using every single muscle in the body to keep going, and just out of oxygen at the end. Nowhere left to go. Well, didn't this man have a good first round? Phil Roberts from Sheffield. He spent so much time preparing for this competition. I would say probably the best part of 2 years, making sure he's in super top shape. He's looked at every aspect of his training, his diet, his lifestyle, and he's got that truck moving. You see the way he got on his toes and then just leant into it. He's doing a great job of matching Lawrence Charley and keeping that truck moving. Short steps, little strides. This is all important for Phil Roberts here. Has he got the endurance? He says he has this year. Charley really laying down the marker, getting within a whisker of the finish line. Approaching the 10-meter mark now, Phil Roberts, away past that he goes. This is grit and determination at its finest from the Yorkshireman. Still grinding away at this. Approaching 15 meters. I think he looks to me as though he's slowing down. Darker and darker and darker, all the muscle groups on the shoulder. There's no oxygen left now. The finish line is in sight. Oh, he looks as though he might make it. Oh, this is magnificent. How close is he? He pulls through. Come on. One more step. And they stop the clock, and he's nothing left at all. That was absolutely fantastic truck pulling. Probably takes more out of an athlete than anything else. What a magnificent effort by Phil Roberts. He wants this title, there's no doubt about it. Here's the confirmation then. Group A in the truck pull, a clear win for Phil Roberts. 19 metres over the defending UK Strongest Man champion Lawrence Charley. This is the overall standings in Group A then. Phil Roberts ploughing ahead, 13 points ahead of Lawrence Charley, and then Richard Besson of Wales.
Lawrence, I don't know about you, but this is a new interview position for me.
It's a little bit different, isn't it?
Have you ever been horizontal giving an interview before?
I can't say I have.
I don't want to get too close.
Oh, I might have actually.
How needed is this after that truck pull?
Yeah, it was a tough truck pull. Legs are a bit pumped, arms are a bit pumped from pulling on the rope, but second place on that, I think. I'm happy with that. Like I said earlier, it's just all about enough points to get through to the next day.
Yeah, on that, it looked as if Phil was pushing really hard.
I don't know why he pushed that hard, to be honest, because he's in a good position, and obviously, you know, like I've said, that experience of trying to save energy when you can. If I was him, I would have just made sure I got that second place and saved some energy. But he's hungry, he wants to win, he wants to prove, you know, he's one of the best guys, and he is. You know, he's improved loads. But today doesn't really matter, you know. The final day is what matters.
It's your fault. You made him push that much.
I'm good. I've got to make him work harder.
Right. I'm now. The longer I stay down here, the more I'm in need of physio too. So I'm up and out of here. Cheers, Loz. Thanks. Well done, mate. Massive effort, but did it come at a cost?
Yeah. So about halfway through, things going absolutely fine, and all of a sudden, it felt like someone kicked me in the calf. I felt like a pop and a move. So I'd imagine I've partially ruptured my calf. So seeing a physio, they've wrapped it with ice. They're going to reassess it again in a bit. But I think we're going to go out for dumbbell next. So I'm going to do that first, and then we'll see what they say. I'll just do the best I can.
In Group B, 4 men have gone. Paul Benton, 7.27 metres. Look at Kevin Coyles there, only managed 1.25 metres. He's having a tough time. This is the first of our last 4 men to go then. Scott Milne from Scotland, currently 5th overall in Group B. Let's see how they manage these last 4 at this very, very tough truck pull. Interesting what Lawrence Charley was saying about preserving your energy. It's very much that. Remember, this is the qualifying for the final day. Slow and steady here from Scott Milne. Quite a different technique. He's moving those legs in the sort of same way as he's moving his arms. There's no short steps here. Much longer strides for Scott Milne. Looks reasonably comfortable at the moment, as if you can look comfortable in this event. Of course, we can't see quite how much he's suffering or how much oxygen debt he's going into. He's elected to wear a t-shirt. A lot of them don't, of course, because they just overheat really, really quickly. This is a great pull by Scott Milne. He's just inching away at it. He doesn't seem to be troubled at all. Up to the 15-metre mark, and Milne is an absolutely magnificent truck pull. Well, this has confounded my expectations of this man, I have to say. I know he's a great athlete, but he just looks to be making it easy. What a magnificent run! Milne pulls the whole distance. And he knows it. Looks almost comfortable. Quite a different technique here. Longer strides. Almost in unison with it.
I know the last thing you want to do is is talk, but we've got to grab you after that. That was brilliant, mate.
Thanks very much.
First one to finish the course.
Oh, I like a truck pull, and after making a wee mistake in the duck walk, I had a wee bit of making up to do, so hopefully I've done that there.
How tough was it to keep the same momentum going? Because what a lot of the guys have what's happened to them is they've actually stopped and had to start again. That wasn't a problem for you?
To be honest, I never noticed as much. Obviously the back wheels hit the lip. I never felt it. I just kept thinking about just keep going, and got there, so...
Oh, magnificent,
just
mate.
Happy,
Yeah, well done. Keep going.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, what a marker to be laid down by Scott Milne for this man, Power O'Dwyer. It's a fierce competitor, O'Dwyer. He's always smiling. He's one of the nicest guys on the circuit. Everybody likes him. Fans absolutely adore him. He seems to be going for the similar technique to Scott Milne here. Getting it moving is the problem for O'Dwyer. A little bit slower in getting it moving, I think, than Scott Milne, but he's gone for that slow and steady. Again, exactly the same as Milne. Oh, switch tactic. Shorter steps, shorter strides, trying to keep the momentum going. And I think O'Dwyer's going to suffer with this a little bit. He doesn't look as comfortable, certainly, as Milne. Huge upper body strength, though, Power O'Dwyer. And he's got that momentum going again. Slight uphill here by the look of it. That's not going to help. Coming up to 15 metres, 68 seconds is what he's got to beat. It's looking very good indeed. Deceptively good. Only a few seconds left to go. He's going to make it inside the time of Scott Milne. 65-60. Well, that was an amazing performance by Power O'Dwyer. He didn't look anywhere near as steady as Scott Milne. Changing tactic in the middle, going for those shorter strides, and he's a happy man. Why not, indeed?
Quick one, Pa, because I know you gave an awful lot there, but that's the fastest time anyone has done. I mean, only two have actually completed that course.
Yeah, I'm delighted that I had a couple of practice run out in Coachford in County Cork with a tractor there 2 weeks ago, and that was actually probably harder than that. So I've a lot of training for this. So
how heavy was that tractor?
It was 10 ton uphill.
10 ton uphill.
Uphill. Yeah.
So 20 ton flat.
Easy.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
Welsh champion Ben Brunning pulled after O'Dwyer. He managed 15.08 metres. He was pretty happy with that. Then it was the turn of Hawkins to pull the truck. He did enough to make third place. A great performance. Here's the confirmation then. In event 2, Group B, the truck pull, Pa O'Dwyer takes the 8 points ahead of Scott Milne and Colin Hawkins in third spot. And in the overall for Group B, Pa O'Dwyer and Colin Hawkins lead with 13 apiece, Paul Benton on 12, and then Scott Milne and Ben Brunning both on 11. Next up is the Daddy Dumbbell and Log Press.
Okay, Glenn, next event, the dumbbell press.
Yes,
Talk
it is.
us through it.
These get picked up to the shoulder with 2 hands, you release with 1, press into locked out position and look forward. On the referee's signal down, you either bring it down to your shoulder, down with 2 hands, or under control, can bring it down like an Olympic lifter.
And what I haven't seen in your strongman competitions is the fact that it just goes up in weight on the dumbbell press. So where do we start there?
So we're starting off with 60, 70, 80, 90, and this massive 100 kilo dumbbell.
100 kilos?
Yes, indeed.
Now, I'm not quite 100 kilos, but I'm not far off. So this is tantamount to lifting me one-armed above their head.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I can't even get that off the ground with 2 arms. Obviously, it's the sweat that I'm building up that's causing a little bit of trouble. Well, are they going to lift this?
Listen, they're here to win the UK Strongest Man. We've got some of the best pressers in the country. Of course, somebody's going to lift it, but there might only be 1 or 2.
Well, let's find out.
In Group A, 4 down, 4 to go. Gavin Bilton went all the way up to 90 kilos in a time of 42.85 seconds. Still, 4 men to go. Well, this is Ryan England, currently 7th place overall in Group A. We've not seen him on the screens so far, and nice to see he's got a fan in the crowd as well. From Scotland, currently joint 5th place in Group A. Well, for both of these men, this is going to be a real test. Remember, Gavin Bilton has gone all the way up to 90 kilos. Clear lift at 60 kilos for both men, on to 70. Extremely difficult. Remember, you've got to put all the effort through one arm here. Ooh, and Malusi already struggling there. He's whacked himself on the head. Ryan England going well. Up to 90 kilos now for Ryan England. Malusi still struggling with 70 kilos to get a clear lift. Second attempt by Ryan England. Is he going to get that? Oh, topples over sideways. Does he get that as a clear lift? He does. Here we go. This is the big one. And Malusi really struggling here. A fully grown man they're lifting there. 100 kilos then for Ryan England. The crowd really getting behind him. Oh, great technique. Oh, that's a magnificent lift. What a brilliant press that was. 100 kilo dumbbell press for Ryan England, the first man to complete it. Great technique, look at this. Concentrates himself and drives from the quads through the lower back and straight up through the arm and shoulders. Terrific press.
Ryan, we were wondering how many of today's contestants were going to be able to lift that last dumbbell.
Yeah.
Were you surprised that you were able to do that? Because that is 100 kilograms after lifting 60, 70, 80 and 90. That's some feat.
Well, I've done
mate.
111 in the gym on my own, just obviously a single. So I was pretty confident in my ability to get them down. It was just the timing. So just pick them off one by one and then just go from there, really.
Is this something that you can replicate in the gym? Because a lot of these events are tough for you to do that.
Obviously certain companies make loadable dumbbells, so obviously you start at a certain weight, you just add weights to it. So we got one of them at our gym. Like, so else you, if you want to be the best at something, you got to invest in yourself and pay the money for the kit, do you know what I mean? So that's what I've done. There's some good sponsors I got, so happy days.
And you needed this, yeah?
Yeah, I needed some big points, yeah.
Oh, good, well done, mate.
Trying to get to D2, hopefully.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Thank
cheers,
you very
Ryan.
much.
Well, there was no avoiding the issue for Ryan England, was there? He really does need to pull a big win out of the bag to qualify on day 2. Defending champion Lawrence Charley of England. No stranger to a dumbbell press, that's for sure, but he will be feeling the pressure. He was talking about preserving energy levels. He will need it. And this man who's got absolutely great guns to currently lead Group A has got an injury. He's carrying an injury already. Oh! I've never seen anything like that in my life. Straight over his head. More conventional there by Lawrence Charley at 70, and Phil Roberts a little bit slower. Charley, 80 kilos, straight up and down. This is super fast. Lost a little bit of time as well from one of them running away. 90 kilos. It's almost like a clean and jerk for Lawrence Charley. This is the big one, 100 kilos. And away he goes. That's a magnificent time as well, 31.3. And it would have been quicker if he hadn't had to retrieve the 60-kilogram dumbbell. Roberts needs to get in under 65 seconds. He's got plenty of time. Don't rush it, Charlie. Urging him on. And away he goes. Nope, that's not for Phil Roberts. He calls time on that. Maybe a wise thing as he's carrying an injury.
And a very fast time from Lawrence Charlie.
Oh, Phil Roberts looking as though he's in trouble there, hobbling along. Look at this. Incredible pressing for Lawrence Charlie, a man with super experience and well within his comfort zone by the look of it. Charlie then just romping away, half the time of Ryan England to take the 8 points for all 5 dumbbells. Phil Roberts still leads, but only just from Lawrence Charlie, Gavin Bilton and Sean Logan and Richard Besant, all on 13.
Oh, it's good news that you haven't pulled out yet.
Yeah. Had a moment with the physio, the local physio and the paramedics. They said, probably best you pull out. But then I've spoke to a few other people and they said, you know what, why give up now? Let's see what happens tomorrow.
So you're off
so
to
we're going to do
some...
absolutely everything. Yeah, I'm going to get some physio. I'm going to get hot cold treatment on it. I've got a few guys here supporting me, so they're going to help me through the night. Even if I have to stay up all night, I will do what it takes to get there tomorrow.
Right, Glenn, for Group B, different discipline.
Yes.
But one that we've seen plenty of times on Strongman.
Well, not really. 160 is actually the heaviest weight ever lifted in the UK Strongest Man for reps. So this is going to be a real challenge. I mean, the guys are improving every year, but this is day one, and this is a rude awakening. You've now arrived at what is the ultimate strongman.
So 160 kilos. What do they have to do with it? I know ultimately it's going to be above their heads, but how do they go about getting that thing up there?
Well, basically, they've got to clean it to their knees, up to their chest, and with everything they've got, legs, power, shoulders, up it's got to come. And trust me, 160 doing it once is a mighty lift. To do it any more than that, you are UK strongest man level.
Well, the daddy's got that absolutely right. Look at this, Coiled and Spence, both trying at 160 and failing. Then it was Redmond and Benton. Benton had a really good effort. Too much for both of them, though, and they are both world-class strongmen. Next, it was Brunning and Hawkins. Hawkins didn't mess about and lifted the log straight away. And he managed to get a second rep on the board as well. And the last 2 men to go in Group B were O'Dwyer and Milne. O'Dwyer, just like Hawkins, lifted the log as soon as the whistle sounded. He was happy with second place with just one single lift. And in event 3, the log lift for reps, a mighty effort for Colin Hawkins with 2 reps. Pa O'Dwyer with 1 just behind, the only other man to lift. Overall standings for Group B, Hawkins now leads ahead of O'Dwyer, Benton and Milne, and Brunning tying for 4th place.
Basically, this is like a tug-of-war event. It's called the Strongman Sweetie Snatcher. As you can see, it's a bit of a sweet in the middle, and it's who wants to gobble it up and take the other competitor over the line.
Right, so where...
You lean in,
yeah.
You've got a 5-metre course.
Oh, it's 5 metres?
That's all. And they just got to drag the other person over that 5 metre
that's all? That sounds like a long way.
It's a long way. Trust me, this is going to be tough. Our wrestling tests are always tough for the strongman. 15 disciplines, you've got to have a wrestling test.
Oh, this just comes down to heart and determination, doesn't it? And grip too.
Grip, no doubt.
Well, I'm all over this.
Well, just as you'd expect, Group A of the Sweetie Snatcher saw a lot of aggressive battles, but as the men got whittled down, it was Ryan England and Gavin Bilton, Lawrence Charlie and McNaughton who made the semi-finals. Bilton and England had a strong battle in their semi, but Bilton eventually made his way into the final, and McNaughton's path was a bit helped by Charlie's fear of injury. Lawrence happy to take 4th place. But the event really suited the big guardsman. His flexibility and strength made easy work of McNaughton in the final. Confirmation of the 8 points for Gavin Bilton then, ahead of Chris McNaughton and Ryan England. Lawrence Charley taking 4th spot and 5 points, but Phil Roberts only a single point. Injury playing on him. So Lawrence Charley takes over the top from Phil Roberts, but Besant, Malusi and McNaughton facing elimination. Group B's first semi was between Hawkins and Milne. Milne slipping and sliding all over the place, and Hawkins, the victor, making his way into the final. Terrific stuff. And in the second semi-final, O'Dwyer put up a good fight, but he was pulled over the line by the Welsh badger, Ben Brunning. So, it was Hawkins versus Brunning in the final. Hawkins, like Charley in Group A, saving himself for day 2. A wise head for Colin Hawkins then, settling for second place behind Ben Brunning. He takes 7 points, Brunning takes 8. But how does it look in the overall? Well, in Group B, it's Redmond Spence and the first timer Kevin Coyles facing elimination. Hawkins safe at the top. Up next, it's the Stones of Strength Eliminator.
So final event then, Glenn, something different for UK Strongman. We've got an eliminator. Talk us through it. We know this is Stones of Strength, but how's it all working?
Yeah, a real classic event, really, to show who is the strongest to make the next day 2. And 3 lanes will go into play. It'll go on a point system. Whatever points you finished on will warrant the seconds you get on the whistle of the referee. So if you're leading in points, you'll have a slight advantage on the guy that's last place. But the drama that did happen in previous shows that we've done it in, somebody could fail a stone and somebody gets in and still make their way to the final.
Okay, so talk us through the weights and how many of these things they need to get on the barrels.
In the heats for this eliminator, we're going to do 100, 115, 130, 145 and the massive 160 that only a few people on earth have ever lifted.
So it could come down to who just gets through like the 3rd or 4th stone the quickest.
This is it, and the strongest will win and go through to day 2.
Okay, so 3 lining up, only 1 will go through to tomorrow.
Yes, it's a big, big event for Richard Besant, Zeki Malusi and Chris McNaughton. They are the bottom 3 facing elimination.
Right, lads, this is it then. 3 of you, but only 1 goes through to tomorrow. But there's so little in it. Who's off first whistle? Rich, do you feel like that's a big advantage?
Yeah, 2 seconds is it's a big time in Strongman, really. So
yeah.
So I've just got to go as quick as I can. Some big boys and they're all good at stones, like, so just got to do what I can, really.
What are stones like for you?
Wait and see, but I think he's a very good stone lifter. But if he gives me an inch, I'll take a mile. So there you go.
And then was it just a second after Zach? That's when you can.
I think it's a couple of seconds.
It's a couple of seconds. So it's the whole on your whistle type thing, you know, 1-1. So the guys has earned the extra points throughout the day, so they get that bit more of an advantage, you know. So it works out sort of fair enough in that way. Like, you know, we're all going head to head. You know, somebody was a lot better at stones than one of the other guys, even though they put in a lot more work in the day. Well, then it's a wee bit unfair that way, but this makes it sort of totally even, like, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's good that you think that way. It's a shame that there's only going to be one of you going through, but may the best man win. Good luck, lads.
Thank you.
Besant in the red lane on the left of your screen, Malusi in the white in the centre, McNaughton on the right-hand side in the blue lane. Besant gets a bit of an advantage, on goes the stone. Oh, no, Richard, you've got to get that one on. Well, he's gone straight away for the 115. He's got to get that 100 kilogram stone on there and keep it on there. Meanwhile, McNaughton and Malusi have gone forward to 115 kilos. Richard Besant gets that 130 kilo stone on. Moving on to 145. He's doing a really, really good job here, but look, it's pretty slippery out there. A little bit of red. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Zeki Malusi. I thought he had that on there and it just seemed to roll off gently. But he's got to go back and do it again. And the plate at the bottom up. A little bit of rain has caused this, and although they've got the forearms taped up and loads of tacky on there to try and grip that, it's very, very difficult indeed. Zeki Malusi gets the 130 kilo stone on. Meanwhile, McNaughton is trying 145. They're all stuck on 145 now. Now, if somebody gets a 145 stone up, they will be the winner. If not, it goes back to time on 130. They're all trying. Is that on? No, just tips off the edge. The whistle goes, and they are all stuck on 130. It'll be Richard Besant who goes through. The other two eliminated. Here's the confirmation. Group A, Besant goes through 3 stones in 21.43. He qualifies for day 2. And overall in Group B then, this is how it plays out. The bottom 3 who are in the eliminator are Redmond, Spence and Coyles.
You've seen what happened in Group A. Does that change anything from what you've seen?
I actually didn't focus on what the others were doing. I'm just focusing on what I have to do now. I have a little bit of time ahead, so I just hope to get all stones up.
Well, that's what happened in the first group. The guy who went first got through, but it was close. Yeah. What about the time that you have to make up, Rob?
Couple of seconds I've got to make up. I'll just see how it goes. Just try and keep it nice and easy for the conditions there's. So I'm hoping to get the end stone. See how it goes really. They've been wet.
Steep learning curve for you youngsters, isn't it? Yeah,
definitely.
And Kevin?
It's been a very bad day. Realistically, I need one of them to make a mistake, and I need everything to go right. But it's not over yet, so see how it plays out.
Yeah, best of luck, lads. Take
care.
Best
of luck, gentlemen.
Gavin Redmond then nearest to the camera in the red lane. Rob Spence, the under-23 UK strongest man, in the centre. And Kevin Coyles farthest away in the blue. Well, Gavin Redmond has a little bit of a time advantage, made light work of the 100-kilogram stone. A bit of trouble grabbing on to the 115. Meanwhile, Rob Spence has caught and passed him. That was magnificent. Oh! Well, he may have a steep learning curve, as Dan Lobb was saying, but he looks like a pro here. He's already onto 145 kilos and makes light work of it. 160 kilos only left, and Gavin Redmond is really struggling. He's a fairly short man, but I don't think the other two are particularly tall either. Plenty of time in hand for this young man in the middle from the northeast of England. Spence, the under-23 UK strongest man, is about to attempt to lift 160 kilos. The problem here is not just the weight, it's getting your arms around it. Gives up at that, he knows he's done enough. That is magnificent. Kevin Coyles still struggling down on 130, as is Gavin Redmond. Coyles comes over to congratulate his fellow northeasterner, and Gavin Redmond, the Irishman, has given up. He's absolutely distraught. Usually a good event for the Irishman. Well, what a fantastic effort by young Rob Spence to take the eliminator and go through to day 2. 4 stones in a time of 32 seconds. He qualifies.
So what an amazing finish to what's been an incredible first day here at UK Strongest Man. 16 now becomes 12, and those 12 have to do it all over again on day 2. Glenn, the Daddy Ross, is ready for the final. And Glenn, although we are going to be setting up each event for the final, of which there are 5 again, we can't forget what these finalists have already been through over the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a tough 2 days. 10 events have already gone, and now we've got 5 left for the final. And the first one kicks off with this loading event.
Yeah, so in the strongman events that I've done with you, I'm well aware of the giant earth mover tyres that they flip. This obviously isn't that.
No, these are 120 kilos of lorry tar, reinforced lorry tar, that has to be carried up a 20-metre course onto a 4.5-foot platform.
One at a time, and it's a race against the clock?
Yes, it is.
And maybe this little bit of rain is going to add in something of an X factor for these contestants, something extra for them to deal with as we head into this first event of the final.
Introducing
4 men lining up against each other. Brand new lorry tyres. at 120 kilos each, the same weight as this man here, 264 pounds or 19 stone. Richard Besant from Wales. Ryan England, 32 years of age now. I think he's had a great competition, actually. The man from the West Country. You always expect him to sound like a Viking when he opens his mouth, but he doesn't.
In lane 3, from Scotland.
Scott Milne, consistency personified, this man. He's had a great competition so far, and now he's really up against it in the final of this, the PMW Marketing UK Strongest Man.
UK Strongest Man, Rob Spence.
Well, what a competition this man has had so far. To make it through to the final day is an achievement in itself. So Heat 1 of Event 1 gets underway. Richard Besant, the Welshman, a little bit slow off the mark. Number 3, good grief. There's a few tyre fitters who could do with these guys around, that's for sure. Oh, young athleticism on show there from Rob Spence. That's an interesting way of carrying. Look, he's almost lifting the tyre like a dumbbell, but it seems to be working. He's miles ahead of the rivals. And he's got the crowd behind him. The under-23 UK Strongest Man has a clear lead. And he's absolutely flying up the course. Richard Besant is the closest competitor, but he's finished 38.64. What an amazing result. Is this the future of UK Strongest Man we're seeing ahead of us? He's come through the process of juniors and under-23s from Ultimate Strongman, and it's really showing how good he is. Look at this, absolutely fantastic, almost throws it on the platform.
Rob, I know you're over the moon to be here in the final, but you're obviously not here just to make up the numbers, mate. That was something incredible.
No, definitely not. I was the underdog coming in, but I'm here to cause an upset for everyone.
Is that better though, despite the fact that you knew you could back yourself?
Yeah.
Were you surprised though when you
I was looking forward to that event. It's a nice, easy moving event for us, so against these big lads. But hi, better than I expected, to be honest.
Well, keep it going, mate. That's a fantastic start.
Thank you.
Well, cheers,
Introducing in lane 1.
Heat number 2, the crowd still really happy despite the rain. Phil Roberts looking fired up. He always looks tired, does Phil Roberts. I'm not surprised, he's had 2 very hard days to get here. This is the defending UK Strongest Man, Lawrence Charley. 35 years of age now. A truly international giant in Strongman.
Scotland, Paul Benton.
Well, this man physically a giant, 6'5". The Scotsman, Paul Benton, just shy of 30. And the ever-popular Pa O'Dwyer, now 3 times Ireland's strongest man. Well, they've just seen a magnificent performance by Rob Spence. There's been a few raised eyebrows there. Goes to show it's not just about strength, you have to have some athleticism and speed on this. Benton going well, Charley going well, Roberts going well, just a little bit behind Pa O'Dwyer now. Phil Roberts moving very, very well considering he injured himself on day 1. 2 tyres up for him. Charley struggling a little bit, getting it off his shoulder, as is Benton. They have to have all 3 tyres on the platform. There's no question about it falling off afterwards. It's got to be stable. Brilliant, brilliant by Phil Roberts. Fantastic. Come on, come on. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, he's lost the advantage, and Charley comes through, hoiks the tyre up on the top and takes the win. Oh, what a shame for Phil Roberts. Oh, he will be disappointed with that.
Yes, Phil Roberts won the first place.
Well, I think he thought he had it in the bag. Just the simplest of mistakes robbed him of victory.
Where did Pa O'Dwyer come from? I thought it was out of Lawrence.
An amazing start for Rob Spence. He takes the 8 points on this third day, ahead of Charlotte, England and O'Dwyer, but difficult for Phil Roberts, only 4 points.
Tough opener, guys. What a fantastic race. Parr, you came from nowhere, almost snatched it. Loz just got it, though.
Yeah, I made a slip up in the first tire. The first tire slipped out of my hands. Picking it up, stupid mistake. Tried to make it back in the other 3 tires, but he hit me in the end.
And I mean, your experience told you, obviously, that you don't just have to get it to the platform like Phil did, you've got to get the thing on there.
Yeah, well, I had to take a bit more time on the second one just to make sure it was flat, because my tactic was to push straight up and get it on, which helped me pip some of the speedy guys. I know, I said from the start, this man's the man that's going to push me all round. He's got the best ability on every event.
You beat him today?
Hopefully, but Lawrence is a class athlete.
Yeah.
He's a world-renowned athlete for, I don't know, 20 years, is it?
It feels like it.
But yeah, to be up there with him, even competing alongside him was great. And to be pushing like he thinks I am going to do great, better again, do you know?
Oh, you lot are all too nice. Listen, well done, both of you. Go get ready for the next one. Cheers. Phil, I know you probably don't want to talk about this because that was yours for the winning. You just couldn't get the third tyre on the platform. What happened?
Proved I was fastest out there, but bit of unlucky, a bit of maybe a bit unlucky, a bit slack, or maybe putting the last one up. Should have won that one, but you know what? Reset, next event.
So now, even more important for you to get the head right.
So I'm chasing. I do better when I'm chasing anyway. So let the chase begin.
All right, well done, mate.
Up next, it's a classic car deadlift.
Okay, Glenn, next event in this year's final, we're lifting cars, but the cars are something that I haven't seen before. You're going up in the world.
Yeah, we are. 350 kilos of pure power. Difference this year, there's no straps allowed. It's pure hand power, back power. Has to lift these massive weight up in their locked out position as many times as possible in 75 seconds.
And this is literally head-to-head, eye-to-eye. What difference does it make for these guys when they're going up against each other? They can see what the other one's doing.
Well, there's going to be a lot of gamesmanship, a lot of eyeballing, who wants it the most, and back power. If you want to be UK's strongest man, this is a tale to tell who has it.
And this event could tell us an awful lot about who's going to win this thing.
It's Scotland up against Wales here. Scott Mill nearest to us. Richard Besant opposing him. Lifting 2 rather nice Porsches. One thing that they didn't get mentioned in the introduction, it's about grip strength as well, especially in this rain. 75 seconds. Milne on 3, Besant now on 5. He's calling for something, a towel I think, or some more chalk. This is very, very difficult conditions to deadlift in. Very slippery, and grip strength, I think, is probably the most important factor in this event today. Besant on 6. You'd expect something like 7 or 8 on a good day in good weather. He's doing a fantastic job here. Scott Milne, I think he's called it a day at 3. Is he going back again? Or maybe he's trying to get the crowd behind him. I think he is. About 25 seconds to go. Ooh. Scott Milne calls it a day. Richard Besant calls it a day. Very difficult conditions to deadlift in. On your left, Phil Roberts. On the right, Paul Benton. Roberts says he's happier when he's chasing. Oh, straight into it. 2 immediately. And he's going at a pace of 2-1 at the moment against Paul Benton. Oh, this is terrific by Phil Roberts. He really wants this title. Look at that, he's on 7 already. Showing no signs of slowing down. His grip strength is very good. Paul Benton, he has to get down a long way. This is a big problem. You've got to squat a long way down and push with the whole of your back and the whole of your leg strength as well. It's not the greatest position to be in. If you're very tall, you're disadvantaged here. But I'll tell you what, Phil Roberts, he's quite tall. And he's doing really very, very well indeed. Another man who wants more chalk for these slippery conditions. This is absolutely brilliant deadlifting by Phil Roberts. 13. 14. It is literally almost 2-1. Can he get 16 and make it really 2-1 before the end? He's got another 25 seconds, but it's about losing momentum now. Well, a no lift for Paul Benton there. He dropped the car as opposed to placing it down. He gets a no lift for that. He won't be very pleased, but Phil Roberts takes that convincingly. He is a real contender, isn't he? 15 plays 8.
Phil, well done. You needed that, obviously, after the first event.
Yep, like I said, I bet when I'm chasing, hopefully that's done enough. There's some really good deadlifters still to come. Obviously, the main man being Lawrence Charley. But it's not just the deadlift, it's the grip as well, because you're not allowed straps. I think I could have probably lifted more, but my hands wouldn't allow me anymore.
See, the problem you have after that first event is you're going forth with 4 more to come, so you don't know how many might be enough to win this event, right? So you just got to go all out,
yeah.
Leave nothing
and
behind.
It's really hard because obviously your body's starving for oxygen. So in between, you're trying to use as much time as possible. You try and do it all at once, you won't be able to catch up with yourself. So it's pace. Large number, break, small number, break, bite-sized chunks.
Could 15 hold?
Yeah.
Right.
I think it can.
All right, we'll find out. Well done, mate.
Fingers crossed.
Absolutely brimming with confidence, Phil Roberts, and why not? The skies seem to be lifting in colour a little bit. Will it be easier to grip these deadlift bars now? O'Dwyer up against Ryan England. 15 is the target they're aiming at. O'Dwyer and England pretty well matched on this, I think. O'Dwyer is a good deadlifter, so is Ryan England. It looks like he's suffering a little bit, though. But as we pointed out at the beginning of this event, and Phil Roberts has just talked about, it's more about grip strength today than anything else, I think. Now, watch the technique. Ryan England squatting down, very much in a powerlifting, deadlifting, classic style. Para O'Dwyer with much more of a bent back. Still got to use that extraordinary hams, quads and lower back power there, and of course the grip. The great Mark Felix there on the right hand side, one of the judges here today. I don't think they're going to match the score of Phil Roberts. Very little time left, and then no win here. Well, maybe Roberts is right. Rain lashing down, and I think that actually Ryan England has hurt himself. 10 and 12 apiece. Yep, you can see on his hand there, his left hand, he's ripped the skin wide open. Rob Spence and Lawrence Charley. First and second in the last event. Charley, one of the best deadlifters in the world. Rob Spence has just got to concentrate on his own game here. If he keeps looking over at Charley, he will be discouraged, that is for sure. But I think he's doing really well. Reaching underneath the short hem to get some chalk. Just concentrate, 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 Rob. Lawrence Charley has 10 in the bag. He knows Phil Roberts has a great deal more, and he has to match it. He has to get somewhere close at least. One of the best deadlifters in the world, and Rob Spence is doing a great job. That's 8 for Spence, 13 for Charley. It looks like Phil Roberts, at the moment, is pretty safe. Still some time though, still some time. Look at the rain lashing down. This makes it very, very difficult indeed. Another one in the bag for Rob Spence. He keeps his hand in with the top boys. The seconds are ticking away. Phil Roberts looking safe. Charley's had enough. He's not going to go for any more. 9 for Spence, 13 for Charley. A very creditable performance by Spence. Lawrence Charley disappointed. One of the best deadlifters in the world. Difficult conditions for sure, and that will have affected performances of many men. A crucial win for Phil Roberts, takes the 8 points ahead of Lawrence Charlet. That is a surprise. Paro Dwyer and Ryan England 3rd and 4th respectively. Great result for Rob Spence. And Spence picking up 4 points takes him to joint 2nd with Phil Roberts behind Lawrence Charlet, just 2 points ahead. And then Ryan England and Paro Dwyer on 11.
Glenn, as we know in your strongman events, the log lift isn't a wooden log, it's one of these beastly metal things.
Yeah.
And we've got a medley ahead of us. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we've got the difference is it's 2 lanes of logs, a medley of logs to be lifted, 100 kilos, 120, 140, 160, and a massive 180 kilos. And back in the day when I dallied, 180 used to be the world record.
So what's the technique to get this thing above your head?
Basically, they get it to their knees, clean to the chest, up, and on the referee's signal, down under control. And then they move on to the next one. They've got 90 seconds.
And because of that time limit that you've put into it, they need to be pretty quick going from log to log down the course.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And then obviously, take the first 3 pretty quickly. Pace yourself for the last 2. But listen, anything can happen here. There's some really quick log lifters, and you might have to go all out right to the last one.
It's a classic. It's the medley log lift.
For the first heat of the log medley, Richard Besant managed the 2nd log, and so did Scott Milne. But that 120 log was as far as they both went. Paul Benton on the left, Rob Spence on the right. Benton currently 6th, joint 2nd for Rob Spence. It's all about pacing yourself in this event, as Glenn, the Daddy Ross, was saying. Nice technique from Rob Spence, nice technique from Paul Benton. Rob struggling just a little bit, much smaller man than Paul Benton, but very difficult conditions. Again, the handles on these logs will be difficult to grab. The pushing part of it's not so bad. It's the rolling it up to the chest. Rob Spence is struggling a little bit. Will they get back in time to have another go? Paul Benton moving on to 160 kilos. If you're not good at this, you're just not good at this. You might as well pace yourself and wait for another event. The other competitors very keen to see how young Rob Spence is doing. He's 2nd overall, remember. No, I think that's where he stops. Benton. Nope, has decided 140 is where he will finish. Still very good lifting by both men. Remember, the 2 previous competitors got to 120 kilos, as did Rob Spence. Benton goes 1 further to make a clean lift on 140 kilos. Still some top men to go. This is Ryan England on the left-hand side, and Paro Dwyer, their joint 4th. Both of them very, very good log presses, especially Ryan England. He has been very impressive. So easy for Paro Dwyer. Both men moving on to 140 kilos. This is where the marker has been set so far by Paul Benton. Yeah. Both men lifting cleanly. More chalk on the hands, taking their time. I don't blame them. The conditions, for the first time in weeks and weeks and weeks in the United Kingdom, we've had rain. It has been scorching. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant log press by Ryan England. 160 in the bag. This is a walloping 180 kilos going. Dwyer, I think, is going to call it a day at that point. All eyes though on Ryan England. Can he make 180 kilos? It's great, great technique. This is going to be a very, very impressive press if he can make it. Tries once. Tries twice. Nope. Discretion is the better part of valor, but a big smile on his face, and I am not surprised. Massive, massive lift for this man. 4th overall at the start of the event. Look at that. Great classic pressing technique. Straightening that body. All that power coming up through the shoulders. for the final element.
Do you think anyone can do that 180?
No one's getting 180.
Right.
And no one's getting 160 as fast as that either.
Yeah. No, Loz was talking you up, so I think that this should be yours, mate. There's only 2 more to go.
It's my best event and I wanted to do well at it. I've done damage limitation on the other 2, so
yeah, well done.
Let's roll on.
Good stuff, mate. Well done.
Well, I'm not surprised that Ryan England is confident. Fast time, great pressing. Oh, Charlie also one of the best log pressers in the country, if not the world. Phil Roberts, the bit between his teeth. He's already given a thumping to Laurent Charlet in the last event. He can sense victory. Oh, struggling a little bit though on 140 kilos, now makes a clean lift. Charlet, 160. Looking comfortable at the moment. Rolls it up onto the shoulders. Now, push all the way up. Oh, well done, 160. Oh, that's quicker. That's quicker than Ryan England. He wants to know the time. Does he have to go any further? That's what he wants. He knows he's gone faster. He's just going to walk off, is he? Is he going to try the 180? He knows he's quicker than the others. That means he's taking victory. Oh. Charlet, it's all about the time for him. Phil Roberts concedes. Charlet knows he's back in the hunt.
Needed them points. 2 events to go. No mistakes. No mistakes, Glenn.
Well, he knew he could lift 160 as soon as he dropped this, pointing to his wristwatch. How fast? Half fast.
So second in that event was Ryan.
And that's the result. He knows he's got it in the bag. Well, much to Ryan England's disappointment, Laurent Charlet is faster. Around 3.5 seconds faster, in fact. 8 points to him, 7 to England, 6 to Pat O'Dwyer. Charlet leads. Ryan England is second. Phil Roberts and Pat O'Dwyer tie for third. Still a lot to play for. Next up, truck pull.
Okay, Glenn, event number 4. Charlet has a lead, but this is still doable for those behind him. What have we got?
This is one of the closest competitions we've had. Only 5 points split with 2 events to go, and the arm over arm is a mixed bag when it comes. Some days you get a great pull, some days it can be quite difficult.
So it's still a truck pull, but not as we know it. We've seen them do the harness, get close to it and pull. What are they doing now?
It's an arm over arm. They've got to go in the seated position and feed the rope in as quickly as possible, and it's 9th on the vehicle.
And we have a strongman who's not competing in the final, strapped in, ready to go, to give us an idea of what the finalists are facing. So,
Gavin Redmond, take it away.
Go on, Gav, there you go.
It was Rob Spence who was first out. He didn't finish the course, but he set a good bar at 17.65 metres. Then it was the turn of the big Scotsman, Scott Milne. He managed 13.85 metres, something shy of Spence. Richard Besant, the only Welshman left in the contest, pulled 15.54 metres. So we join it with 5 men left to pull. Paul Benton of Scotland, he loves an event like this. He's currently 6th overall. And really giving it absolutely everything. That rope has to be fed backwards all the time so he doesn't get caught up. But this is all about lower back, shoulders and biceps. He's pushing with the legs backwards and forwards, almost like he's on a rowing machine. It's hard, hard work. Again, getting a full workout. But I bet they're pleased they don't have to do a traditional truck pull with a harness today. Way, way too slippery. They get no purchase whatsoever. This is a brilliant pull by Paul Benton. Leaning into it, dragging it towards him. Can he make it all the way to the line? That's the finish line. 46.5 seconds. He can take a little bit of a breather. What a magnificent pull by the Scotsman. Look at the effort on his face, giving it absolutely everything. Leaning back into it. Phil Roberts of England
Oh, having trouble just gripping the rope. This is a big, big, big problem here. You can see his hands just slipping on that rope, but it's the same for every competitor. But remember, grip strength will play some sort of part in this, because believe it or not, that's what's going to make a difference. Maybe 100th of a second, maybe 1/10 of a second, but Roberts giving it everything. The injury he carried from day one forwards has magnificently held up under this. 46.5 seconds is what he's got to beat. I think he's a little slower. That is the finish line, but Roberts is a massively talented competitor and wants to give it everything. He wants this title. It's slowing up just a little bit, still trying to grip onto that rope. He's wrapping it around his forearm now in order to get as much purchase as possible, leaning back, using the thighs and hamstring and lower back to pull. How far is he going to get? He's going to be behind Paul Benton, but it's about the men ahead of him. Lawrence Charlet, he's got to worry about. He's come to a standstill. Can he get it started again? Giving it everything. Oh, well, I tell you what, that almost looked like a disappointed look on his face. So difficult in these conditions, even with a recumbent pull like this. Third overall, Par O'Dwyer, joint third. Terrific strength and grip to get it moving. Lets the rope slip through his arm and then decides that he needs to get it around his forearm to maintain as much grip as possible. That truck looks like it's moving quite quickly. O'Dwyer already flagged up by Lawrence Charlet as the biggest threat to his overall title. He's a brilliant all-round strongman athlete, Par O'Dwyer. He's got strength in lifting, pull, pushing. He's fairly athletic, great grip strength. Well, he said he trained for truck pulls by pulling a 10-ton tractor uphill in the weeks coming up to this event, but the truck is now almost ground to a halt. This is the problem. If they can't keep the overarm movement going quickly enough, the truck will stop, and then they've got to do it all over again. Oh, 10 seconds, Par O'Dwyer. How far can you get? One last effort. That's really taken it out of O'Dwyer. That's the technique he's employed for keeping a grip on that rope. I tell you what, the hands have been ripped to shreds after this as well. It's a pretty coarse rope, isn't it? Sort of thing that would hold an anchor. Ryan England, second place overall. Tremendous performance so far. Leans back to get the truck moving. Looks like a slow start to me for Ryan England. The thing is, keep the momentum going. If he can keep the truck moving and not let it slow down again, then he'll be in a good position. He has to turn in a good performance. There will be other athletes snapping at his heels, and he's still got to make up ground on the leader. It's painfully slow, the progress of that truck, and Ryan England knows it. He's giving it everything, as every athlete has to do at this stage of the event. Only 2 events still to go. Oh, no. This is a disaster. Having to get it started again at any point is difficult, but grip is the problem. And Ryan England, remember, has already injured his left hand. This must be very, very painful for the Englishman. And that's it. He knows it. Flings the rope away. Just the wrong event to be going into after he'd ripped his hands to pieces on the car dead. And if you can see the blood on his left hand. Well, sterling effort, but not going to be enough, I'm afraid. Not for Ryan England. Lawrence Charlet currently leading
This event should suit him very well indeed. And more to the point, he has the experience and the motivation because he is the defending champion. Look at that truck going. He looks like a champion Olympic rower, doesn't he? Sliding backwards and forwards using every muscle group in his body. Arms, legs, shoulders, back, everything going into this. This is a wonderful, wonderful effort by Lawrence Charley, and the grip strength showing as well. Well, this man wants the PMW Marketing UK Strongest Man title for a second year. This would be the saving of what has been not as good a year as last year. He would love to retain this title. Suddenly it's ground to a halt. Well, just as I was saying he was going well, it's all run out for Lawrence Charley. Oh! It's just ground to a halt. It is the curse of the commentator. Lawrence Charley has come to a brick wall. Extraordinary. He looked as if he was going absolutely great guns. And suddenly, bang, all gone. And we'll have to wait for confirmation, but I think that is going to be bad, bad news for Lawrence Charley. What's bad for him, though, looks like it might be good for Phil Roberts. Ryan England as well, suffering, I think. We'll get confirmation of that in just a second. Oh, he's not a happy man. Here we are then, and that shows it. Lawrence Charley and Ryan England at the bottom of the table, 2 and 1 points respectively. Great for Phil Roberts, though. Here's the overall standings then. Charley and Roberts now joint leaders on 24. Pat O'Dwyer moves to third, clear at 22. Rob Spence at 19 with Ryan England.
So let's talk about the stones of strength. How are we going to get a winner out of this, Glenn?
Well, it's going to take determination. And you look in the dictionary, and Lawrence Charley has his name right underneath that. He is determined. He has proved time and time again he is a champion. He's been Europe's strongest man. He's been now UK's strongest man, and he'll want this. But Phil Roberts, he's hungry.
So talk us through the stones, weights, and how much time have they got to get them on top of the barrels?
They've got 75 seconds, 100, 115, 130, 145, and the massive 160 kilos. It is huge. Only a few men on earth have done it, and there's a couple of guys here that are capable of it.
Well, what a fitting end that would be, but what an incredible final event we have for UK's strongest man. Who's your money on?
Left-hand side of your screen is Ryan England, joint fourth on 19 points. Then Paul Benton, the Scotsman in the red T-shirt. He is sixth overall on 18 points. Shows how close it is. The other two, Besant, the Welshman, in the red cap, and Scott Milne from Scotland. They are effectively out of the competition for the win. Anyway, Benton and Ryan England are battling each other. They still have a chance of victory. That's for sure. I tell you what, they're going great guns. Milne going well here. That's 140 kilos. Oh, Besant's on the floor. What has happened to Besant? The Welshman is clutching his arm. Looks like he's got a forearm injury maybe, or bicep injury. Meanwhile, motoring on is Paul Benton and Ryan England. Oh, Besant is definitely very badly injured there. These two men have to see if they can get this 160 kilo stone onto the barrel. There's still some damp around, getting that tacky on the forearm so he can get his arms around it. Both men have plenty of experience of this. Well, all strongmen have plenty of experience of this type of event. Scott Milne is come over to support Benton, but he knows the game is over. Ryan England raises his arms. He has done enough to secure his place at the very, very least. Meanwhile, Richard Besant is receiving some attention. Paul Benton can't go any further than he is. Bicep injury, it looks like, for Besant. Heat one then, the stones of strength, 4 stones apiece for Ryan England and Paul Benton, but I think Ryan England has done enough to maintain his place at the very least. Next up, who will be crowned UK's strongest man?
Gents, it's been an absolutely fantastic competition, and it's a credit to all of you that you've got this far and accumulated as many points as you have. I know how much respect you have for each other, but Loz, you want to win this just as much as you ever have done.
Every competitor wants to win. I don't come here to come second. You know, I trained hard and I want to win. I'm never going to hide that fact, but sport, things don't always go your way. We've got one event to go, and you know, all three of us are going to battle hard. Not just three of us, a couple of guys behind us are still within a chance of winning, so it's going to be exciting and anything can happen.
Yeah, the reason you three are here is because at the moment you are in the podium positions and you two are tied for the top, so going into this, you couldn't have asked for much more, I'm guessing, Phil.
No, mucked up on a couple of the earlier events, come through, just consistent, keep your head on, reset after each one. I'm resetting now, so the points may as well, to me, be 0. I'm just going to give it 110% now. That's all I want.
It's stones. We've been talking about the conditions today. They've been tough for you. How's it going to affect what we're going to see in the stones?
Rain makes any event hard, especially stones. The stones are going to be slippy. They actually soak the rain that can make the stones heavier. Getting weight in your arms itself, it's going to be a tough last event. This is the 15th event over 3 days, so regardless of what the event was, it's going to be hard anyway. It'll be a good battle.
One thing's for sure, we'll all be happy once it's over.
We won't. Listen, give it your all. Best of luck to all of you. And
thanks, Dan.
We'll see you at the end of it.
Cheers.
Well, as our 3 current podium position men have said, there are a few men who can put a cat amongst the pigeons, and this is one of them, Rob Spence, the under-23 UK strongest man. Was magnificent in the last 2 Stones of Strength rounds on day 1 and 2. He's super quick, really is a force to be reckoned with, and he could get on the podium. Paro Dwyer, 3rd place overall. Lawrence Charlet had this man down as the strongest all-round competition for him. Phil Roberts, well, you've got to admire this man. He tries and tries and tries, and he's put himself in a position where he could win his first UK strongest man title. He was 4th last year. He's been England's strongest man. But unlike this man, Lawrence Charlet, he has never been UK strongest man. Lawrence defending his title. What a great battler he is. He's been a little bit up and down in his performance, but he's such a world-class athlete. Phil Roberts has been consistent all the way through, as has Paro Dwyer. Away they go. Good lifting, good stone lifting by all 4 men at the moment. Neck and neck for the 3 nearest to us. Rob Spence is the man who gets the first 130 kilo stone on, and he's ahead. Next, Phil Roberts. Oh, on goes 145 kilos. Spence just steadies it. He's on to 160. This could really cause an upset. But Phil Roberts is on to 160 as well. Oh, he's so close. Don't let the pressure get to you, Rob. Lift, 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 lift. Just a little too short. Phil Roberts has got to maintain his calm. He's got to maintain his calm. Drops the stone back down again. Paro Dwyer is on the left of him. Oh, he's made it! 160 kilos for Paro Dwyer. That could be a game changer, especially as Lawrence Charlet looks to be walking off course. He's not made 145 kilos. It's down to this man now. He's got to get that 160 kilo on, or he will lose on time, surely, or at least lose the chance of winning. So close, says Rob Spence. And Phil Roberts doesn't know what day it is. Has he won? Hasn't he won? Is he first? Is he second? Is he third? Who knows? Well, by my quick calculations, I think this man here may well be in with a shout. Phil Roberts doesn't know. He's been concentrating so much on this, and none of the spectators know either. Bated breath. Lawrence Charlet knows he's out of it. He walked off at 130 kilos. Not to be his year. Terrific performance by Lawrence Charlet, but no crown for him in 2018. Last year's champion, as well as Ultimate Strongman world champion.
For the 2nd place CMP trophy, lift it for England, Phil.
Yes! So it is Pa O'Dwyer who is crowned UK Strongest Man 2018. Phil Roberts, a gracious bow to the crowd. Second place, improves by 2 from last year. He was so close. But what a performance by this man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, you know, Lawrence Charley said he's the most talented all-round athlete in the field. Up against him as he defended his title, and it has proved to be so. Terrific performances by Ryan Englander and Rob Spence, the under-23 UK Strongest Man, but nobody's going to take that away from Pa O'Dwyer. And now it's the question of the pressure of UK Strongest Man will be on his shoulders in bigger competitions around the world for the next 12 months. The outgoing champion congratulates the new one. What a competition we've had here at St Albans. The first time in England, a brilliant UK Strongest Man. There we are, confirmation. Pa O'Dwyer winning the Stones of Strength from Rob Spence. Brilliant performance. Paul Benton and Phil Roberts in 4th, just missing out. And the overall final result, Pa O'Dwyer on around 30 points, is UK Strongest Man, just 1 point ahead of Phil Roberts.
So after the most incredible final here in St Albans, Irish eyes are smiling. UK Strongest Man 2018, Pa O'Dwyer.